late. That's okay. We're all here. Good Saturday morning. We are on.
Good morning.
Jasmine? Okay. May the 2nd, 2026, a special session of the city council on a Saturday to review the budget. First, I want to thank the staff for being here on a Saturday. Appreciate it, guys. Second, if you're here today, and there aren't many of you, I brought some snacks. Help yourself. It's all healthy stuff. That's what I have around my house, some fruit and some nuts and stuff. Third, a couple things about the budget. We have a compensation study in place, so I'd caution all the council members when we get to anything on salaries, let's hold off making any assessments of where we're going to be until we hear from our consultant, BRC. And then one other thing that was mentioned in an open meeting, that there's a lawsuit that is, the city was brought into a lawsuit, and it was in April, and it was mentioned that that could drain our general fund. Now, here's the accountant's report that we just received, and the general fund is about 25 million on page 26. So it's a significant lawsuit. So keep in mind that no matter what happens with this lawsuit, we haven't done anything in this budget with this. And even beyond the settlement, whether we have coverage and insurance, I don't know any of that, but there will be attorney's fees too. And I don't know if that'll be covered. So just keep that in mind. That's not in the budget right now. And with that, I think we can begin. And I have a note on the top of the agenda here that there'll be time for public comments before each discussion topic. And I would like to be generous with that. There aren't many people here. I don't know how many hands are online. Can you tell me that, Aisha?
I'm sorry. It's no hands up online.
But there's anybody signed in?
No, it's people signed in because I saw
Good.
Ms. Padmore.
Well, welcome. Yeah, welcome people at home. Okay. So, oh, Ms. Agnelli would like to go to the podium to.
Ms. Frisbee and Ms. Padmore.
Okay.
And I really want to go to the podium.
Okay.
Good morning, Agnelli Sibel Malave, 7514 Hudson Street. And I want to speak as a resident to the process that the council is on starting today regarding budget for fiscal year 2027. My understanding of the city charter, which is our constitution, is that the city council has complete authority over the budget, and the mayor and the city manager's administration in general implements and manages the funds authorized by the city council. Well, is the city council really going to enforce their authority over budget issues? And is the mayor and the city manager actually going to follow the directives set by the approved budget for 2026 and whatever is approved for 2027? This mayor has allowed the director of public works to continue working after it was recognized publicly that there's no city funds to pay that salary. The council was presented multiple times with budget amendments to provide funds to pay the director of public works salary, and they were defeated. That was the council's way of signaling clearly to the mayor and the administration, you have no funds. However, they have continued to allow the director of public works to work, in fact, creating a liability that the city will have to pay because the man is working. That is a blatant usurping of the power of the city council over the budget. So this exercise might be a farce because whatever is approved, the mayor might feel that can be ignored and handled with budget amendments after July 1st. As a citizen, I see that's a problem. As a council member, I'm trying to address it, but we are not being listened to. Thank you.
That was within 3 minutes, and that was, something to get all of our blood stirring to start this discussion, right? Thank you, Agnelli. We will move into, unless anyone else has a hand up online, no? We'll then move into, as the agenda's been laid out here, we'll go right into revenues. And what we've done in the past, which I don't think is the best way to do things, is to go page by page, but since I don't have any better way to do it right now, my proposal would be that we look at a 30,000-foot view as opposed to getting into the weeds, but I think we have to do a combination. And I know from hearing from council members that some of you have dug deeply into the weeds and have comments. I think it's only fair that we go through. Excuse me. I'm sorry about that. And I think we'll proceed as we have in the past. We're going to go page by page. We're here until 2 o'clock. I think that's a sharp cutoff, but I also want everyone to know that Caitlin contacted me this morning and she has to leave at 1 o'clock. So from there, we'll have the recording and the transcript, okay? So let's go into revenues, which begin on page,
There are no page numbers.
oh, that's right. That's right.
Yeah, this was my challenge.
So because, just a point of clarity, so Mr. Wazir, our city comptroller, is sharing the screen. And so really, the city, even before I came back, decided to go with, I'm sorry, wait a minute, I just realized where that little, can I see that? Mayor, can you hear me, little mic? Keep it on there. Mr. Wazir, our city comptroller, is actually sharing his screen, so online people can see it. It's kind of small in the room. I'll have to ask Jasmine, is there a way to make it bigger in the room? And so the city had gone with OpenGov even before I came back in October 2023 as our budget book product. And so really what it does is create the transparency to make it easy to see online in the details. And so it makes it a PDF to create a book, because I know our city council likes a book, but unfortunately there are no numbers. Thank you, Jasmine.
Okay, well, I can't refer to page numbers, but I do see revenues in here. And before you get to revenues, you might want to look at the citywide definitions, which again, I don't have a page number, but you will see that they define the categories.
Yeah, my pages are.
And I think we should start with that, so we know what categories we were looking through and see.
And so if you go online, each one of these categories that Mr. Rosenberg is talking about is a hyperlink, so that you go to the city website, you click it. So like he just said, definitions. So there's a link that says definitions, you click it, and then it opens up to this page that says citywide definitions.
But that's where we're starting, at citywide definition.
I want to start there because I have a comment on that, but I'll let the rest of you go first, as I always do. But the
Let me get there
definition,
yet.
you're not there yet?
I'm there now.
Okay, well, the definitions, you want to glance through those, and if no one has any comments on that, I have a question.
Rosenberg.
Yes,
Agnelli's had her hand up.
It's a
I'm not-
logistics question.
I'm sorry, I haven't been
Logistics
looking at it.
request. I heard from residents, so they would like a transcript of the meeting, not just the recording, because it's so challenging to follow numbers. And so do we have the AI technology that's creating the transcript? It's already running. So they made the request of putting it in the public website along with the recording for this particular meeting.
You
I
okay
got
with
that
that?
from 2 residents. Thank you.
Keep in mind that it's not the most accurate dictation. It's not like a courtroom transcript.
That's why I need my interpreter when we do meetings, but
Yes.
it's something.
So we have two AI technologies that we use. We have Gemini running, and then we'll also have Otter. So we will drop in both of the AI
Oh,
technologies.
fantastic. Thank you so much. In behalf of the residents.
all right. Any questions on the definition?
Mr. Chair, I'll start. It's not necessarily a question, but on the back page, I noticed that the revenues for the hotel motel taxes and also the payment in lieu of bank stocks, the account description is the same. And I think it's just a typo. So the description for the hotel motel taxes says this distribution equaling 50% of the 5% room tax collected by Prince George's County on hotels located within the city. And then the very next description, payment in lieu of bank stock, says the same thing.
Okay,
I also have a question about,
well, we have to-
you find it?
oh, I got it over here, yeah. Thank you, Lincoln.
So Mr. Wazir does have it on the screen too, but I know it's kind of,
Okay, and Lincoln, you have a second question?
The Verizon property lease, it's midway down that same page. It
See
says
that?
proceeds from an agreement with Verizon for the lease of property at $600 a month. Which property is that?
it's a tower that's over on Good Luck Road.
I saw one. Good luck. Okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you, Madam City Manager. And another on the next page, where it says Special Police Services. The description for that and the rental property inspections description is also the same as well.
Okay.
So I think it's just a typo. You see where I'm talking about now?
Yes.
Okay. And last but not least, under expenses on that same area, I think it's the next page over. It's 50510, the recycling contract. It says a 3% contract increase, but that was moved in-house, correct?
Correct. So
Can
that,
you
so,
explain to me why that's there?
so we still will have the definition in there for what the recycling contract was.
Oh.
Eventually it will fall off in the,
Okay.
because we'll have the, prior amounts from FY 25 and 24, and then once it falls off, then it falls off.
Thank you, Madam City Manager. And I guess the same thing on the back of that page, 50770, where it says lease payments for modular building. I know that that's gone too, so eventually
Yes.
that'll fall off as well.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have.
All right, thank you. There's the modular building, okay.
Yeah, it's gonna fall off eventually.
Anybody else have questions on this? Because I have one.
Yes, I do.
Okay,
On, I don't know what page, but.
If you just say the
third
number.
page of the revenues, there's a line for revenue 35,120, speed camera revenue. But in the next page, there's also revenue 38,130 designated for speed camera. What's the difference?
So the designated funds are monies that, so the revenue will be this year. If we don't use it, it rolls into a designated fund for future use. So all of the designated funds and unrestricted funds have their own accounts where we've put the reserves for future uses. And then later on in the book, you'll actually see where we've put full definitions for what either we're legally restricted to by funds or funds that the council, prior council created, prior older years of councils have created for restricted funds. But that's
All
what,
designated is like our savings account that has a particular purpose.
yes.
Yes.
is that it, Agnelli? And then my observation, particularly for Maisha here, 35,130 revenues, vehicle control fines and towing is a catch-all. And we've discussed it several times at meetings
Mhm.
that I think we should have a breakout of parking. And this is just lumped in parking with towing and everything else. That we should have an account for parking tickets. And when we asked for the revenue, remember the police department had to generate something and you said, well, that doesn't agree with the general ledger because the police did that. I think we should account for it in the general ledger. I think it's a cost center.
So we do. So what it is we still are using 35130,
Mhm.
but what we've done is now created project codes. So all parking goes to parking and I don't know.
Parking is speeding.
Mr. Wazir is sharing his
Okay.
screen. But yeah, so we still have that as the overall object account, but each one of those now has a project code so that we can peel those out.
So we can peel out parking ticket revenue specifically. Okay. All right, that's the only question I have on that. Then you see definitions, you have expenses. I think we've discussed, Lincoln discussed his concerns on that. I think we'll move on.
So just so that everyone knows, since Mr. Rosenberg just brought that out. So what we've done is we still keep everything at the object level, but we've created different project codes. Example, this, in the police department and everywhere for uniforms, each employee, overall it says uniforms, but then we now track each employee for uniforms. And like travel and training, we also track each employee on how much each employee spends for travel and training and things like that. So if you actually log into OpenGov and see that, you will see those details, but we don't budget to that level, because then if we budgeted to that level, we would then have many more pages.
Okay. Now, we're ready to move into revenues, because that was just definitions, okay? Revenues are on this page, okay? It says revenues and resources on the top. And I'll take volunteers for the first observations here. And I'll look for hands at the time, I know.
Oh, I guess I'll,
Okay.
I'll jump.
Go ahead, Brown.
So I submitted, for those who are at home, 35 questions to the administration this week regarding budget. And I got an answer in less than 48 hours, maybe even 24 hours, with some specific questions that I had that are kind of not super important to share out to the public, because it's just me not knowing how to read a spreadsheet, but other more broad questions. And so this first question is about revenue. In the mayor's summary, it shows $1,002,296 from appropriations, making 5% of the revenue. Which fund is being used for this? Is it reoccurring, and is this a sustainable issue? So I'd just like to hear from the staff on that.
Okay, can you bring us all into the line that you're referring to?
It was in the summary, but
So I'm gonna have Mr. Wazir go to the appropriations on the screen.
But if you look at the questions and answers that I sent out and shared with the council, it's question number 8.
You can go over to
And
the-
what was, my answer was, we will work through this at this is required a link here.
Are we ready?
Yeah, as soon as I find it, it's the book too. So if you go to the Revenue and Resources tab and go to the bottom of other financing sources. What's that? It's right here. Mhm. So what makes that up? And so is we're using 217,304 from the designated for wellness fund, which the wellness fund is where we receive money back every year from the insurance proceeds. And so one thing that we did use this for in prior years was to build the fitness courts. And this, both fitness courts. And then we usually do just bring in money every year just to offset health insurance costs and things like that. So that's 217,000. We're bringing in 169,074 from the designated cable TV.
It's up there. Which is saying, so then $1 million of $1,002,296, she's giving us all the numbers that comes from,
Right.
the various accounts that they comes from.
So you'll see right here, go down real quick. So yeah, this is the total, the 1,000,002 that you're seeing in the mayor's letter. And so these are all the numbers
That come
in
up.
this section that make up that 1,000,000 to other finances. So 130 is what we're required in our code and charter, the 130 and the 150 to have in every budget. So that's normal. We're bringing in 80,918 from the designated street repair. which is just to offset what we budgeted for street, sidewalk, and a loan that goes back to before my time that the city took on to pay for street work, that I hope one day we will just go ahead and pay off. $5,000 for the Vera Weinbach Scholarship. There's a fund that we have out there, and really, there used to be, the church used to donate back in the day money to this Vera Weinbach Scholarship Fund every year. It stopped after I forgot who left the church, but we still have interest on that bank account, and so that's the only increases in that fund every year. But this is the $5,000 we pulled to fund those scholarships that you'll see later on in the budget. 250,000. When Graham Waters was here as the city administrator, the city created a NARD fund for economic development. And so we're pulling, I think, almost the end of that balance we're hoping a shopping center. You'll see us spend $250,000 in the economic development part for NARD grant incentives. And so that's the money to bring in to pay those. And then 169 is coming out of the cable TV. That's those PEG funds. You only can use it. So we do have money in this year's budget. So some of these numbers are in there just to fund maybe projects we do. If we don't, they go back to the fund later on.
Okay. That makes perfect sense.
Okay.
You may have to go back up there, but, and then my biggest observation from, revenue was that it seems like we're forecasting that personal property taxes and real property taxes are gonna go down significantly. Why do we think that?
I really didn't understand when you said that in your question. You were in the right spot. Shahid, go back up, because it's the first two lines. No.
You too.
I was trying to understand where you were with that. Is this?
Maybe I found it somewhere else. Yeah, let me look. Well, the line, is that where? The business real property tax going down to 60,000 from 100,000. It seems like we forecasted really high that year.
Yes. So that for me, it was looking at these other numbers and trying to figure out where we will land. Because here in FY23, we're at almost 124. Here we're only at 32,000 in FY20. Here we were at 62. I don't know where. So it was where do we land?
So basically, last year's forecasts were just inaccurate.
Yeah. For real property tax, we get this number from the state. So that's just our number based.
Oh, so we don't really forecast it. This
No,
tells us.
they send us a number every year when they send us our tax rate. It's a whole calculation. It's a report. I think I actually shared it with the council when we receive it in February every year. And it tells us, they give us the forecast based on if we use the constant yield rate.
Okay.
Now, if we choose to go with a higher rate, then we actually do calculate it. But because we're sticking with constant yield, that's the number the state gives us. Now, we may, because that's where Shahid was like, well, why? So wait a minute, the number is actually usually higher than what they give us, but it's because of people that didn't pay taxes. So we'll get other year taxes in our actual numbers. But this is the number they're forecasting as long as everybody pays, but that does not include prior year payment.
All right, let me see if I have any other revenue questions that were on here.
Don't move.
Have we started using a collection agency to collect on our automated enforcement?
No, I think we just signed everything and meeting with the company on what they require and all that kind of stuff.
And then is the numbers, the increase in expected collecting of these fines, is that why the number has increased for next year, like forecast?
It's increased because of the number of cameras, and I think Mayor met with Major and he confirmed that's what that thought was.
So what is happening is that there are more cameras that are being installed on 450. There's one by this CVS, These are public knowledge because they're on the website where all the cameras are located.
Mhm.
And then there's one east and westbound, going down towards, Finns Lane.
Mhm.
But those are for those additional cameras. The stop sign cameras, because it's not instituted yet, they may have like 200 locations, but they're only gonna be doing 20 to 25 at a time.
Mhm.
So the forecast is based on the average for the year.
I'll let you guys know that Laura has confessed to me that she was speeding through those during the trial because she wanted the numbers to be inflated.
Because she wanted the stop signs. She wanted us to get them. So hopefully we don't actually have as many speeders. It was just Laura driving up and down Lamont. Let me see, if I have any other revenue questions that were in here.
But speed will not affect the stop sign. You have to run the stop sign.
Yeah, I know she was running stop signs.
Okay.
All the stop signs in Lamont, apparently. So I think you answered both questions. I had a question here about, can you explain the 400K from speed camera in the 2026 adopted budget and why it was such a big outlier? So it just sounds like it was an inappropriate forecast in that year. I guess we can get to my reserve question later. I don't think I have any other revenue questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, I think we've covered revenue. I haven't heard Agnelli's, Lincoln, Lincoln has some?
Well, no, you want to recognize Agnelli first.
I think Agnelli was done, I was gonna say. You done with revenues?
Yeah.
Okay, so Lincoln, you have some questions?
I think you may have kind of explained it already, Madam City Manager, but the drop from 600,000 under personal property business, is that tied to what you were speaking to when you said the business real property, public safety drop went from 100 to 60, because that dropped from 600 to 400?
Yeah, it was just when Shahid and I looked at these numbers, I just felt safer going here. Because we look at 577, 249, or even, okay, we can come down here. 731, 289, 567.
You just
I'd
felt
rather be
that?
conservative.
Yeah, I got you. Then not. I
Yes.
got you. Okay. All right. And I think Madam Mayor may have kind of answered this already, but under stop sign enforcement, that 850 was based on an average that you all pulled from like another city, because that seemed kind of high to me, but I just wanted to know.
So, I believe Major,
Yeah, what he said was for the stop sign, it's not just the collectibles, because we don't want to, it's excluding the collectibles, but it's an average of the yearly amount that they use to derive the figure.
Gotcha. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And the designated for speed camera, that was moved to someplace else, right? Because I know it was 400,000 in the previous fiscal year and you dropped it on to 0. Did you just move it to another location?
no, so those are just designated funds. And so we didn't need that to pull into the budget to offset that police part of the budget this year.
Oh, okay. And you already explained the line item below that. That's the PEG money, the 169,074. right?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I think I am, oh, one more. The undesignated prior year surplus, was that moved to, or is that something that you just ties to the previous explanation? Because that went from, looks like 555,631
We
to
didn't need,
0.
we didn't need that. We were told we were not pulling from reserves to do this budget this year.
Oh. Are
So
you
you will
sure
see-
about that?
So you will see that a lot of the designated funds in last fiscal year are not here this year. Because we were told when we did this budget, that was not happening.
Okay. I will trust your professional expertise on that. And last but not least, the special police services for the bottom of that same page, 25,000 in 2026 and proposing 44,000 in fiscal year 27. I wish there was a number, but there's not a number next to it.
I see it there. It's the bottom of the page, second to the bottom line.
Yeah,
Special police.
it went from 25,000 in 26 and you're proposing 44 27.
Let me see on your page. Special, it's up on the screen, right?
All right, help that little lady out, please.
Oh, I see. It's like almost right in the middle. Oh, no,
44.
no, now you moved it. I can't find it.
Right.
In the-
Oh, right
Yeah, yeah,
Yes, ma'am.
Rental property inspections?
up above it,
No, right
special
here.
police services.
But we need the major to explain to us what that is.
No, I was gonna look at the definition. That will refresh my brain on what that one is. What's the number?
44, but it's not on this document.
If I'm meeting on a Saturday, there's a plus and a minus, or the plus is the staff
Police is-
doesn't show,
That's police.
and the minus is
I
we
mean,
lose out on seeing the
Vice,
police
the major
chief
needs to
and the
get back
public
to us. He
works
can
director.
email us.
Yeah, it's not like we were
It's-
voting
yeah,
today.
We're not
This is-
voting on it today. He can email us and give it to us later.
Oh, special fees charged to provide special policing services such as vehicle release, accident reports, and special and speed flagging fees. So that was, I mean, I did speak with, the major when we did these numbers, major and chief. And so if you look, we were at 17.5, 46, 42. It looks like last year we just budgeted low.
Okay.
And so these are the flagging fees and all that kind of stuff. And so this to me was better in line with our actual
Previous.
previous year.
What they've been doing averages. So that way you don't under budget or over budget. They try to give a rough idea and be conservative with it.
I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm good, Mr. Chair. I have
Ms.
no further
Cynthia, go
questions.
ahead.
I just had a question. On here it says ground maintenance. Is that for flowers and stuff? Is that just when they're cutting branches, or what does that fall under? It's like almost at the very end of it.
Different page than I'm on here.
Yeah.
so.
Oh, yes, that's the group for public works. So here's all the expenses for the public works department. So up here you have public works, administration, infrastructure. And so ground maintenance is the park team, the arborist, and all of that. So the page you're looking at is just a summary by each department, sub-department under each department. So those are the expenses for, which you'll get to the detail if you go to the ground maintenance part of the budget.
You good? Okay, and I'm gonna ask Maisha to help me with something that Graham Waters generated years ago that, I think I'm the only one on the council who will remember it, but if you go to the bottom of the page before this, there's reference to NARD.
The economic development grant.
Right. And the NARD stands for New Carrollton Area Redevelopment something,
Mhm.
something like that.
Yeah.
Dates back to 2010 or something like that, before anybody here was around.
I think it's Carrollton Area Revitalization District. If my memory serves
Revitalization
me
District, okay.
correctly.
For the new council people, do you see that over there? That's what NARD is. And it was created by Graham Waters, who was the assistant administrative officer, then administrative officer back in the 2010 year.
Mhm. It was $1 million fund that you all created.
And this is the last 250 that's in that.
How much is left in Shahid?
Lord, yeah.
425.
425 and then we'll total 250.
And we give this out to businesses to come here.
Actually, so wait a minute, that's at the end of last year, so it will be this year and this. So I think this may actually pull it up, finish it out. Cause that's the end of 25, right?
Yes.
The number you have is 450, so that would include what we're doing in FY 26 plus now FY 27.
Yes.
Okay.
And Brianna, to answer your question, I think that's where the palm trees came from at the hotel, right?
Well, okay. Well,
No.
these are reimbursable, yes, it has to be businesses in the area. And so like they did their whole build out, so if you go into the hotel, you'll see the flooring and all of that. Now, and so we reimburse them for that stuff. Now,
Okay, not
if
the
they
palm
want
trees.
palm trees later, I ain't got.
No, when
That
they,
was not
I love
part.
the tropical resort that is the Metro.
Right, because there's actually items that they can submit for, and most of the time it's just the build out.
so the application that came in through Lois, through, Maisha finally on my desk was for just all build out. They are remodeling the entire, all the floors. So if you go into the floor and go, just go up on the elevators, they're going through all the floors and completely revamping. So 50,000 was a minute dent in what they spent. So this is reimbursable.
Mm.
So no, the palm tree was not included in the application.
Yeah, so they started with the first floor, then they did the ballroom, and then now they started at the top floor and coming all the way down.
Historically, has the city of New Carrollton offered tax abatements to businesses to come here, or we just have offered this grant, this reimbursable grant?
We've never, tax abatements, we actually have a meeting, I think this week, with Forest Heights to talk about annexation, how because they've done some.
Mhm.
So everyone that went to Mr. Olson's meeting about 450, he
Yeah.
knows he wants to get 450 to look like Route 1.
Yep.
And that's going to be a long time. But one of the things that I'd like to see us do is to now start talking to the businesses along 450 and hopefully get them to annex into the city before 450 becomes a Route 1.
Mhm.
And so part of that usually is where you start talking about the tax abatement. So the only one that we've done a tax abatement for was for Sunset.
That's what I thought.
Like Sunset?
Sunset
Over
Terrace.
by Harlan Street, Sunset Terrace.
Oh, the
Yeah.
Harlan Street
Yeah,
area?
yeah, the
with
residents.
Okay, now I'm
Yes.
connected.
That's the only question.
Okay. Item 2 on the agenda is,
Rosenberg.
I'm sorry.
Nelly has a question.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Okay. Lots of them were answered. In the revenue first section on real property taxes and business, where is the impact of us losing Safeway? I'm sure we don't have a tenant,
So,
we're getting less
Shoppers.
property
well, we lost Safeway too,
taxes
but
or business taxes.
10 years ago, Safeway was
So,
Foodway.
that will affect us with, it won't affect us with this because that's still owned.
It's still.
Shoppers leases that property. So the landlord is still responsible for his property tax.
Oh, that's good news.
So we'll lose money on
Sales tax.
sales
Sales
tax.
tax.
Yeah. That's it. We get such a small nothing out of sales tax.
Yeah, it will affect us in here, but
Personal-
overall, we won't see a big hit of it because the person that owns that property still has to pay this.
Okay, so where's the category you think will hit us?
So personal property business, because that's where they pay a tax on the assets in the actual.
Okay, so that
Yes.
went from 600 to 400.
Mhm.
Okay, so that's Safeway.
Shoppers.
Shoppers.
Yeah, I said it wrong. Okay, shoppers. Well, they're going down from 100,000 to 60 was the forecast from previous years. So here's shoppers. Okay. Yes. Then we look at the category of license and permits. And it seems that Comcast and Verizon went down.
That's people are paying for cable.
Ah, they're cutting the cord, less subscribers, less money for
Yeah,
us.
I haven't had cable in years.
You think so?
Yeah, Prime, do just-
Okay. And why are we expecting such an increase of interest on investments going up from 500,000 to 950,000? Interest on investments.
Oh, I guess
So if you look at
The market so much?
If you look at our actual numbers, 700,000, a million.
Oh,
This is
okay,
low.
okay, I see what.
But we will, Shahid and I will be working on our investments, because when I was here before, we actually had a CD ladder. Mr. Rosenberg,
I remember the
you
CD
that?
ladder, yeah.
The ladder wasn't continued after I left. And so one of the things I will be working with Shahid on is the money is still sitting in our Fidelity account. It's just not invested. And so I will be working with Shahid to get all the money back and laddered again. So I'm hoping
Ladder
to
or
grow this.
letter?
So
Ladder.
ladder, what it does is it invests,
LADDER?
yes,
Okay,
a CD ladder.
Okay.
And so it invests
He was saying liquor.
Oh, it invests money in different increments so that you have CDs coming due, for instance, 5 years, 3 years, 2 years, a year. And you always keep an amount in case you need to, as I call it, break glass and pull your cash now. And so that would be something I work with Shahid with our Fidelity investors.
Okay, and I like the logic of increasing it. That's all my notes for
That's
that
it?
section.
And I
Thank you.
think I got everybody. Cynthia, something else?
No.
No?
No,
All right.
Arena got mine.
So I was saying that, number 2 is revenues. I'm gonna scratch that off as complete for today. And we're gonna go to non-department, and I can't give you a page number, but when you find it.
So then you can go to the website.
Sorry?
Any comments?
You know, that's a section we left. I have one person in the audience and anybody online. I think it's fair now that you've heard what we've discussed. Do you have any questions? I'll give you 3 minutes to raise those questions. Anybody online? Maisha raising a hand?
Can you see my? It's like in the.
Oh, I'm sorry, my chair's not even over there. And you're welcome, young man, to join. Okay, just thought this was a good thing to do on a Saturday. How come and listen to people debate?
So I don't know if people know who this is. This is Keith from our code department. He's
Oh,
one of
hi,
our
Keith.
code officers.
We're going to, well, we're gonna go over to non-department, but we have, we can't see pages. The
So if
other,
you go to the website, it's under other expenditures.
Oh,
Oh,
So that's where you'll find our loans.
We're there.
okay, so we're just moving over
beer,
from
wine,
revenues to,
scholarship.
and we're calling it other, under expenditures, okay? And I'll start with, Brown again, if you want to. What are your comments on this page?
Well, maybe this is a good place to bring up my concern around understanding our reserves. For folks who may not remember, I came back from MML last summer, all in a panic, thinking that the city was undercapitalized because I thought that our only reserve was the 130,000 that's on this page. And we have lots of types of reserves, in fact, and I was, like I said, I was super nervous about it. And so Maisha provided me last summer with a document that I shared with the council that contains $24,994,000 in different types of reserves. Some of them are designated and some of them are not designated. I want to have a good understanding of how much money we actually have that's not designated by law we spent on something specific is as an actual reserve.
Can you do me a favor and go to the fund link? All right, and then Mr. Rosenberg, you may want to answer this question.
Mhm.
Mr. Holloway put something in the chat. What is the source of the statutory authority of the NARD fund? Is it a city ordinance created through state law or some other vehicle? So it was an ordinance that the.
It
city
was an
council-
ordinance that the city council passed and I'll guess 2010. When did Graham leave? 2010, 11? Mike Downs passed away and you
No,
weren't here.
Graham left in January 2016. Because he hired me in March 2015 and he
Okay.
left me.
And Mike Downs left us by passing away in 2014, 15, right? Okay.
I never met Mr. Downs.
Okay. But the answer is it was by ordinance
Mhm.
and the council at that time approved it unanimously, as I recall. They thought it was a good way to, an incentive, and Lincoln was here for this too, an incentive for the local businesses to get city money to improve the community, which right now we get somebody in Shoppers, it would look a lot better. And that was the goal, to do something like that.
Mhm.
Okay, is he typing anything else?
Not as of yet. I'll let you know if something pops up with Jasmine, let us know. So, Mr. Wazir has now put up the page in our book that talks about our designated funds. So the street work is, you can only use that one, that is not us. Sidewalk should be us. Bridge work is us. Capital projects is us. Compensated absences is us. Vehicles is us. Health and wellness funds is us. Global. Actually, all of these are ones we created, but there should be another one for sure. Scroll up. Unless we've used all of it. These are the ones restricted are ones that you cannot.
Yeah, that's by state law or
Mhm.
YBUC. It's not by state law, but yeah, but
Yeah, I don't know why that one is, but public safety you can't and cable you cannot.
correct. And then committed, so basically the committed fund balance total and the unassigned balance total could potentially be consolidated into one, right?
Mhm.
But we have, are the numbers on the right, or the left, which ones are
Right
like
or the
right
correct?
now?
Scroll all the way back up.
The right is current.
The right is current, that's what I thought. All right, so right now in our unassigned fund balance total, we have almost $14 million. And in the committed fund balance, it's, my vision is poor, but 468, is that $468,500?
Yes.
Yeah, so we are definitely well capitalized. I think it would be easier for us as a council to have an understanding if we named, I don't know, what is the process? And Mr. Chair, I think you might be the best person to answer. Should we pass an ordinance to make that one account just so that for future councils, everybody can knows exactly what our reserve is?
So in your book, there should be, scroll down, Shahid, because there should be, I think we included the definitions of what all these funds are that council adopted, because I struggled when I started.
Yeah,
And so it's somewhere in the book.
It's in there.
Yeah.
in the definitions.
And it shows the definition of what each of the funds was. But I thought it was right there.
Even
with
if
the
it was
funds.
depleted.
I think it feels to me like, you know, we build something, we add on, and then we add on, and then we
Or
add
you
on.
will
and
sell
then-
something.
Yeah, and then we don't look back to see that 17 things have been added on, and then it becomes harder to understand. And so I think it might make sense for us to consider simplifying, consolidating and simplifying, because, you know, the 2 elections from now, none of these people might be in this room, and they won't have any clue what we were trying to do.
It's in the book. It's in the book.
To the MML information you gathered.
Sure.
I've heard it, but I'm trying to connect it. to
Oh,
this.
so at the MML graduate class last summer that I attended with Cynthia and the mayor, we were taught that a city should have about 12% of its operating budget in its reserve account. And we did a little study of various towns in the state, including Greenbelt was actually one of the ones they highlighted. And Greenbelt is very undercapitalized. They have less than 12% of their operating budget in reserves. And so if they had like an extreme emergency, they would have to borrow money in order to address that emergency. And it was highlighted. And I think Tacoma Park was one of the ones that we did at our table that was well capitalized. And so when I looked at the budget, I was sitting next to the mayor and I was like, we only have 130,000. We're going to have to cut, you know, half the staff. Like, what are we going to do? And I came back all panicked, and I didn't know that we actually had all these other accounts that could be used in the same way.
So in our budget book, and we'll have to add this back. There's actually where we created, because I got confused every year when I was here before. I'm like, what are all these funds? What are they for? We need a place where everyone can always see it.
Yes.
And so we came up, there was a resolution done that actually went through, Karen Ruff and I worked on it. And we actually defined all of the funds that had been adopted throughout the years. And so we added on to it.
It's funny, that was the first budget, like after, well, actually, I didn't vote on that budget because that was the budget that was adopted the day I was elected, FY22.
Mhm.
So that's why I've never seen that before.
So, Shahid and I'll work on this Monday and get this back out to everyone and make sure it's in the budget book so that everyone has it. But then you all too can decide to make it all one fund. It's council decided. you all can undecide.
So following your numbers,
Mhm.
12% of our operating expenses would be the 16 million that is in this budget. Rounding it up would be 1,920,000,
Yes,
and we have 14.5 million.
yes, plus another 460 something thousand that could be added to that total.
Oh, I thought 414 million and 480.
Can you scroll that page down again? So it was, oh yeah, so you added the numbers, right? Yes, 13.6 and 468, yeah, 14 million, you're right.
So we're good.
Yes,
Yes.
we are very
And
good.
I can follow your
Yes.
logic. Thank you. we're good in that aspect of our city finance.
I would be happy to draft an ordinance that looks like that if the council thinks it would be beneficial.
No, I
Yeah.
think it can,
With all the definitions?
No, like to make, to combine those two accounts so that we call them one reserve account. So that we know what, like that these are the unrestricted monies the city can use to address whatever they
what is the
want.
difference?
I mean, we'd be happy because we wouldn't have to do entries for all of these funds every year.
Yeah,
I mean.
and then obviously the designated ones have to stay,
Oh, yeah. The ones that
uh,
are legally required, we can't. do.
yeah, but
What's
even
the
the
difference?
designated, what's
Okay.
designated for global signal proceeds? What's that?
That was, we sold, let me see, we sold a piece of land.
City sold an easement over property located at 7500 Good Luck Road to Global Signal and decided to designate the proceeds at the time to be used for future expenditures.
Okay.
So the same thing you
Cell
all
phone
did when
towers.
you sold the property by Robert Frost. You sold it, got the money, then you all made that another designated fund.
Okay, and then where's the school money? Is that in there too, in a designated account?
It
I'm
should
pretty
be-
sure it was. Or did we put it somewhere else?
No, it should be,
Cause I remember
It's 800 and something.
yes. I think
Okay.
that's the-
Capital projects.
yeah,
capital projects. I will look at this again. Now that it's like this, it's really easy to understand. And think about maybe consolidating some of those into something like, do we really need a different account for street work and for sidewalks? Like, they're kind of the same thing, right?
But
So
you
it's
must-
just because we have line items in the budget that say
Street
work,
and sidewalk.
sidewalks
Okay.
and bridge work, so it just made it easy.
Easier to have an account. Okay, all
Yeah.
right. But capital projects, it's so weird that we have uncompensated absences, but that, I mean, it
So
does make
that's
sense.
because of people that have balances, and if we ever were to close the business, you
have to
leave
pay.
that we'd have to pay out.
Yeah, no, I think that the state of Maryland has something similar, but it's just funny to see.
Yeah, because every year we have to calculate what that number is,
Um,
what the balance is as of that fiscal year.
Madam Mayor, did you have a?
No, the only thing I was adding is for the committed fund balances are the amounts that can be used for specific purposes pursuant to constraint imposed by formal action ordinance of the city council, the decision-making authority. So in my estimation, it would be good to keep them separate, because even though they might be almost the same amount, and you could also use the ordinance to take from the general fund, but the committed is a little bit,
Yeah, no, I
Right.
think you're right. Now, I guess the question is, do we have to, so for the designated funds, obviously, like for instance, well, actually, no. For the designated funds, do we have to fund them every year because they're like this? Or if they run out, then they run out?
So example, like we were talking about NARD,
Yes,
this was originally $1 million.
yes.
And so in FY 26, I don't know how much we've put in the budget. And then in FY 27, we put 250. So if by chance we did 200 this, or 175 this year, this will be zero next year and it's gone.
Okay.
So as these run out, they do run out.
And so this is how we are funding cars and street work and sidewalk in the budget currently.
So we get money from highway user,
Mhm.
but if we put more into the budget that we need, then we can pull from this.
Okay. Cool, thank you. This has been really.
And so
educational.
another piece that you don't have here is ARPA.
Because we already absorbed that,
I
right?
still have money left.
Oh, really? How much?
That's good news.
Yeah,
250 something.
Oh, a little bit more than that, but yeah, so, we'll give you, it's because this year we still had the streets, we did the bridge, we did the fuel tanks. So when we send you the definitions this week, we will also send you the balance of what ARPA is, but yes, that's.
and the plan is to kind of still let it sit for now.
I mean, it's up to.
Yeah. But there's a spend plan for that remaining
No.
amount. Yeah, right. Okay.
I'd
No,
like
this
to
has been
finish-
really,
I'd like to
really-
finish using it on Harlan Street when I tell you all there's some more plans. Yes.
okay,
In any of those categories, could we get an outside grant towards anything there? What you mean? If, let's see, like if Merlin decides, PG decides, since, our new, city executive wants to redo all the streets, if she decides to come in and give us money towards getting our streets fixed,
Mhm.
will that be so we'll have money left over in that line item, right? Yeah, so this is a savings account. So we're not committing, we're not spending this money. These are just savings accounts for us to use later on whenever mayor and council decide they want to.
Like, for instance, I know for Public Works actually gave, council a large spreadsheet of streets that really needed to be done. But in keeping within the budget, we had to split it. But we had money in these funds we could have transferred. But since it's hard to do budget amendments, we don't request any.
Is that table in this budget book or the revised one that we're gonna get?
It's on your table today.
Yeah,
Ah,
and it wasn't in the initial.
Wait a minute, that's not it. Oh, Dr. has it. He'll get it to you. But it is on website, because he finished it this
but it's
morning.
not this. That was in.
No,
response
it's-
to Brianna.
No,
Yeah,
that was last year.
she gave me this last year, and I just attached it to, because that was the last time I
We'll
had
have an
it.
updated one for you.
I have so much, just a quick follow-up. Obviously the designated funds we couldn't combine because those were done by ordinance.
No, this might be.
But it wouldn't be an issue to combine that unassigned 13 million with the
Thank you.
468.5, right? We could just do that on our own without having to pass. it.
But council could, because they were the ones that actually designated these funds and created them.
Thank you.
They could if they wanted to. It's completely, you all, if you all want to keep all the multiple buckets, for us, it doesn't matter.
I think I want to
easier.
sit with it for a second before now that I better understand it, I don't want to jump into
Combine
something.
these two is not big.
Yeah, I think combining the two probably makes it a little easier to understand.
Where's
Because
the
yeah,
one for the
committed
car
and unassigned
purchases?
sound like
Yeah.
different things, but
Yeah,
they're really not.
That's not. Obviously, we couldn't do anything with operating.
Okay.
That's where the
Yes,
bus came
combining.
from. 150 for the bus came
Maybe,
from.
maybe not, yeah.
They'll make it 14 million instead of 13 and 46. Or 68.
Like, for
And maybe
instance,
you all want to combine some and not.
Yes,
it don't-
exactly.
Yeah.
That's why I want to think about it.
it's easier when it's like spread out
Yeah,
to be, like, for instance, when we had all those vehicles that were hanging around the city for years,
Thank you.
and we sold all those money on gov deals and people weren't sure where the money went, that's where it went into,
yeah, no,
future
we're super
vehicle purchases.
capitalized.
um,
What's Court's back
so
there?
it's
Thank you.
easier, like, for instance, if you wanted to make vehicle purchases, then you would just
Pull it from there,
maybe
yeah.
pull from.
Maisha, you mentioned a loan that we have, and you said we should just pay off. Do you remember off the top of your head how much the loan was for and where in the budget it is?
I'll let,
Because maybe we, I
if I
mean,
could step away and go to my office, I believe, or do you have it? It's the SunTrust loan that, I don't know if you remember, you all got a SunTrust loan before me, it was when Scaria was here, to pave streets that we are still paying for.
We just need to pay it off.
I
Yeah, 'cause
remember
I
the
was like, maybe
loan,
we
I
should-
didn't follow that it's not paid off. I guess it's in the balance sheet here as a liability.
if she
It
can
is.
find it fast.
Let's just pay it off if it's not that much.
That depends what interest rate they're giving us. They give us a favorable rate, is that?
I mean, it was, but we are still paying interest on it, it just irritates me.
Yeah, no, I'm the same way.
But why pay interest if we're not
Yeah,
cash
yeah,
poor?
exactly. If we have cash, we should just pay it.
Pay it off and get rid of the liability.
Yeah, especially if we've had it for a million years.
Mhm.
Before 2050.
Yes. 11 years, yes.
Time to go. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see how much it is, how much, what the balance is remaining.
I think it's 160 or something.
We have like 160, you think?
I believe so.
I would definitely move to,
That sounds like chump change.
yeah.
Maybe we can tie to the ordinance. to the budget. Just approve both of them at the same time.
Yeah.
Get it off and get it out of here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, well, Maisha is hunting. Anybody else have questions or observations on non-departmental, which is other expenditures, that
You
page.
found it that fast.
Well, it's that's what statement from February that I had.
What's quick?
It irritates me.
9,314.
Wow, wait.
Well, that's the,
Yes.
that's the total amount due, period.
What?
The
It's only
total amount
9,000?
due is 9,000.
No, that's our monthly payment.
Okay.
You see, no, that's our monthly
For
payment.
how many months?
How much?
But how much, yeah, how much?
So we're paying 2.9% interest, I believe I just saw,
655.
and we have a principal balance of 655. I don't know, was it $1 million loan or I don't.
That sounds right. Six
Okay,
fifty-five,
well,
that's a lot
then in
to pay
that
off.
case, maybe, I don't know.
Two point nine is a pretty good
I would-
rate.
I'm not saying let's pay it all at once, but I think we need to come up with a strategy of
Yeah.
paying it off.
I thought it was $50,000.
Oh, no.
$55,000.
Yeah, but at the same time, I mean, we are well over capitalized. And so,
But you have to think, that was a loan we got to pay streets that we've been paying for since, I'd have to go find an amortization.
those streets
schedule.
have been paved like 10 times since.
Correct.
No, the life of a street should be 20 years, according to the people at the consultants at the University of Maryland. So you get a loan, then they give you a loan for a number of years because you expect to do it every 20 years. We sometimes have done it more than 20 years.
If you live on Topton, your street's repaved every 3 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
That should not be.
So I'll look to see what information I can find on the loan or when we got it. If by chance I can find what streets were done in that loan. And then you all can make, but for me, it's not, no, I'm not saying let's pay off the whole
Yeah.
6 something, but I'd like to see us come up with a plan of, we're gonna pay it off over the next 3 years. Or whatever it's gonna be, so that we're not paying this for another.
Yeah,
10 years.
I agree. If we could learn more about outstanding loans, contracts, things
We
like
only have
that.
2. Oh, so I had pulled it up
Yeah,
for me. So no, it was 1.7.
that's the amount of debt we carry right now.
That was what that loan was for. when we
Oh,
got it.
okay. So we
For
paid,
20 years.
That's about right. Streets last 20 years if you take care of them properly.
yeah. The reason why Topton gets repaved is because WSSC keeps on opening it.
All right, and that's an
Everywhere.
anomaly.
Everywhere.
It's not an anomaly there, but that's what happens.
And so if we got it in 2012, this loan won't be paid off until 2032.
I don't get heartburn either way in this one, but whatever you guys want to do.
I mean, we've already paid $479,000 in interest, so I feel like we should
Yeah,
definitely
that's gonna make sense.
consider paying.
paying on the principal.
Yeah, or consider paying, you
Yeah,
know,
money on the
escalating the
principal.
payment
Well, as you
schedule.
amortize it, you pay more principal than you do interest, so the interest payments will be lower now on a lower balance, but
Yeah,
you pay the most interest up front. It's not a
this,
straight
this
line.
may sound like a stupid question, but have we ever, are there any rules around, you know, like the mayor could spend, you know, $29,999.99 without talking to us, right? If she started paying $29,000 a month on this, there's nothing we can do to stop her, and
As long as it's budgeted.
It has to
Well,
be
it's budgeted.
budgeted.
Because if it's
Yes.
not, because she can spend that, but if it's not budgeted, she
yes,
can't.
of course. And so with all of our debt, do we just typically pay the monthly payment?
We only have 2 loans.
And we typically budget for that?
We have this one, and then we have the ones that we have the one that we did the building improvements here for the air conditioning, the lights and the
Yeah.
ceiling. And so for that one, you do 1 principal payment a year because it's a CDA
Yes, you do.
PDA loan where you pay 1 principal payment a year and then 1 and 2 interest payments a year.
I kind of like where you're going. Could we start doubling up or sending extra to pay it down faster?
We just would have to we'd have to change the budget because it's not budgeted for us to do that. And so in order for me to do that, yes, we'd have to. make-
2032 is 7 years from now. I think we could definitely pay this loan in 2 to 3 years, you know, with money pulled from these accounts, you know, and save
Save the interest.
some interest.
And then I'll also go back and look to see if there was some legal paper. I would assume there was something written on what street you were doing when we did this loan. So I'll see, so then that way, for Wednesday's council meeting, I'll have all.
All right, so I guess I'm gonna put it in a formal motion. I would like to move that we take money from the uncommitted, can you pull that page back up with the uncommitted and, oh, it's here in front of me. Actually,
You know, Brianna, we're really straying from the agenda today by getting into voting on loans. Could we put this on Wednesday and do it? It won't make any difference as far as timing.
yeah, that's
We have a
fine.
meeting on Wednesday. Let's talk, and that would give you time to think about what fund you might want to take it out of to.
Yeah,
for the
exactly. I'll do
budget
that.
amendment. So let's add that to Wednesday's
Okay.
agenda, and Caitlin ought to give me a draft, and I'll try to make a note, okay? That we're
Yeah.
gonna look at city debt and decide if we want to prepay. Thank you, Caitlin. And I will look at that agenda and get back to you. I haven't yet.
And
Yeah, we'll
I
do that on
should
Monday.
check if there's any prepayment penalty.
Okay, now
Yeah.
we're on,
Yeah, can you do this?
now we're on other expenditures / non-departmental. I think we wrapped it up, which means I'm gonna ask, not Maisha, I'm gonna ask Caitlin to look at the screen. Are any hands there? Anybody wanna add to this discussion?
Very helpful.
Anybody typing on the
Yes.
screen that we have any questions?
I've been in council for 20 years. I'm gonna understand this budget.
Nothing on the screen, no hands up. And then scratches number 3. Then we go into administration, and let's all go searching without a page number to see if we're all on the same page. General government, mayor, and city council is part of administration, but I think that's just a couple pages, right? Let me see what I remember reading. Yeah, and then general government administration. So we're gonna start with general government, mayor, and city council, and then 2 pages later, you'll see administration. So I'm gonna entertain comments on general government, mayor, and city council. And since you have it right in front of you, so I'll let you start this time. So nobody steals your thunder.
Yeah, right.
I asked a question when I first came on. It's about cell phones, 53-100. I asked them to give me a copy or a list of everybody who has a cell phone that's being charged to us because the last mayor didn't return her cell phone. And my question was it still on? And I got oh no.
So I was curious.
Yeah, I asked Andrew if he got the last cell phone and a laptop back from Mayor Douglas. And he told me no. And I said, well, are they still on? He said, I don't know.
Her phone's not on, I can tell you that.
Okay. At least you can answer the
Yeah, I
question.
can answer that.
So I was just curious who did have a cell phone from us and is it active and are they still here?
So I just recently went through the whole cell phone bill.
Oh, okay. So we know.
Yes. Because the cell phone bill had become a bane of my existence. And so prior, we were keeping cell phones on for whenever they rehired the person. I have now told all staff, as soon as someone is gone, I want the phone off.
Okay.
And if it's a person that's going to get a phone, we have a stash of phones that the person can choose from, and we will turn the line on.
Okay.
But no, I have audited the whole phone bill, and we're good.
And I know when you guys were on council, we went through the phone bill and even Mayor Uncle's phone we were paying for.
Yeah.
He was dead like for a long time. So the going through the phone bills and cleaning it up was a big issue because people left and took phones with them or people took whatever and it wasn't, no, we have a stricter regime. on
Mhm.
phones.
And I have also said by chance, if we have to order phones, T-Mobile gives us free phones. So you pick from a free phone.
And T-Mobile used to give us a favorable rate too, so.
They give us great rates because we do not pay for the police department at all. We really only pay for administration and public works. Because even my code enforcement team is, because when they were rolled under the police department. And so there's only one that I pay for. And so actually Major is gone on vacation right now. And so when he comes back, that one line that I'm currently paying for will be moved under the police department with the rest of the code department.
The code is not under the police department now.
No,
No,
it's
the
not.
code is under me.
You didn't tell T-Mobile that.
Don't tell T-Mobile at it.
And one more question. I noticed how the newsletter has gone down drastically. And Dwayne has brought up the thing to also of doing it in black and white. Would that lower it even lower?
So we're moving to a company starting in July that we will be running ads in the newsletter. So we'll still be color and all of that. And so those advertisements will pay for the newsletter. Berwyn Heights went to it this year.
I like that.
Maybe
I like
last
that.
year.
I like that too.
Actually is doing it now, and so we're gonna follow the same company.
Nice.
I think it's
Very
called
nice.
LPI or something like that.
The only thing you don't have any control over the ads that are being placed.
Oh,
And you're also now gonna be set. It's always gotta be whatever, I think we chose 16 pages, whatever.
Oh,
it
so
is,
the layout is
it
dictated by
stays
them
the
for
same.
the
You
ad
can't
revenue.
change.
Yeah.
Some drawbacks.
Yes.
Before you leave newsletter, I just read University Parks in Hyattsville. I'm gonna put it on your spot over here so you can look at it and share it with the staff. They want to get ideas, okay? I think they do some things that are worth
Wow.
noting.
Okay.
Hope it's
And if
not
the
like
council would
Peanut
like to see them, I have
Island
copies right here. You're
ads
welcome
and-
to pass them down. if they- Yeah, they do some nice newsletters at University Park and Hyattsville. We might get ideas, that's all. I'm not saying ours is
that's
bad.
pretty.
Yeah.
It's eye catching.
Yeah, all right.
I'm-
And
I'm-
before you wrap up, Cynthia's concerned on cell phones, that $200 is a whole year. And the phones are free in that space, so you're not talking significant money here. Later, there were some questions that Brianna had in cell phone. Okay. Lincoln, what do you have on this page for general government?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I saw at the beginning in the mayor's summary that there's a 2.7% increase in, health costs. So I noticed that throughout the whole budget that particular line item in each section went up. But, I noticed that the retirement and pension, it's 48,000, jumped from 2,000 to, looks like 5,354. Can you explain what that is?
So if council will remember, last week we did a budget amendment for retirement and pension. Because of the rates that we're now paying, I have no control over that. We get a bill in December to tell us this is how much your bill is. And so, that was part of that budget amendment we just did.
Gotcha. Thank you. The change from 12,500 to 17,000 for the dues and subscriptions,
MML.
MML, okay.
Ask all the same questions.
And then the training, travel and meetings from 20,000 to 30,000, is that also MML too?
You said subscriptions is MML?
Using subscriptions is MML.
Okay.
No, no worries. The 20,000 to 30,000 for the training,
That was
travel and
just me
meetings?
guessing out that all mayor and council will go to summer, fall, NLC. Yes, that's the cost of travel.
Gotcha. And I know, my colleague, council member Bean is gonna talk to this, but I saw it too. Is there a way that we can increase the fire department grant? That's only $5,000 and West Lanham Hills is our first due. And I think we could do whatever we can to support their organization because they do respond here in Carrollton. Could you explain to me if there's a way that we can possibly increase that a little bit?
So this is now in your hand, in the council's hands. So I mean, just like last year when we did the budget, that's when council decided they wanted to fund it. I think it was $35,000. So I mean, it's up to the council on what you all want to fund. And I mean, then we'll, as we go through this whole budget, maybe we'll find savings in other places that will fund it, or we'll pull it from your savings account.
Okay, so I'll just put it out there. I'd like to see it increased. I think we could talk about it as a group as to how much more we could put into that particular line.
And the
item.
reason being why it was just a little bit lower, because we just turned over the check for the 35,000.
Mm,
And when I met with the chief mechanic from the paid firefighters, there was a lot of programs that was bringing money in from the state for all the fire departments. So that's the reason why it wasn't a big necessity to increase it. We just gave the 35 and we are giving 5 now. So it was what was the real necessity of maybe making a large increase with the funding that they're getting from the state?
Gotcha. Okay.
So we just had a meeting with the fire department and we just had a meeting with all volunteers and paid firefighters right here on 48 because they're planning to do a whole new changes with the LPAD to assist doctors, hospitals. So a lot of funding came in for that.
And I that, I don't know if you, but every year I get the envelope in to donate $30 or more, and I do it every year. So I'm wondering if everybody in New Carlton gets that. I'm quite sure people appreciate it. doing
But they have to buy a truck that's $2.2 million. So they haven't.
We
paid
can
for it.
discuss as a body as to how much more, but I'd like to see that increase a little bit. And, I think the same for the youth activities grant, that's dropping from 20 to 10. It'd be nice if we can bump that back up to at least maybe 15 or 20 to support the youth here in the city of New Carrollton. So again, I put it out there. We could talk about it as a group, but when that dropped half of what it was in the prior year's budget, it was a concern for me. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, and my comments before I pass down the line here is, Lincoln, I think the fire department is something we should add to an agenda too and discuss. And it might even be nice to have one of the chiefs from the local departments come in from West Lanham Hills, because we have had in the past, and they tell us what their plans are, and we get an idea of how we can help support them.
Sounds
And
good.
as far as the retirement and pension, if the council hasn't read it, like we accounting people do on page 56 of the Lindsay report, there's the retirement plan, and it explains on 2 pages what the actuarial assumptions are, what the expected rates of return are on the various allocated investments, what they use as a discount rate, how they come up with the city portion, and that's what Maisha and our accountant here are given to come up with and add the numbers in the budget. It's really beyond our control, other than if we were to choose as a city not to use the state retirement plan. Okay, but if we stay with it, we're kind of given this, and we all have a copy of this report. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
you're welcome. Now down the line, Brianna.
Lincoln and Cynthia stole a lot of my thunder, but no, this is, I was concerned about the retirement, but now I understand that's really kind of out of our control. There was a significant increase in website and computer software. That was a question that I had on my spreadsheet here. And the answer I received from the city is that all of the software for the entire city was moved to the IT department. So that's why the number is so high. It used to be that was a line in police and public works. Now it's all in one place. There was an increase in the consulting services line for the administration. And I asked for an explanation, and the answer I received was the city is planning on working on a strategic plan and welcome distribution and community engagement needs of the city. So we'll probably see a plan or something in fiscal year 27 on that. I asked about the increase in cable costs, and that is something that we don't.
You're throwing me off. You're talking general administration or
Yes.
mayor and council?
General administration. Did I jump too far ahead?
Are we done? I haven't spoken to mayor and council.
I thought we were doing like the whole administration in one.
Okay, okay.
And so, those numbers are from the PEG revenues, and so that's why they are what they are. It's not something that we designate. I asked the question, why did equipment maintenance contracts increase so much from 2025 to fiscal year 25 to 26? And it looks like the fiscal year 25 was just a low forecast. It was more appropriately forecasted in 26. I asked the same question that Ms. Mills had about how many people in the administration have cell phones, but we got a good explanation for that. I asked about the increase in dues and subscriptions that Lincoln asked about. That was MML. I don't think I have any other questions related to administration or mayor and council. Thank you.
Okay, and before we go on, the cell phones you point to, Brianna, you moved into the section on general government and council. I want to keep it there, and you moved into general government administration, which is fine. That's all part of this section of the agenda. But the cell phones you're referring to in 53100 are budgeted for $10,000. And that is kind of a high number, isn't it, Maisha? If it's only
Yeah, we
$10
can
a
actually,
month.
because I calculated it yesterday.
Uh-huh. And it's more than double what it was, and I think that's the point Brianna made, but now that you explained that the police are all free and it's still $10 a line with T-Mobile. how
Well,
do
it's
we-
not $10. It's
Not
like,
10?
it's like 30, I think it's 21 or 30.
21, okay, so more than doubled since the time I was here.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, but
Right.
still
Because
25,
back then, we used to also just pay a general flat fee,
yes.
and we don't pay the flat fee anymore.
Back then you didn't have data costs either.
Right.
Mm,
Oh, yeah.
mm, mm,
But data
Oh,
will be
yeah,
every time.
mm, mm.
So we could actually make that number probably like 5,500.
The 10,000, 5,500.
Mm-hmm.
And if people are on that page, you might want to make a note of that, just so you know that
If I can
Brianna's
speak to that
observation,
number.
I'm sorry, what?
No, can I speak to that number?
Sure, but
specifically?
I wanna, if you stop for a minute, I wanna make sure all the council members make a note that that can be 5,500. And thank you, Brianna, for bringing that to our attention and for Maisha's explanation and all that. And Agnelli, go ahead, you can speak to that number.
Because I wasn't ready to go there, but on that specific number, and I have these notes across my budget book, it's the budget amendment that was approved. And so on specific cell phones for the general administration, that was budgeted 4,500, and the budget amendment that was approved added 2,000, because you told me that's what you needed to get
Mhm.
through this year. So that is 6,500, and I questioned, how did we get to 10,000? Now you're saying that 5,500 would be enough,
Mhm.
less than what we budgeted for 2026. Because you're
Correct.
bringing it down.
Yes, I'm bringing it in.
Fantastic. That is a good revision, and it goes to 55. Okay, that was the one coming on that item.
Okay,
I had just one
Go
before
ahead,
we ready
Cynthia.
for 54,000. Keep up a Hanko building. What are we gonna do with that building?
you're asking me?
We've been putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg for
I,
years.
So
Band-Aid on a broken
so
leg.
the
I love that.
54,000 overall is everything, the utility bills. It's it's everything that we do in that.
Are we gonna do anything with it?
So currently, right now, Boys and Girls Club meets there every day.
Yeah.
And we also have employee PG in that building. I did ask for LBI money. We did not get any LBI money for that building. But I did also ask the feds for 2 million in earmarks. The email I got from them, me and Ms. Brown got from them a couple weeks ago, was if we did not get the 4 million from the state, could we still use the 2 million? And so we told them, yes, we can rescope the project. All my stuff for meeting on Monday, on Wednesday. Boys and Girls Club received $1 million in funding to get a new building in New Carroll. So what we're currently trying to see is, can we put that building on Harlan Street?
Oh.
So then that way we can redo Harlan Street, put a building, and then the kids could continue to be at the Hankel building without being disrupted while we go through the project. So we did meet with, the Boys and Girls Club last Thursday and Friday, remember 2 days last week, over at Harlan Street so they could look at the property. And then they brought their contractors out there this week, so that the contractor that they use to do all their other buildings in the state of Maryland, look at it to see was it feasible. So I have now put their contractor into contact with, CPJ for them to have engineering conversations, because that's beyond me. But it looks like Boys and Girls Club could take their $1 million and put it there. So once everything is finalized, we will then have to come to council to make sure council agrees that this is a good idea. But that's where we are. So LBI wise, we did get 250,000 from the state. For Harlan Street. And so if everyone will also remember, when Mayor Nemhart was here before, she had gotten 250,000 from the state before for a skate park, which when Janice was here as the city administrator and Mayor Dozier was here, they got that 250 moved to to Hanko building.
On it back.
So now I have to figure out how to have a conversation with Senator Washington. Can we take that 250 and put it back to Harlan Street? So then that way we would have the $1 million plus 500. So we'd have $1.5 million to actually then fill the pool, do a building, and maybe do some type of basketball court, something else over there, a park at Harlan Street, and finally have something going on.
Excuse me, did you say build a pool?
Phil,
Fill the
Fill.
pool.
Oh, fill the
Fill.
pool.
Phil the
Oh,
Touch
you
the
can't do no
pool.
pool, that's a money.
No, fill the pool. Yeah. So that's where we are right now in conversations. And I had planned on talking to y'all about this on Wednesday.
So we should put that on the
breaking
agenda.
news.
Yeah.
I was
That's
so
cool.
happy to hear that. Yes, Lord.
But that doesn't
What,
answer your question about the Hanko
2014?
building.
So Hanko Building, I am now waiting from the feds, and maybe the feds will give us $2 million to do the Hanko Building, because really we wanted a community center.
Right.
That's really what we wanted to do at the Hanko. So then that way, that's where your residents could use it. We could still use it for employee PG. We could set up like workspace for our residents that maybe work from home and things like that, where they have workspace during the day. But then that's where the council meetings would be. Because I learned the history, that's where council meetings used to be back in the day.
Before my time.
Oh, before your time.
That was City Hall back in the
Yeah,
nineteen
in the
sixties.
beginning. yeah.
Okay. And so that's what we'd like to see as the vision of that becoming that space. So hopefully the feds will agree with our vision.
We had a meeting when I was chair with VHB, which is another engineering firm, and they gave us a kind of a feasibility study. And Mayor Dodro asked us to vote kind of informally, just so that she would have a sense of what the council wanted. And it was unanimous. There was 3 different options presented to us. Putting a Band-Aid on a broken leg, like you said, which was the cheapest one, but also not like the safest one. Destroying the building entirely and rebuilding. And there was a kind of enhanced, but in the existing footprint and the existing
I remember that, 'cause
ridiculous spatial
they thought
design
the
that it is.
foundation wasn't right.
Yeah, everything is bad about that building. And so we decided unanimously, I don't know if we were 4-member council or 5-member council at that time. Yeah, it might have, it was unanimous that we all said that knocking down the building and building a new one was the right thing to do, because the building in its current form, it's grandfathered in, but it, predates ADA. It's
Code,
not,
everything is on.
it's
The
not,
roof
it's
is bad now.
grandfathered in from a code perspective. It's, the floor is like this. So I remember it was 2.2 million to not rebuild a new building and 1.8 million to bring it into code.
That makes sense.
And so it didn't make sense to spend 1.8 million to still have the poor infrastructure, the poor HVAC, the poor water sources, all that stuff.
Okay, for a future agenda item. That sounds good. Thank you. That really is helpful
Another one.
information. Yeah.
But I
Not
know,
this
Sir
plan.
Chair, you always wanted to move City Hall into the city.
I did. That would be a
So
great
it
place
would
for it.
be
That was part of the
helpful
study
if
that
we
they
could
did for us.
fix that and ship
Yeah.
out.
But that was more than a $1 million building or a $2 million building. That was much larger, because if you move City Hall in there, you got to accommodate staff and the question of the police department and what you do with this building.
Oh,
So we
that's
can,
true.
yeah, so that's all for another discussion.
Agnelli has her hand.
I'm sorry, Gnally, go
No,
ahead.
no, I want to get to my comments on.
Go
the
ahead, keep
council
going.
and general
Okay,
administration.
please do.
Okay. So retirement and pension, that was aligned, repeated many times in the budget amendment. That I can talk to each of those numbers when we get to the specific departments. But what I couldn't see across the budget book was making sense on how the increase was in the different departments. And so just for the mayor and council on the retirement line, the budget was 2,000 for this year. And you asked for a budget amendment of 1,665 based on the bill you got. And so you're asking for 5,355, which is way more than what you needed to end this year. And so if the invoice for 25 was 3,665, because that's what you said you needed to close this year, then let's pick a percentage of whatever the bill was in 25 to kind of estimate what next year's retirement portion would be for each of the departments and apply that consistently to whatever we needed for this year.
And so what the system does, because I'm gonna tell you for retirement, we don't pick a number. So what it is we take that percentage of what we got this past year, and the system calculates based on the wages that are in the budget. And it just drops. So I took the December bill that we got in December of 25 and saw that percentage. And so I plugged it into, so behind the scenes, we have all the employees' wages. And so that's what kind of calculates FICA, health insurance, workers' comp, and retirement and pension. And so I'd have to look to see what are we calculating.
The retirement and pension comes from the calculation that is done
But
by the
what
actuary.
I'm seeing is it's not consistent, the increase across amounts. So like, for this one, I'll give you the budget amount numbers that need to be added.
Okay.
And then I'm asking across the board to take a second look at what you're asking for retirement pension, because we have to do a major budget amendment for that line.
Okay.
So in the council, we added in the budget amendment, 1,665. So that would bring the total expenditures for fiscal 26 to 3,665. And you're asking for 5,354. Whatever percentage of that is calculated, is it in line with the other increases? Okay, when I looked at the same number for general administration, the budgeted for fiscal 26 was 137,000. And the budget amendment we just passed was for 31,824. So that puts us at 168. But you're asking for almost 192. And so see what percentage are we increasing these numbers across, taking in consideration the budget amendment that we just passed. Okay. So now let's look at training and travel for the mayor and city council account. This budget book said there was a budgeted amount of 20,000, but the budget amendment that we just passed had it identified as $9,153 as approved in the budget, and we approved a request for 15,000. And so when we see it increase to 30,000, I'm concerned of what the baseline for expenditures is. And here, if you want to look at the budget amendment we just approved. So we have approved 24,000 and change for city and mayor council. The higher increase for MML. Do we need to increase it that much more? Because we approved 24,000 so far for this year, even though here it says budgeted 20, but the budget amendment said we had budgeted 9,153. So there's a discrepancy, go research it, but we have approved 24,000. As of right now. Do we really need that much more just for the mayor and council in training and travel? And how much of that is a want and how much it's a need? Okay. I support the idea of giving more money to the fire department. I do question why youth activities, boys and girls club, and community outreach have a pattern of going down. Is that less of a priority for the administration? Or is money being reallocated from somewhere and is out of this particular budget line item?
You're waiting for an answer, right? Maisha? Can you do
Wait a minute,
that?
hold on, because I
I
was,
think she's looking for
Okay, all right.
the travel and.
I was
training.
correct. So I have the NLC conference would be about $2,800. The mayor's conference in Annapolis is $830. Mayor and council to go to MML is $16,504.
That's summer and fall.
That's just summer. And then the MML Winter Conference is $9,500. So that's why it was 30.
So it's not a want, it's
So
what
you're
it is.
breaking down that, then the problem somewhere is the discrepancy between what this budget book says was budgeted for 2026, which according to the budget book says 20,000, but according to the budget amendment that we approved, we fed 9,153. So that might be an accounting problem. So I'm satisfied with your explanation of the 30,000.
Maybe because
But
we moved it out by
Seems
name.
that we spent more. We spent 30, if the budget was 20,000 and the council approved a budget amendment of 15, it means we approved 35,000. But that's not what the budget amendment says. Am I losing you? Right?
I'm
No, you're not
lost.
losing.
Oh,
it.
no.
2027 says not what is in the
So-
budget this year.
This budget book said that there was 20,000 in the 26 budget. The budget amendment we just passed added 15,000
Mhm.
to that line item, travel, because according to the city manager, there was not enough funds to cover summer MML.
Mhm.
She showed that there was only budgeted 9,153, and that's what the budget amendment shows as budgeted. And so I questioned why so little was budgeted that everybody knew MML was coming. So assuming that the number in the budget amendment was wrong, and we go by the budget book, 20 was approved and 15,000 additional was approved for 26. So then we're looking at expenditures of 35,000, but a lot less, 30 being budgeted for 27. So we're going to be short again. If we go by the expenditures in this year, according to the budget book, not the budget amendment. So somewhere the numbers are not correct.
So I do show that for training and travel for mayor and council is now at $35,000
Okay. So
this
then-
year. So what I'm thinking is because we now break it down, Cynthia, Lincoln, Brianna, Felicia, Dwayne, it
Okay.
got pulled when we did the budget amendment. It pulled from that number and it didn't add all the individual ones.
Okay, you're explaining, so we are spending 35,000 in this year, but the administration is asking for 30 for next year. This is the kind of surprise I want to plan. If we needed 35, it's highly likely we'll need at least 35 next year. I don't want you to come back in March and say there's not enough money for MML at the end of next fiscal year. So can we at least make this travel amount the same as what we're needing for 26?
Why don't we take the 4,500 that we just took out of cell phones and move it there?
You know, because this is only major and council. I'm not looking yet into the general administration fund. I'm just talking on the fund balances for the.
Yeah, but you have
mayor
to-
and
we have to
council.
What she's saying is that if you save in another area, that can be added there. That's what she's
But
saying.
There's tons to discuss regarding training and travel and other, but just in general, the administration may figure out where the income, the revenues are coming.
And we
What
only
I'm
need
saying
30
is
and you added it up.
fiscal
Well, I did.
responsibility says
but-
if we needed 35,000 to get through this year, and we are interested in continuing our participation in the multiple events for the mayor and council only,
Mhm.
we should at least have exactly the same amount or allow a little bit more,
Yeah,
but
no,
not less.
Yeah, but you
I'm
added-
saying what you're saying too. I'm saying, let's
Okay.
just take the 4,500 from the cell phones that we identified as savings and use
I
it to
have a
cover.
problem with that because there's a problem with other areas in terms of training and expenses when we get to.
They gotta
general
come from
administration.
somewhere.
Could I ask that we stick to the budget? We can do
Yeah.
budget amendments later and Maisha can decide where the money
Okay,
comes from.
so
But right
my
now, what should the
recommendation
budget amount be?
A revised amount for training.
It seems to me it's
under the
35,000.
mayor and council
Okay, so you want 35,000.
at a minimum.
But like,
I don't know, Councilman
did
Ronalde
have
made
it.
a big speech about how we're the ones who decide these things. So I'm the one proposing the thing. I don't want Maisha to propose the thing. I want to propose the thing. I propose we take the 4,500 and move it there.
Bingo.
Works for me.
Okay,
Yeah, but she also calculated specifically for all the fees and it came up to 30.
Yeah.
So if you want to give 5 more, we'll just go to more training, that's all.
I'm not following what you're saying, then I'm proposing we match the same amount.
Yes, and I'm
With
proposing that
that.
we take the 4,500 to make the number that you're asking for.
And that won't end up in the end, but that's your proposal.
Excuse me, I don't have page numbers. I can't help you with the page, but we're in, general government, mayor and council, okay? I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, you had a question for me. No?
Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead,
I'll start
Agnola.
with the mayor and council. The welcome committee, which we just recognized the city volunteers, goes from 500 to 0. Are we eliminating that welcome committee? Or is it moving to a different place that is being funded? Committee under mayor and council.
It is, all the committees are.
You just reminded me of something.
We could have used the money that they have now to do what they need to do in this budget. They don't need to do it next budget.
No, that's the supply. There's one that has all the committees.
Does Maisha need those, Caitlin? Maisha, you're thinking about something else, but let her have it. I don't.
Oh, yeah, okay. Mayor and council.
You can always knock on that door. You could drop, you could park back there.
Community
I know, I didn't
organizations.
even think about it. I didn't want to interrupt you.
So under community organizations, you will see $4,500.
Yes.
And so under that will include
It's all the,
welcome
committees
committee. I won't explain. Where is it?
Green team.
Yeah, it should be the green team.
It's all the committees under one.
Oh, I hate this small screen.
While they're doing that, Brownie, you're absolutely right.
No, this ties to the
I apologize.
previous
You
question.
move it around now.
That
No
wasn't
budget
answered.
amendment on the 4,500.
You know, I asked specific questions where we got sidetracked into MML. I asked to understand why youth activities, Boys and Girls Club, community outreach expenses all went down significantly. And I had the follow-up and community promotion with 0 out,
No, I had to hit
along with
edit.
welcome committees. And so I had the follow-up question, why was the increase in community organizations to 4,500, but it doesn't account for a reduction of 10,000 in youth activities, a reduction of 2,500 in Boys and Girl Club, and a reduction of 7,000 in community outreach expenses.
So under there, you have the green team, the senior resource committee, the welcome committee, the zoning committee, ethics, and then the Weinbach scholarship committee for the 4,500.
Okay. Welcome
So,
committee.
Green team is 1,000, senior resource is 1,000, the welcome committee is 2,000. Zoning was no money, ethics, no money.
Green team, 1,000.
Green team, 1,000.
Okay.
Senior resource committee, 1,000. The welcome committee, 2,000.
Uh-huh.
And then the Weinbeck scholarship, 500.
Okay, that sounds really nice. Now, can you speak to the reduction then on youth activities, Boys and Girls Club, community outreach expenses?
Activities, $10,000. So the youth activities grant for $10,000, just so this year we spent 9,400. Last year, we spent 7,000. The year before was 6,000.
Okay,
So that's why we did 10,000.
less in 26. Boys and girls?
Well, actually, it was more in 26. So we spent 9,400 this year. And FY 25 was 7,000 and FY 24 was 6,000.
Okay, that's youth activities.
Yes.
Boys and Girls Club,
Boys and Girls Club grant of $3,000.
mhm. Yes, down from 5,500.
The Boys and Girl Club is a
Reimbursable
reimbursable.
grant.
So
So
if
they
they
actually
don't
have,
spend it,
yes, they have to, they submit their receipts to us. It's our Boys and Girls Sports Club,
club, not the Boys and Girl.
not the kids, the other one.
That's a
Boys
Felix.
Grant, okay, so that's, we're expecting less money in the boys grant, okay? And community outreach expenses going from 12,000 to 5,000.
We haven't spent much in that line item, and so that's why we did 2,100 in FY 24. Now FY 25 was 18. I'd have to look what we did there. This year, we've only spent 1,000,
Oh, okay,
and so that's why we took it down to 5,000.
that makes sense. Okay, that is for the terms. Okay. So moving on to general administration. It has a lot of stickies. Let's start first with budget amendment numbers, because I pay close attention to that. And so if we're looking at 4,200 overtime employees for general administration, we budgeted in 26 for 10,000. The city administration came to us and said, oh, we need 7,000 more. So that's a total of 17,000 for this year. You're asking for 10,000 again. I'm gonna make this comment now, and it will apply as we get to the different departments, because there was a lot of overtime that the city came to us and said, oh, we already spent it. Of course, we have to cover it. But the budget does not reflect the numbers that came into the budget amendment. But in general, what is going to be this administration's north regarding overtime and how to control it and how to manage the available resources so we don't get to budget amendments in March because overtime went crazy? What's going to be the general approach?
But in this particular year, there were some unforeseen things that were done, like the bridge works that they mostly did on the weekends to catch up on getting a lot of things done. So most of the overtime was geared into those projects. We don't have those projects coming next year. So that's the reason why the overtime has been limited to this amount this year. One of the things I want to preach is, once I came into office, one of the things I preach every day is that we don't go over our line items, contrary to what everybody else believes, and that there will be punishment counting the light posts if they do. But we want to forecast what the issues are going to be. So this year we had some areas that we had to forecast into. We got some grants, and we worked on the weekends to do those grants. So it made the overtime go over. Next year, I can rest assured line items will not go over because people were under the premonition budget amendment is the norm. So that's what it is. What we ask for is what we need.
Okay, I am very encouraged by the approach the mayor is saying that budget line items amounts will be more closely monitored in this coming year. I recognize the unpredictability of overtime in the public works arena. And when we get to public works, I'll address the overtime specifically there and how to manage the 80,000+ in overtime there. But now I'm looking at the amount in general administration that budgeted 10 last year, is asking for 10 this year. But the budget amendment just approved needed 7,000. So what is the plan? To keep to 10?
I'm hoping that our only overtime in administration will be for like the spring event and the community day event. I know this year, like I know one of the things that hit administration hard was when we lost our account. And so our office manager was working on key and invoices. And so I know that's what killed us. And that was a big hit for us for about 2 months.
2 months less.
Yeah, 2 months that she was working on. And a lot of that was in the evening when she was done her normal job. And so that's where we got into a lot of overtime in administration. On top of, we did do the implementation of an accounting system this year. And so that was a huge hit. So I'm hoping that we won't have those anomalies, but we won't have a new accounting system. And then hopefully we won't have the shortages in staff. So I'm hoping that we can control the overtime more. Because most of the people in administration, they prefer comp time instead of overtime.
So we've been using comp time more or flex hours to avoid the overtime. Maybe like, for instance, when we did the spring event, I know it was stated in an open meeting that that's where the overtime was caused by. But for the spring festival, we did comp time right across the border for everyone. So that was a miscommunication or information that was passed out because we knew the overtime was already over, and yeah, we're putting the hammer down on line item adjustments.
Okay, so you're confident in your request, then 10,000 for overtime in the administration department budget. It's enough. And guardrails will be to stay within that number.
If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't put it.
Okay,
Councilmember Malave, I think that the organizational assessment is also going to be able to help inform us on this because, you know, we had overtime because we had a person filling in for a role that was vacant. When we have that organizational study that tells us what employees we need to have doing what responsibilities, I think that will also curtail overtime potentially.
okay. So we spoke about retirement intention for this budget line. Computer and IT support in the general administration had budget is zeroed out.
See, I told you to be careful. No, I'm just glad you're a broker.
Yeah, okay, thanks.
So that's zero out, computer and IT support.
Everything
That's
has been
bungled.
bungled. All the IT from all the departments are now lumped under one IT, under
And
IT.
that's the finance.
That's not finance, IT.
Like every software for
All
every.
Yes, but
software.
what budget department?
So
IT.
we have, so in here, so come down to website, this one right here, open it up.
Website and,
I got it. this
yes,
time
the
around.
one that went up to 405,000.
Yes, and so what that includes, keep scrolling, right there. So we have Paycom. We will continue to have AccuFund that we have to stand up for history because of employee information and all of that, but I have put it down to the smallest package we can get. Paycom is our HRIS system. OpenGov is now our system that we use for procurement, code enforcement, accounting, the GIS system that we're standing up to do a 311 system for the residents. That's there. Samsara's there, Biolytics, Civic Plus, which is our website, and our AMMS system, Canva, Hootsuite, Adobe, Google Workspace, Linktree. I have listed out every single software that the city owns
Okay,
and a cost to it.
so that explains the big 405.
Yes,
And computer IT and support has been zeroed out against all other departments.
yes.
Which is like, are we not spending money?
Nope, it's all right there. So it's one space and I'm not trying to have to allocate it amongst.
Okay,
And I did the same thing with insurance. You will not see
Yes, there's
insurance
that.
throughout all the departments. Because one thing that has always been one of my veins to existence is trying to allocate this bill out to the different departments. And it's like, why? We get one bill.
sounds good, I like that. And I'm gonna come back to that global budget thing. Global, okay. Those year fleet management system was zeroed out across multiple departments. What was that? Is that now Samsara?
So that was a system that was here.
Those here,
That was the
Yeah.
fleet system that, there was a 3-year contract on it. It was,
What is it for?
it was a fleet management software
Okay,
It was really expensive. We don't
that
use it.
I don't think, I don't know, did we ever use it? Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
last year for
Mhm.
administration.
I think it was duplicative once we brought Samsara on at the same time.
And Samsara is way cheaper.
okay, so we canceled that contract.
Mhm.
That makes sense. Consulting fees going up from 50,000 to 70 is not PRC, because PRC is in this year.
Strategic plan.
This is strategic planning and future. Okay. Temporary labor support. This budget book for 26 says 0. But we approved in the budget amendment 3,000. And according to the budget amendment, there was 25,000 already in that line item. So total expenditures would be 28,000, but we have 0. That
This year?
doesn't seem like good planning.
I pray we don't have any temps. We had temps because of vacant positions. And
Okay.
so hopefully we won't have any vacant positions that I need temps for. And if
where-
we do, it will be, I'm sorry, a budget amendment to move it out of that salary line item to then, because the position would be vacant, and to move it into a temp line item. But my plan is not to have temps.
I like that, but however, this budget book says there was 0.
But Agnelli,
For this number.
Agnelli, that was the adopted budget without amendments added in.
No, but the amendment, unless there's a previous amendment.
Mhm.
The amendment for that line said there was 25,000 budgeted and they needed 3,000 additional.
Was that right?
So
So
that
25,000,
total
you're
for the
showing
year
0?
Would be 28.
I see a 0 in there. What's
I
a
see a
25,000
0.
budget?
Temporary labor support,
So we have 27,181 in actuals. Can you scroll to that?
yes, and you asked for 3,000 more because the annual revised budget was 25,000. But that's, here says 0 for this year.
Is it
The actual expenditures are gonna be.
Is it under the temporary labor support?
Temporary
Well,
labor
I'm
support,
going by
0.
this, our budget amendment. So what you're saying is we needed 27,000 this year, but we're planning for 0.
Yes. Uh-huh, right here. FY 26 late, actuals 27,000,
Th-
and I'm 0 next year.
Okay, but then look at this book here, it has 0. For that line item.
That was the budget, I think, my issue.
No,
One is
The
budget and one is
amendment was for
actual.
3.
Remember that this manager was vacant, but we couldn't pay her because she was attempt to hire.
Yeah, I think there's another line item right there,
45.
salary interns and temps.
And so that's part, so in this budget, FY 25, we went from, I created a budget in AccuFund, OpenGov, and we switched to the new system last April. So they proceeded to map accounts. So when they mapped some accounts, so here, this is one, we had this and we had this. I have since now said, why do we have two separate numbers? Gotta fix it, because they did the mapping. And so unfortunately, yes, this 25 that was here in the adopted budget under salary, interns and temps,
So
we actually-
which name are you keeping?
I'm keeping this because I want names that go through the whole system, every department.
Okay.
I don't want outliers. 'Cause
So,
that creates
okay,
confusion.
so what was confusing is that the budget amendment refers to this new category,
Yes,
but
okay.
the money's really coming from here.
Yes, we moved it into a temp line item that works through the
Okay,
whole
So
departments.
that 25, it's here. And the plan is, we will need, but if we need temporary work, it's because there are savings in employee services. The plan. Temporary work expenditures, it's because there's a vacant position.
Correct. So it would be a budget amendment, moving it out of employee services to temp line if I have to get a temp.
Okay, so it's budgeted at 0 and plan to use.
Thank you for the orange.
You're very welcome. I'm thinking we should break at about 12:45 because Caitlin needs to leave at 1, then we can have a 15-minute break and let her go a little bit early. If everybody can hold on for a half hour. Grab a snack if you want it.
Okay, city newsletter. I heard the explanation going down from 30,000 to 8,000 is because we're going with a different company and,
That will be the postage to mail it out, and that's it.
okay, 8,000 only postage, everything else by advertising.
And the company will find the advertisement, so I can't tell you what ads would be in that. That's not me. They do that.
Okay. General liability insurance. It jumped from 17,000 to 153,000 because this is global now.
Yes. Legit by itself is a headache.
Okay,
Chase it.
public office liability and bonding. At 17,000 this year. The budget amendment asked for a needed 2,139, but we're looking at 0. What happened?
That's all, we put all the, because all of it's under that liability coverage, all the bonding and everything.
Okay, when you revise
Ooh,
this
sorry, I'm sorry.
under the category of 26, but adopted budget, would you update all the budget amendments that were approved just last 2 weeks ago? But that gives us the actual numbers for 26.
So if you look at the screen and council has access to this website, can you go down to general liability and open it up? Click that. So when you go across, you will see that there's an actual calculation for property,
General
bonding.
liability, public official liability and bonding, employee practice liability, auto insurance and excess liability.
Okay, so yes, I need to figure how to see this in OpenGov. Because in general we have access, but I don't know how to get there.
Okay.
Okay, but what I'm asking is, when you give us a revised budget book, the totals under fiscal 26 adopted budget should be updated to include the budget amendment, the 300.
Oh, the revised, so you want to see adopted budget and revised budget.
No, isn't the budget amendment part of the adopted budget for
Well, no,
26?
so because we'll have, so how, I can't speak for OpenGov. I know in AccuFund, you dropped in the original budget, and
Okay,
then in revisions, we do, you book it under a different, so then that way you see adopted budget, revision budget.
oh, okay, that sounds even better.
I haven't played in OpenGov enough. Shahid, when you pull in a budget amendment, is it under a different category or is it under a budget? In AccuFund, you had adopted budget, and then anytime I did a budget revision, it was a different journal entry type.
Yeah, no, it's the same.
It's the same? Okay, so no, it's sorry, it is gonna be the same.
So
So you'll
it
update it.
will, then if you edited the fiscal year 26 adopted budget would include,
The budget revisions.
yes.
Okay, we'll rerun it.
I mean, I like the other option better.
I do, and I'm gonna check with open government, that's an option.
Yes, that could be.
Cause I like mine way better.
How about fiscal 26 approved budget and fiscal 26 revised budget or adopted budget? Because that gives us a clear comparison to what we're actually approving for 27.
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, let's keep going. Number 7. Building maintenance and repaired. And if we tie it to the Hanco building, which we talked before, the budget, adopted budget for 26 says 15,000. The budget amendment refers to 22,000 in the budget, and you asked for 10,000 more because you knew it was needed. And so that puts us as a budget of 26 for $22,000. Given the experience, is 20,000 enough to keep the Hanco building going in fiscal 27? It's less than what you needed in 26.
I tried. So it's always been, we're conservative with our budget. So it's gonna be up to the council on if we wanna go less conservative.
And budget a higher amount that you think is realistic, and that's part of this exercise.
And yes, and avoid budget amendments in the future, in the middle of the year, if we planned and built some buffer. And then there's savings, we can celebrate that instead of scrambling because 7,000 more was needed. If we knew we spent 22,000 on a building that is aging and falling apart, we should budget more than what we needed to get through this year. Something else is gonna break. And so that's my general thinking in trying to avoid this pattern of budget amendments in the future.
Our policy has been though to do conservative, and so that through the year, we may find savings in other lines that we don't need. So example, the budget amendments that I just presented, we didn't have to bring in any revenue. Whereas if we do it at this point, we're going to have to either pull from the reserves to make that happen. Because at this, later on in the year, we'll know, okay, you know what, we didn't need this much money for X, Y, and Z. And so, okay, we can reduce. Or, example, we've had a lot of vacancies. So we were able to use that money to then fund other line items that we needed. And so it just depends on how this current council wants to, with us not raising taxes, we'd have to pull from reserves in order to fund some of these line items, unless we find other line items that have too much fluff. So I mean, that's.
Okay, that could be a conversation. What I would propose is for items that were as unpredictable as repairs to the Hanco building, we should spend propose in 27, same amounts we got hit with surprises with an old breaking down building, or similar expenditures when we get to streetlights. If our bill for electricity from Petco that has no negotiating room, it's more because of a budget amendment than what is being proposed for next year. It makes no fiscal sense. If you're paying higher utility bills as of now, it's
Can I
going
ask
to be higher.
a question
Uh-huh.
of your
You do.
question.
Thank you.
Like,
You will.
I guess there are two questions. First, you keep going
You're
back to the
unsalted,
budget amendment we
unfortunately. You like
just
salt and
passed,
that's it.
Mhm.
but we had other budget amendments in fiscal year 26. Are you thinking of all of them?
No, I can only
Yeah.
keep track of this. That's where administration can actually incorporate
Yeah.
what has been revised with even more powerful
Yeah.
information.
So just because I know that we've had several, but I don't know. And this is me, like, I'm not criticizing you because I'm every year that I do this, I learn more. But what the aversion to budget amendments is. And like, I'm going to give my personal layman example for my own personal finances, right? So we have a household budget and we budget $450 a week for our groceries. But sometimes we are able to, oh, we're going to go away this weekend, so we're not going to cook dinner those nights. So we, the bill only came to $382. We don't buy $450 worth of food just because we budget $450 worth of food every week. And then sometimes, usually when you have children, they tell you at the last minute everything that they need. And so we're at the grocery store and Jawari was like, oh, we have to bring 48 cupcakes to school tomorrow for this thing that I signed you up for 3 months ago. I'm telling you about it right now. And so, okay, this week I have to spend $462 as I have to buy these cupcakes that I didn't plan for because I didn't know about it. That additional $12 is going to come from, the line of my personal finances where I get my nails done or something like that. Every budget is going to have deviation. Like there's just always going to be that happens. What is the aversion to having budget amendments? Is actually when I was chair, I actually asked when Maisha came back, can we do this quarterly? Because we were getting that big one at the end of the year, and that was much harder to understand for me. And so I wanted to see budget amendments regularly because I wanted to see like, oh, okay, we had 3 positions vacant in public works. We can move that money over here to buy this piece of equipment that they need. Like it was I liked budget amendments. And so I'm not really sure why we're adopting this policy of like, we have no budget amendments. Like there's always going to be things. And also when it comes to facilities maintenance, and this is something I bring up every year, I do think we should have a facilities manager with someone who's experienced with maintaining buildings and maintaining large scale infrastructure so that we would have a better idea of what expected cost would be. Because in my 4 years of service, it does seem like everything always happens as an emergency, right? Like the water tank on this building, there was a big fight about that lasted like, I don't know, a year and a half. And ultimately we had to do it because there was no AC in the building. But somebody should have told us that 10 years earlier. It shouldn't have been like people got sent home from work because it was too hot to work here.
There was discussion years earlier.
Yeah.
People chose not to listen.
You all, the 3 of y'all.
No,
told me it
I'm
wasn't
saying
important.
10 years earlier. Like if you know a piece of equipment lasts 25 years, in year 10, you should be planning for purchasing that, not in year 21 or 20 or 24.
We only had those 3 years, so we couldn't
Yeah.
plan 10 years before coming
Yeah,
on.
and that's I'm not trying to call out any
Yeah.
specific person. I'm trying to just say that like, if we had a facilities manager in this on staff, which I hope that the organizational assessment might actually tell us, like you need somebody whose sole responsibility is looking at the physical infrastructure, making schedules and timetables of service. Oh, okay. And the questions when we get to the police department, I'll have a lot of questions about how do we even know when our cars need to be replaced? We just wait till they die? Like that's not a good strategy.
So
So-
let me respond to, it's not that no budget amendment is needed because life is full of
Surprise.
changes
Mhm.
and you need to respond to different priorities. The problem I had with budget amendments is coming and telling us in November, we need to find $420,000 for 3 trucks for leaf cleaning and snow plower that you freaking could have put in the
Stop.
26 budget amendment
Mhm.
that was being discussed at this time period.
Mhm.
That did not have to be an emergency budget amendment if proper planning had occurred during the budget process. The same thing, the emergency budget that we just approved had $30,000 for a machine to patch potholes better. We have been fixing potholes since the beginning of time. So if there was a new machine that could do the job better, it's not an emergency in March on the budget amendment. That's a want, not a need. If it's a need, put it in this budget, in this proposed budget to 27. And that's where I have a problem with budget amendments, that suddenly we need things that no one planned for. Snowcrete and needing 38,000 in overtime to deal with Snowcrete. Okay, we never had something like Snowcrete. We had snowstorms and needing overtime. So when we get to Public Works and there's a specific line call out for, public works, and it has 38,000 that was needed in 26. Well, let's plan some money in overtime for winter storms or just storms, weather
So my
related.
concern is if you give them the money, and this is not me criticizing anyone who works for the city at all, please do not take it this way. They'll spend it. And I'll put it out there. If you give the police department money, they're gonna spend it, whether or not they need it. So if you pad the budgets for the worst case scenarios, we're gonna spend more than we need. I guarantee there's never been a police budget that has come in where they didn't need more money. Like, and so I'm afraid of that strategy. Like,
This is the time to plan needs versus wants. And once the budget is approved, then it needs to be needs, not wants that can be planned for the next fiscal year. And that's why budget amendments require a supermajority, while the budget only requires 3 out of 5.
Sir Chair,
Yes, Madam
I
Mayor.
just wanted to make a little bit of, analogy. So, Ms. Agnellis, Sybil Malave, I know you are talking about what you conceive to be wants versus need. But just remember, you're one person and you're not really understanding the dynamics of some of the departments. Maybe if you're here, seeing what is happening here, you will understand it a little bit better. So I want to piggyback on what Brianna said. Some of the line items were going very conservative. Remember, we're not raising taxes to the residents, which means that if you want to go up $50,000 in different line item because you want it, just remember that 50,000 has to come from somewhere. And we're trying to avoid pulling money from the general reserve, which comes back to one of the auditors that was here had recommended that we move away from line items. I think we're stuck on the line item, as opposed to the overall budget and how we manage that budget. So as long as you're not going over the 16,000, I would say, and we're not wasting things on line items. Like for instance, I've been presented with things because the money is sitting there. No, we're not going to spend that right now. Don't spend. And this particular budget, I can tell you a lot of things happened while the line items went over. We had carryovers from last fiscal year that we just started to apportion to the line items. So for instance, we had credit cards, bills that were like 10 months behind going into the line items. So by the time it hit me, it's already over. So we are changing all of those dynamics. We are doing them each month, making sure that all of those stuff are going in, and we're not going to go over the line items. I've been preaching that since I came in, and everybody can agree with me. We've been preaching, don't go over the line item, but.
Mr. Chair, can I address what I was saving for the end of the discussion? I gave you a highlight.
Go
But
ahead.
I wasn't finished, Agnelli.
I'm sorry.
Like
Okay.
for instance, you were saying the hot box is not a need, it's a want. But we have all since gotten claims for the holes. We never expected the snowstorm to damage the streets as bad as it did. So the little patches that we used to do, we can use those little patches to carry out these big potholes we have at Riverdale Road and Annapolis and 85th. And I had to experience dropping in the hole at Annapolis and 85th myself. I thought I almost died. So my thing is that we have gotten claims going into legit for those. All I'm saying to you, the hot box was recommended by the Public Works Department. It is not a mayor requesting it. So what I'm seeing the trend is if you believe that it might be a mayor's request, it's denied. But if it's your request and you want it, you will approve a budget amendment for something that you want. Oh, this is what I will approve and this is what I want. And this is a want versus a need. But you don't know what a want versus a need in the departments are. And these are wants, these are needs resulting since a snowstorm, which we never expected to be that bad. So that's all I'm saying. You have to be careful how you ascertain the wants versus the need, because you are not aware of the daily operations in the city and what will constitute a need versus a want.
Okay, now, Agnelli, before you go on, just insert here, I've warned the council, I've said this in meetings, that when we go through this exercise, it's educational, but we do not know the day-to-day operations. And it's our job in the charter to set spending limits. And the 30,000-foot view, which we should be doing, is saying, what can we afford for a police department? And the budget says 6 million, we can only afford 4. We can lock it at that and say, you guys work out the details.
Okay.
Okay, so
That's
that is what the
fine.
mayor is saying that we should be doing. We don't know the operations. And we've never done that as a council in the 20 years that I've been elected. We've never said, let's look at the tax coming, in which, if you look at the accountant's report, it's about $8 million comes in taxes, some other revenues, but $8 million, and we're spending 15 million. If we're only bringing 8 million, we might want to say we're going to spread that 8 million out on the departments the way that we think that we can afford it. And if you were to tell Police Chief Austin, we can only afford 4 million, he's a manager. He will know how much staff needs to go, how many uniforms not to buy, how many cars not to buy. That's his job. But we never do those. We're going to look to it and say, oh, well, this uniform costs $200. Why is it $200? And this, these boots, why are we buying boots? We don't know those operations, okay? So that point really needs to be made, and people need to know that. But go ahead.
I want to respond first to the hot patch machine. In the budget amendment given to us initially, there was no explanation for all these additional numbers. It's only when I sat down with Maisha that she gave me some explanations and I processed them. That's my ability. Now, Mayor Nembhard, I put this in an email to you after the last city council meeting. If what I had heard from Maisha and what I communicated would be acceptable to me as 1 out of 5 votes in order to pass the budget amendment, the 3 of them supported it, I opposed it, and that was enough for it to fail. So I was trying to make it functional. If you didn't agree with my assessment that the hot patch machine, that all I heard was a hot patch machine, you could have come to the council and provide this level of detail.
No, you were
And
acting in the
I-
capacity of
my-
council and mayor, so I just let you do whatever you want
So
to
I
do.
let you speak. So that's my specific response to the hot patch machine, but it ties to what Chair Rosenberg said and what I shared with him yesterday. I think this exercise of my budget
wanna smell
item
it.
review and
But
the
I might need
need
to
for
try.
amendments in the future to move this little bit of money from this line item to that line item to go away and have mini buckets, not a whole global budget that we would give you $10 for general administration, $10 for public work, $10 for code enforcement, not that big of a bucket. But within the total money that you're asking for administration, whatever that big number is, expenses total for general administration is $3,282,478. From that big bucket, break it into some mini buckets and put categories into it. That would make sense, you know, maybe cell phones and copy machine and equipment, whatever designation of mini buckets make to you, give us that total. We approve it. And we have to stop. We can stop the line item amendments of moving a little bit from here, from there, as long as they're within the bucket. So here's my general
Same thing.
thinking. In
It's the
terms
same
of
thing.
professional development and some other categories specifically for employee benefits. Cell phones, I don't know if those will fall into that. But if we have a bucket for subscriptions and dues and employee training and travel and training, put it in a bucket, professional development. And instead of asking for 15, 7, and 9, ask for 32. I don't know if that math added up. And give us the breakdown for general understanding on how you got to that 32, but the actual budget ordinance would only address the mini buckets and the big buckets, which is something you've lost in you. So I'm all for that, getting away from monitoring and policing every line item.
But it goes against what you're just saying, Councilmember Malave, with all due respect. It comes back to the same thing. So it's either you're moving away from making budget amendments or you're doing budget amendment, which you're still pulling from
No,
either a bucket or a line. It doesn't make sense, but you were saying stay away from doing budget amendment across the border is what you were saying. Now you want to come back and say, put it in a bucket, but we'll do it, but only if it's in a bucket.
let me finish with that. I'm saying for fiscal 27, let's change the process. I am bothered as a first-year council member with the process for budget amendments, which seem to be accepted as a way of doing business. And it has bothered me greatly. Yes, it's the way we've been doing business, but maybe there's a better way of managing the budget, getting away from individual budget line items and bucking them up into subcategories. Frees the administration to determine what are the priorities within each mini bucket.
So
I don't know if that's an idea that other council members would support, but I want to get away from policing $1,500 here and $37,000 there, and then moving over here. So under employee services,
well,
that's my,
I don't really understand what you're saying, but
my
maybe,
general proposal.
maybe I
So-
do, but
Same thing.
the reason why we didn't know how much the salaries were of the employees is because it was one giant bucket.
Mhm.
And so what you're proposing causes a lot of opportunities for mismanagement.
Bingo.
I'm proposing the administration gives us a proposal of buckets
Mhm.
with the line items in between that we can approve. So definitely the employee services was a surprise in many ways now that we have salaries. But there are other ways of simplifying the discussion for this budget.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Let's,
I-
Lincoln, let's
Again,
add his insight here.
I've been sitting here quietly listening to this back and forth, volley, volley, volley. I have much respect for Councilmember Malave and what she's trying to propose. But now is not the time. We need to stick to the agenda and move forward so we can discuss the FY 27 budget. I very much appreciate what you're trying to do, but I think what you're proposing is we need to talk about it at a later date or at another council member meeting. We need to stick to the focus of this meeting, which is approving the proposed FY 27 budget. I applaud you for what you're trying to do, but this back and forth is taking us away from what we actually came here to do today. That's what I want to say to you. Much respect.
Okay, and I will add that Lincoln is right, that was what the agenda was today. But you are right, and historically, and Maisha can back me up on this, that there have been these emergencies, budget amendments. That's what I think is disturbing you. And over the years, for instance, the police never, and when Brianna became chair, we changed that. They never, for the first 20 years, 15 years, budgeted for a police car. So it was always an emergency. We need cars. Well, they bought cars every year. So I said, if we budget for them, we get the tax differential. We were losing all that tax differential. But Chief Rice never wanted to budget for the cars. He said, I just don't need them. And then we always bought them. So those are the kind of emergencies that I didn't like. I didn't like the emergency that the prior council dealt with on the body cameras. They came at us and they said it's $300,000 and we didn't competitively bid it. We just wanted the best. And we didn't put it in the budget because we didn't want to, well, we lost the tax differential on that too. So anyway, there's abuse of budget amendments and there's things that are, as Brianna said, just you can't predict them. And but back to Lincoln, let's add it to another agenda and let's stick to the budget right now. Okay?
Amen.
All right.
Maisha.
Maisie.
Well, that's what I was gonna say. I don't think this budget is one that we can talk about it for, but maybe we can have these discussions for the FY 28 budget. And so we can still present it as line items, but the actual ordinance would be in those buckets. So then that way you all see the details we created, but when we do the ordinance that you actually vote on would be by whatever buckets that you all deemed would approve. So then that way you see it both ways, but it then would give us the latitude of this group and this group. And because one of the suggestions has been just in the monthly report, if we had to move money from, I don't know, equipment to office equipment, I'm just throwing one out, it would be in the monthly report that we did that. And so you all would still be aware of any money movements, and you could still track it, and we can still run a report in OpenGov, but I don't want to continue down the rabbit hole of getting us away from the conversation.
Okay, let's move on.
Okay, now, Agnelli, if you have other observations on the line items here, we're still on the budget, agenda here.
Yes, cell phone. We talked about it. I specifically wanted to call out, oh no, we got a resolution.
We did.
Yes,
On
55.
5,550.
Yeah.
No, okay. Those are all my stickies.
Okay, no, I don't think I missed anybody on this, did I? No, which takes us in the agenda that I have before me from administration.
I know we talked about a break at 12:45, but I really have to go to the bathroom and I don't want to miss.
Well,
the
I just want to
discussion.
maximize the time we have with, Caitlin, but it's
Yeah.
Caitlin.
If we could just
We'll
take a
let you-
5-minute break.
Yeah. Well, I want Caitlin to, when we break, just let her go. We could break now. Let's take a 20-minute break.
Yes, thank you.
Watch out.
And Caitlin, you got out a little bit early. Thank you for being here, okay? I'll talk with you or email with you on Monday regarding the agenda. You heard we're adding the one thing to the agenda. Okay, thank you.
To police and skipping general.
No,
government,
no, we won't do
economic
that.
Development, human resources, finance.
No, we will
code
not.
Enforcement.
We will not.
Okay,
we're gonna keep
just
moving.
Stopping now.
Right, we're just stopping now.
Okay. Mention.
Yes, please.
No, the picture that was outside of me was.
Okay,
was
welcome back.
postpartum.
Thank you, Jasmine.
I've
Welcome
lost
back.
it. I
And we're
wanted to-
gonna continue discussing the fiscal
But I
year
was just
27
joking.
budget here at State of New Carrollton. One person speaking at a time.
Snitch on me.
We are on general government, economic development. Okay, so we're still on the agenda. If you look at the agenda, we're still in the administration. We have the police department, we have public works, we have statistical support, we have a lot more. We probably won't get through it today. We're gonna break it too.
Yeah.
So right now, general government and economic development. And I'm gonna go around the table and Agnelli had a lot to say in the last section. Let her go last. Cynthia, why don't you start again?
I started last time.
Okay, well, I can
That was-
let Lincoln go.
That
Lincoln
was
still
funny. That was
There we
funny.
go.
Okay. Go ahead, Lincoln, you do it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think, Madam City Manager already addressed it, but the NARD grant, the $250,000, that's to deplete the rest of what's remaining from the original funding, correct?
Yes,
And the incentive there is to provide businesses with hopefully an incentive to locate here to New Carrollton.
correct.
Awesome.
I thought it was Valley City.
Let's hope we can get something in the shoppers space very quickly, very soon. But that's the only thing I had on that particular section, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay,
I have nothing to.
okay, Cynthia has nothing, then,
Oh,
Brianna.
when we depleted.
I don't really have anything but for the fact that I'm really looking forward to the organizational assessment because I don't really know exactly what our economic development person does from day to day, and I'd like to learn more about that. So that's all.
Okay, and Agnelli.
Did you
So
want me to
my
answer
first
it?
question, Maisha, clarified it in our break. It was like, we don't have an employee. I think we do. And she clarified that the employee service and salaries, which are not listed here, 427 are in the general administration budget. The numbers here refer to ARPA activities that happen in fiscal 24 and 25. Like for the last 2 years, or even before, is in the general administration. Then I still questioned, why do we have dues and subscriptions in employee training and travel, which were my sticky notes. And she gave me the explanation that they are separated under the dues and subscriptions regarding economic development. They do get budgeted or categorized specifically under the economic development sub-budget. And the same thing with training and travel. It would not include something like MML, but it would include something along the lines specific to economic development. Am I presenting it correctly?
Correctly.
Given that, can you explain the 3 times increase on dues and subscriptions from 500 to 1,500 and the increase for training and travel by 33% from 2,000 to 3,000?
Let's see here. So I know, what is it? We got a membership now to ICSC, which is the Economic Development Shopping Centers Organization. I know the county is actually going to the Vegas conference because that's where they're actually going out to meet to see if they can shop us for a grocery store. Lois monthly goes to the PG County meetings. Chamber of Commerce. She wants to actually get a Chamber of Commerce membership, so that was part of the dues increase. Because we've met with them a couple times and they've told us they'll be of a benefit to us, so we said, okay, we'll try it. But there, of course, there's a expense that comes with that if this budget passes. And then it's just to go to the different economic development conferences between the state of Maryland and the county. The county does a lot of meetings. And so that's what that was just all about. So I know you asked me so our economic development person is economic development. She also works with all of the landlords on the different properties, and meeting with them to talk about the benefits of trying to get people in. She spends a lot of time talking to potential owners. But again, so like the one that we thought we had gotten across the finish line of Cherry Blossoms, the lady that does the brassieres for breast cancer survivors. Because of the economic condition of the world, she's not opening up a shop period anywhere.
Mhm.
And so those are things that are also considered. Lois set up the meeting that we'll be having with Forest Heights next week to talk about their economic development. So she pretty much networks through the county with the current landlords of the shopping centers and things like that. So on top of she does employee PG, on top of she also works with our grants. So our economic development person wears 3 hats minimum.
Yeah, I mean, these are all things that I thought, that I kind of expected, but, how long have we had an economic development person?
Long time.
She started under Janice. They started
Yeah, no, not a long time.
January 24, January 24.
And so I would love to know like what the, something that I hope we get from BRC would be like a rubric or some kind of, how do we know that this person has been successful, right? Like what is the goal for their position? Is it to bring in $1 million more in revenue, taxes, corporate taxes every year? Is it whatever the goal is? How do we know that they've been successful? Because attending a bunch of meetings and talking to a bunch of people could result in nothing for the city.
So the thing that you have to also remember is the city does not own any of these shopping centers.
Exactly. Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, so I can tell you from talking to Eric Olson and even talking to Lois and actually talking to the landlord of the Shoppers location, it's up to the landlord at the end of the day.
Oh, sure.
He does not want to make that a smaller space, and all the grocery stores that want to come into that space want a smaller footprint.
Yeah.
And so at the end of the day, Lois can talk and work with different people, but it's really going to be up to the landlords to decide if they want to accept the deals or interest on the table.
No, and I don't expect anybody, like one individual, to be able to like work miracles, but Dwayne Lincoln, do you remember if we actually had like a discussion about what the community economic development person would do? Because I remember we had a lot of talks about grant writers. Like Ryan was super passionate about getting a grant writer. He used to bring it up all the time. And we talked about and we talked a little bit about the creation of that position, but I don't really know what was the goal. What was the, like we have to have like measurable goals to determine whether or not the output of money is worth it. Because if we're paying somebody a salary, we're paying all these benefits, attending all these opportunities to engage with stakeholders, but it's turning into nothing, then it's not worth continuing to fund. But if there's something there, if we're breaking, I would like to better understand, like what's the goal here?
And the reason I say it goes way back is in 2015, Mayor Hanko hired Tim George to be the economic development person. So it goes back to at least 2015.
It's before
And
that.
as a
It's
group-
before that, Miranda Bratz.
Miranda and
Bratz,
Susan,
okay.
Susan
So-
Hartman.
I remember Susan Hartman. I remember her too. So we've had this position a long time. I've never remember under the Hanko administration having any measurable results, as you say. It was, there was a lot of discussion about where the pizza place is and the AutoZone, what we could do with that. But as Maisha pointed out, somebody owns it and is resistant to change, and we have very little power. The Turner Enterprises were always cooperative with the city. I know Tim George spent a lot of time talking to them. They own the Shoppers building. So I would think that's what the folks are working on now, but I don't know. I haven't seen their agenda. I don't know what and every time we ask about the Shoppers, we say we don't know anything. But I would think the Turner people would want to get revenue for that building. So anyway, it does go way back to before 2015. I remember Susan, I wouldn't remember that name, but I remember her.
She's over in College Park.
Oh, is she working for College Park?
So the one thing that the power that we have over the Turners, specifically as the major corporate landlord of the city, is the power of taxation. And we, we've stayed at constant yield for a really long time. My proposal would be that we create a separate and distinct commercial property tax, and we tax the crap out of them. Because the reason why they're not interested in bringing in new retail, and this is something that Mayor Dojo shared with me, was that they use it as a tax write-off. They don't care what businesses are in there. They could all be losing money hand over fist.
So
Use
let's
rental
get a
can be
better
taxed.
developer. If the Turners are not interested in having meaningful economic investment in this city, then they should not be getting the benefit of owning all the property in the city. And we should tax, I'm serious when I say levy 1,000% tax increase. They'll sell to a better developer that we can work with, that can bring in more diverse, more appropriate retail. If you just go down the road to Lanham, just outside of the city limits, my dad's rent is almost $3,000 a month to live in the Remy. That means people are paying $3,000 a month in housing costs just right outside the city, and they have no place to spend that money because all we have is discount furniture stores and international grocery stores with very limited opportunities for like significant sales tax revenue to come to us. And so that's the thing that we need to do. And I don't know that an economic development person actually achieves that goal for us. If the goal is to get better retail, increase the tax base, then we should increase the taxes on the, you know, the Turners. It's not like they even live here. Like, you know, they're collecting their money off our pockets and spending that money elsewhere.
So let me pause and ask you, do you want to tell the mayor how to run the economic development department? Or are you saying as a council, we shouldn't approve the $376,000 this cost? Because the first line is 115,000 salary, which doesn't show on this page.
I would like to see what the organizational assessment from BRC tells us
Okay,
about economic before we make any drastic like cuts like that.
Okay. But it is 370, and the 115 salary, of course, has to be beefed up like 25% benefits. It's more like $400,000 we pay for this. It's $400,000, and none of us on this council of the five can really point to any measurable output.
Yeah. It's not our job. It's outside of the scope of what the council does, but it would be nice to see measurable benchmarks.
Right.
That the economic development coordinator or person is working toward achieving. I think that would be useful for all of us and we can benefit from that information.
And we can ask right now
But
if
again,
Maisha has those benchmarks and the output that,
Not right now.
I'm asking Maisha, that the economic development for $400,000 budget here, do they have any measurable outputs from prior years? Do they show our goal was to fill shoppers and we're working on it? We have prospects. Our goal was to work with this shopping center and grant anything at all that they had to show for what they've done?
No, but that, I mean, so we've never created anything like that. But again, like I was saying, that this person doesn't just do economic development. She also does the employee PG program, and she's also a grant writer. So she does more than economic development.
That
more than
brings me
economic-
back to Brianna, that we need to see the organizational assessment
Yeah,
to see
to
if this
see.
person is, by definition, here we're looking at 400,000 for something that's a multitude of tasks.
Yeah.
It's a catch-all. It's really not economic development, which is,
One last follow-up.
But we have brought in a couple of we have brought some new businesses into I call them the condos, isn't it? Isn't that what we call it?
condos?
I call it the condo building.
The medical building.
The medical
yeah,
building,
medical
because
building.
it has several spaces in there.
It's like,
Yeah, I call it the condo building. And then, you know, we got Sardi's in and different things like that. So, and I know like she worked with the owner of across the street where Value Cities is Andrew. And I know she worked with him when, Mid-Atlantic was doing their build out. So, I mean, there are things that have occurred behind the scenes, but she does, as you want to call it catch-all, because she does employee PG and she does grant writing.
Quick follow-up. Since employee services and overtime FICA health insurance is not included in the breakdown for this department, why we have 2,500 for flexible spending account and 3,000 for education reimbursements that sound like very much tied to an employee?
That's human, that should be in human resources. Cause that,
Sorry, that's why I was like, I didn't ask that.
yes, that's in human resources.
We'll get.
And that's for all employees.
okay, that's what, you answered a
Oh,
question I
employees.
had also.
Yes, that's
Okay.
all employees.
I'm done with.
Okay, did I miss anyone on this page? I don't think so. We have general government human resources. Now to top the line there, just so you know, the salary proposed for her is, again, we'll defer to BRC, but the salary is 183,000 and she has an assistant for 67,000. So that's 250,000 in salary to run this department. And then when you add the other expenses, the total's about 320,000 plus benefits. So it's about 350,000 for human resources. And with that background, I'll go down the line again. Cynthia,
No problem.
no problem. Lincoln,
I don't have any questions on this one, Mr. Chair.
okay. Brianna,
I need to see the BRC study, but I think that's way too much money.
320,000 for a small city like this sounds really high to me. 320,000, we only have 70 employees. Agnelli,
Post-employment screening was part of the budget amendment. Because we had 0, and you told me how now it's an expense, but this budget asks for 0. So
Correct.
again, if we
Oh,
had
we need to-
surprise expenditures of 3,000.
That was because when we did, so again, the budget is worked on in January, February.
Yes.
And so I still thought that was running through Paycom at the time. It was when we started that I now see we have a separate billing that's happening for Concentra to do the post-employment screenings. So yes, we need
So
to add
this
money
one
to that.
will go up to
Yes.
3,000. Okay. And, so it aligns with the budget line item. And can you help me understand the 70,000 that we budgeted in 26 for employee gifts, events, and special occasions? And now we're budgeting 25,000. Oh, they're both left.
Well, I actually remember this because this was, Mayor Dodra was just really big on celebrating everybody's retirements and gifts
So we
and
didn't spend 70,000 maybe, and we're bringing it.
probably not, but
I'm sorry.
how much did we actually spend in 26 on events, gifts, special occasions? Under
Which-
HR
Budgeted 70,000, did we?
For which
spend
year?
70,000?
I'm sorry.
for this fiscal year, where are we at actuals?
From 70 to 20.
Oh, because the mayor reduced that. I do. Oh shoot, wait a minute. Where are we?
HR.
No, I know, I can't see that far because I hadn't switched. I was still on,
But there also were a lot of retirements last year across the spectrum.
Didn't you have the birthday parties for everybody, monthly birthday party?
Yeah, I think you could still do that for 25. Right?
so right now for employee gifts, we're at 30,000 because we're at $29,000.
So this seems like an appropriate number.
Okay, so we budgeted 70, Mayor Namhart.
Yeah, she knocked that down.
Those expenditures to about 30, and we feel comfortable with 25.
It's gone on to 25 now?
The employee gifts, that was the number you knocked it down to, but FY 27.
Okay. All I have. Thank
so you having that? Well, while you're on that, let me read quickly that, where is this? Caitlin received a comment. She asked a public comment on there and she wanted me to read it. It fits in with this. When you ask the question of how much of the 70,000 was spent, this person, and I don't know the names, for future budget discussions, would it be possible to show current budget year-to-date numbers and compare them to the proposed budget? That's a question for Maisha, and that would answer that question. If this,
So we're actually doing that right now, sharing it on the screen.
okay,
And so you actually will see where we are year to date, because this is what OpenGov actually looks like. This is how we actually go in and do budgeting. And so it's actually giving you the FY 26 actuals.
so where are we in the 70,000?
29,024.
39,000?
20.
29, okay, 29. So the question this caller has is, could we do it in the printed version as we go through it?
So
those
the
would
problem
understand
is,
Open
I
Gov
mean,
won't
we
let
could
you
do it, but it's going to be as of that point of
Every
time.
day, yeah.
Yeah, these numbers change every day.
Okay, so we're better off doing this, all right. Anyway, at
So
least
we're gonna
someone,
get revised budget.
someone is at home
Yes,
watching
well,
this.
but the person at home wants to see the
Expenditures.
actuals, but
They're gonna have to tune in the screen or come up here in person. Okay, I think we're ready to turn the page, right?
And we're on,
And we go into general government finance.
finance.
Okay. Now, Cynthia, did you read finance?
Yeah, maybe you can explain, we deal with a bank that gives us monthly fees.
no, those are really credit card fees.
Okay.
Processing credit cards.
Wow.
Like the fees when like people pay a fine. the fees we have to pay the credit card service.
Yeah, because no, our bank doesn't really charge us any fees. Now that
Oh.
something's changed, they don't charge us.
No, they don't.
Yeah, bank doesn't
Okay,
charge.
all right. Never mind. Thank you.
Mhm.
Okay. Lincoln?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only one I have on this one is the auditing service. It's going from 30 to 35.
Yeah, but we actually are, I think we spent 35 this
Yeah.
year.
Is that
Because we
just,
just did a budget amendment for that.
so is 35 enough to cover us in 27?
We just
Yes,
went to
because we
Diane
just
Mock.
signed the contract for Diane Mock.
Okay. Fair enough. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Brianna?
Nothing on this page.
Agnelli?
Okay, so going back to the auditing service, we had the budget amendment of 5,000. So that would bring the total for 26 of 35,000. And you're saying the new contract is a little bit higher, 37.
I thought it was 35.
I thought it was 33.
It was less.
Okay, so
It was really
just check it out.
close.
We have revised budget of 35. So from my perspective, 35 seem okay, but
The
verify the
contract,
actual budget, the actual cost of the contract. Again, so here looking at retirement and pension. And the budget amendment we did, so it has budgeted 24,207. And we needed a budget amendment of 1,176. But this budget, it's only asking for 25,887, which is barely the same amount as 26. So this ties to my previous comment on the consistent, I don't see a consistent pattern in the increase on retirement and pension that accounts for the revised budget.
Okay, and the auditor was 33,000.
Okay, so 35,
I said, I knew we were looking at
so the contract is 35. But
33.
33. Okay, so just go and look at that number of retirement and pension.
I'm actually looking at it now
And
to see what percentage is using.
yeah, but the retirement and pension percentages won't be the same for every department. So you wouldn't see a 5% across all departments. Some departments are more than two
That should
people
be good right now.
and the salaries are different. So the retirement and pension will be related to the number of people and their salaries.
okay,
In full and part-time status.
So they will never see the same correlation of increases in percentages across all the departments. It's not the same number of people, it's not the same numbers proposed salary.
And then you get forfeitures and everything else.
okay, so let me repeat this and make sure I understand. Employee services for $500,000 per year. And maybe 4 people or less would have a retirement and pension number of an increase of 5% from this fiscal year to the next, according to whatever bill we get. But if I have another department with the same budgeted for employee services, 500, but maybe that's only 2 people with our salaries or 3 people, the percentage of year over year would be different? Is that what the mayor, what I heard
So
the mayor say?
what I'm going to tell you is, because I'm looking at the system now, we are currently calculating 13.52% for retirement and pension. And so what that takes is whatever the salaries are associated with that department, it then charges 13.52%, which was basically the calculation of where we came to for the bill in December. Now, if it goes up to 17% come this December, I can't, but it is taking whatever wages that are associated with that department and charging 13.52% across the board.
Okay. I'll double check my numbers. So consistently, if the budget was 100,000 and
So if you look at the
budgeted that for
employee
actual-
service numbers,
Huh?
if you should be able to take whatever employee service numbers for that department times 13.52%, and that's what it's calculating for pension.
So it's not 13% of the 24,207 that is currently budgeted. That will
It's whatever
necessarily
the-
increase.
Employee service number is. So,
Uh-huh, okay, so it's 13% out of employee services. Which the increase would be higher in employees
It's
with higher
13.72
salaries
minus
and lower, and that. would
13.52.
Translate into less retirement on lower paid employees in sanitation versus administration. I got it. And this was calculated automatically, but can you go back and insert the budget amendment amount to the actual request for 27?
And so real quick, so I just calculated. So on the finance department, the salary is 190,949, and I took 13.52%, and it's coming up to 25,816.30. So, which is what it's calculated here.
Okay,
So I can go back and look at our FY 20, the bill that we got in December, and relook at that percentage.
yes.
Okay, we will.
I couldn't see a pattern. I'll stop asking about that in future.
But yeah,
Departments.
so health insurance, employer taxes, workers' comp are all calculations that happen behind the scenes based on every position that we have loaded into OpenGov.
Okay.
I don't have to do those
Workers'
Excel
comp.
sheets no more.
And what was the other one?
Workers' comp, health insurance, retirement, payroll taxes,
Employer tax. Employer tax.
employer taxes, yeah.
Well, that's a way better system than you guys were doing on an Excel
Yes, because I was
spreadsheet.
doing an Excel spreadsheet forever.
Okay. Right, OpenGov. Okay, again, looking at overtime for finance. The budgeted for 26 was 1,000, you presented and council approved 5,000 in the most recent budget amendment. And even the philosophy or the north of controlling overtime across departments, can you help me understand why you're asking for 5,000 in finance?
So for me, it's just overall, when we look at, so in FY 23, we only had $108 in overtime. In FY 24, we had 1,400. In FY 25, we had 2,500. This year was
We're at 6,000.
correct. Again, we
Yeah,
implemented
GPS.
an accounting system this year. We also had the vacancy. I can tell you, implementing OpenGov was a very heavy lift, and we are still lifting it.
Okay.
But by July 1,
We streamline.
we should be good, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
And so we should be back into our regular lines of overtime.
So why are you asking for 5,000 instead of 2,000? Which.
Because I mean, I was trying to give us some cushion based on what y'all asked me to
That was
do.
not the logic you gave me for general administration, where we spent 17,000. You said we only need 10,000 for overtime.
I know, but I know in finance,
Uh-huh.
we only have one person. Well, sorry, we have two, but there's only one person to get overtime.
Supporting.
Yes, there's only one person that's actually eligible for overtime. So, I mean, in administration, we have difference. I have Jasmine, I have an office manager, I have a ton of people. And so it becomes different when you're talking about the spring event, community day, and just who knows what could happen. Whereas here, we have one person to kind of
Okay. And
manage.
does this time with the question you answered just to me, that although at the beginning in positions and salaries, there is 3 people in finance. The intention is that the currently empty second accounting specialist is not to be filled. That's already plans from the city manager. And so although it appears as one position under hiring freeze, the actual employee services would be only the staff controller and accounting specialist. So I'm understanding the overtime buffer there. Thank you. That's all.
Dawn?
Yeah, that's all.
Okay, before we leave, let me just bring to the council's attention that when I've discussed the salaries and I say we load a benefits package of 25%, if you look at this page, the pensions are 13.5%. FICA is another 7%. That gets you to 20. Health insurance is 20%. 38,000 divided into 190 is 20%. Our package is as high as 40% for benefits. Plus, I'm not even considering dental and vision and legal and the other. So that's a heavy load. I used to think it was 25. It's closer to 40. And I'm sure BRC will look at that. Okay? Let's move on.
Is it closer to 40 because of the fact that things have increased over time? Or is it closer to 40 based on like it did it used to be 25% because
We had a compensation study, excuse me for cutting you
Yeah.
off, but a compensation study in 2017, and the Mercer Group came back and said, your benefits package is the best we've seen in the state, maybe the country.
Uh-huh.
It's about 25%.
Uh-huh.
I don't know where the pension was back then, but I don't think it was 13.5%.
That's what I'm saying. Is
I
it,
think pension went up, but I don't know when.
but like health insurance costs have gone up since
Yeah.
back then
Yeah.
too. So is it closer to 40 based on the fact that health insurance costs more, or is it closer to 40 based on,
Health insurance
the-
costs
Costs
more.
went up.
And we have, as an organization,
so
Mr.
has it
Rosenberg
basically
and
kind of stayed the
probably-
same? Yeah.
and Mr. Lashley will probably remember when employees did not contribute any to the health
Health
insurance, and when you all went to charging $10, this room was packed because we were charging $10 for a single person. And so the city, because we do also get the refund every year and things like that, we've never looked at doing a higher employee share
Contribution, yeah.
of health insurance.
And that 20% for health insurance will be reduced by the refunds. She's right. We'd have to look at them out there.
So I have thoughts on employee health insurance cost to employees because I know how much it costs to me and how much my employer contributes, but I'm putting that on the shelf for the BRC.
Thank you.
That makes
Thank you.
sense.
Yeah. Okay. The next page is General Government Code Enforcement. Now, I know Cynthia will have questions on this.
Nah.
No, I'm thinking of animal control.
Yeah, this is different.
This is different. This is code enforcement.
We're keeping the same numbers, different breakdown.
Okay.
I'm not ready with that. Ah, this
And
right
if you note on these pages, when Maisha put this together for us, she did put the employee services total in there. You can see the breakout in the list in the front where she listed every salary of the employees. But on the individual pages, we have the employee service total. And in this case, you can look at the staffing table and there's six people. So six people.
Is there a reason why there are two lines that say exactly the same thing? Part-time code enforcement officer, part-time.
Because one of them we used to have before, and that was,
Yeah,
we didn't fund that one.
yeah. That's basically, there are two lines that say exactly the same thing. If it's just duplicative, we could take one off.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Mhm. So one just needs to be removed.
So really, the one position needs to come up to that. I see what you're saying.
Yeah,
Mhm. One
but
just
that,
needs to be
yeah, there's
removed.
nothing exciting on this page.
There's nothing exciting here, then Agnelli, I didn't get to you yet. Anything exciting on this page?
Well, Lincoln?
Oh, you want me to go first? Okay, all right, I can do that. Overtime employee service. I know you were trying to be conservative in how we plan for overtime, but to me, a $7,000 increase is kind of a high jump from 3,000 in FY
Hold on.
26 to 10,000 in 27.
We had a budget amendment for
Yeah, I was
5,000.
gonna say, hold on.
Hold on. Look at it.
Are you
It's the
up
next
there?
page online.
So the budget amendments are missing. So it's 3,000 plus 5
Also, should be actually 8,000 for
for
twenty
the
twenty-six.
revised 26. Yes.
Yeah, so go across.
How come online
Why
this
did
looks
we have-
different?
why did we
Mine,
have
yeah.
overtime?
Cause this is actually OpenGov.
Oh, okay, I'm just.
This is not the book. You all are looking at the budget book. And we're actually have OpenGov, open, yes. But go
Yeah.
across the actual stuff. trying to see the actual-
42000 is the number, line item number, expense number.
You don't have this page?
So you have.
Yeah, I don't have the page either.
5,000.
That's what you said
Under
right
what
here.
page?
Is that
Next
26?
page.
Oh, I can look on your screen.
Let me see.
Yes. Okay.
Nope.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Code enforcement.
We can flex on the weekend.
25-minute warning, guys.
Yep, we're not
No,
getting
but I'm saying
police.
if somebody were the weekend, we were flexing
So-
the day during the week.
Mhm.
As of the
Oh, is that built in for the weekend workers?
No.
Okay. Sorry.
So here's the actual numbers. It was 3,000 in the budget. The budget, when the budget amendment was presented, they were in negative
Mhm.
2,254. And her projections was that she needed to cover that and another 2,500. So that's how the budget amendment came to
For
be
sure.
5,000.
Mhm.
So that puts a total expenditures of 8.
Okay, so,
Now I go back to, is the north of this administration to control, but control overtime and staying within
So,
our expenditures?
I don't know if council saw, I'm really down here, so I'm asking for a part-time person in code enforcement.
Mhm.
Because I would like to get a person that does the Saturdays and Sundays.
Yeah.
And so then that way, the people during the week aren't having to cover weekend work.
Mhm.
And so that goes back into the controlling of also helping with overtime. Cause right now, if one of the guys had, and I'm gonna say guys, cause that's all I have in the department. If one of the guys needed to come in on a weekend, it's gonna be overtime unless they do comp or flex.
so what I'm hearing you saying, let me know if I'm following you correctly. That $10,000 could be reduced if the part-time person is hired.
Yeah, I mean, so we still will have some overtime because of the, as I always say, community day, things like that. So, I mean, we could reduce it. I'm just trying to
Or we
not
could
reduce-
flex it.
Yeah, I'm trying not to, I'm trying
Trying
to.
to
some
avoid budget
mentality.
amendments.
Okay, all right. No, I can live with it. I just wanted a clear explanation of what it was. That's fair.
It's a tight line to walk right now.
No, that's fair. I only have one other comment on that page. The training, travel and meetings, the 10,000 to 15,000. Does that include certifying the code enforcement officers?
Yeah, so what you'll notice is I got rid of employee training and I did that in all my departments. In all the departments throughout the city, so that everything is all in one line, training, travel, meetings. It's all, so whereas last year we had $7,000 in training and then we had 10,000 in training, travel and meetings. I got rid of that employee training and just put everything into that. But yes, that also has the them taking the certification classes and all that kind of stuff too. And
So-
going to the ACE conference
So
and stuff.
pause again, Agnelli. Just for clarification for all of us, is that getting more toward the goal you wanted of buckets that she did this year?
Absolutely.
Okay, that helps us understand what your
So-
comments are.
It's like, what is about professional development? That could include training, certifications.
That's too
Yes.
broad.
Okay, good, thank you, that's
And
helpful.
just a quick follow-up on that, Mr. Chair. How many of the code enforcement officers are currently certified?
0.
Oh, really?
How often do they have to get like relicensed?
Every.
It's every year, the CEUs have to be done every year. And they have different training, facilities that you could go to. Some may be in DC, some in Maryland, some may be in another state. It all depends.
So that extra 5,000 is crucial in order to get everyone certified.
Yeah, because a lot of that stuff that you all can do at the ACE conference, right?
Yes,
Mhm.
you can take the certification test there as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no
But
further
that begs
questions.
the question, Lincoln, that without the certification, are they restricted in any of their responsibilities or they don't really need the certification? Does the certification give them the authority to say that roof isn't put on right?
No, sir.
No?
I don't think so.
Okay, because I've seen them put stop orders on, and if we don't know construction, how do we do that?
That's
Should
just
have a
part,
license.
that, I'm saying that's part of the person not having the permits that they're.
Permit, okay.
Yes,
But we can't inspect the jobs that are done. We can't tell if a roof is right or if a concrete is
We
poured
don't do
properly.
that.
I can.
You cannot.
he can.
Yeah,
And you're certified or you're a
no,
building inspector?
but I got 26 years of experience.
So is it recognized by the county and that,
Yeah, that's where I first started, was in DPI, code enforcement.
okay,
Yeah, and they never required us to get certified. And then I went to the city of Hyattsville municipality. You know.
so that gives us all a sense of the certification may not even be necessary. You just need to hire people who can do things. When you go in and inspect rental properties in Frenchman's Creek, you can write them up for not having sprinkler systems and doors that work and all that kind of thing?
Yes, sir.
And you don't need to be certified to do that?
No,
Okay, so you see rental properties, that's a big part of our code's job. They go in and inspect those and make sure, and it should be code's job too to find where, to respond to when, if you look at the fines schedule, the fees, that if you're renting without a permit, you guys are the ones who would deal with that, right?
yes. We'll write them a civil citation
Correct.
after 10 days.
And I think the fine is either $500 or $1,000. It's very high. And it goes on all over the city. And then, but anyway, we're straying.
When you posted the job, did you have in there that they need to certify?
I wasn't part of that.
When I was hired, I asked in the interview, and that was, what was the lady's name that was in human resources? I just,
Yannick.
no.
Yannick,
Yannick Sinclair?
Yannick Sinclair. She said no. Pam was part of the interview too. Pam, Dennis, and Yannick.
Pam was not certified. I don't know.
So why
Dennis
would
is.
you-
and so the job description has been changed.
Oh.
Now, and that all the code officers have signed is that they are working towards a
Okay.
certification.
Next question.
So
Okay,
is that amount enough to get them certified in the next year? That would be a priority.
Yes.
Okay, great.
What is this $3,000 for postal meter and courier services?
For them to send out their,
Them certified
notices.
letters, postage. 'Cause you know how much
When you write
certified.
them out, okay,
Mhm.
all right, thank you. And again, we have cell phones for $1,000.
Right, because right now I am being charged for one of the cell phones and for one of the lines in the code department.
we ready?
I'm finished, Mr. Chair. I have no further
Okay,
questions.
Brianna, you okay?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay, I know we had a chance, which means that we have 20 minutes left, but before we go into that 20 minutes, we have an audience
I
online.
can manage this one, you listen.
Okay, well, we have an audience online and we have some in the audience. And I'll give you 3 minutes to respond to what we just discussed, if you're interested in what we just discussed.
I'm gonna
Ms.
address
Cole
the
Sweet, are you
employee
interested?
service
No, no,
line.
she-
Wait a minute.
no,
Oh, I wasn't,
I'm opening up to the audience. Anybody online raising a hand? Nobody? Cynthia, you're not interested? Okay, then we can move in.
Not that I'm not interested.
This doesn't
You're
have
not
to
interested in
state
going
that.
to the podium.
I wasn't interested, I wouldn't be wasting my Saturday.
Well, we wasted more of our Saturday than you wasted of yours. The next item is police department, and Agdalia says she can go through it quickly. Maybe we can knock it out.
I doubt it.
questions.
Oh, go ahead. What question?
Yes, more questions.
I said I will take less than 20 minutes.
Oh, you're back on the other page? I thought we were done with that.
I'm still.
Code.
What, you're still in code. Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Lincoln Largely asking questions.
Okay, go ahead. I thought I got everybody.
For the employee services line, just on a strict number, not passing judgment on what's included in employee service line. We had a budget amendment reducing it by almost 11,000. And the proposed budget reduces even more. Well, my impression from our conversation is that employee service will stay constant. We didn't plan on even a 3% increase because of the hiring freeze. So it's my concern about the $50,000 range lower on employee services.
So the problem, so in this new budget, we reduced one staff member. So you'll see that we went from 4 code officers to 3,
Mhm.
and then also asked for a part-time officer. And then the manager is a vacant position, and so council has asked that those positions start at step 1. So it's budgeted for a code officer at a code enforcement manager offer position at a step 1. So that also was part of. I don't know if you got-
That makes sense in the abstract. Once we get to BRC, that can be revised. I already spoke on the overtime, having the budget amendment of 5,000. There was a budget amendment of 3,326 on retirement. I kind of understand the process, whether the numbers align or not. I'm gonna leave that to you. Auto insurance went from 5,000 to 0. Was that put in a global?
That's moved in administration.
Okay,
For all the departments.
that makes sense. In the right direction, global property cleanup.
Moved to public works.
Aha. But we needed 2,500 in this year's budget amendment or the last.
Move to public works.
Yes, but it's in
Okay.
public works going forward.
That's all.
All
But
right,
just
now-
wanted to
Yes,
just
go
make
ahead, Madam
mention
Mayor.
on the code enforcement manager.
Uh-huh.
Just remember, past, how long it took to get a code manager at the fee that we had advertised. Now we're dropping it almost, what, 20,000? And this manager will be getting 70,000 at the council's recommendation of starting at step 1, but they'll be managing a newer employee at 90,000. Just keep that in mind, so we may never get a manager.
So again, I'll go
Probably
back.
the BRC will tell us.
All
what we
right,
should
I'll
pay.
go back to the
Okay.
preface of this meeting. We don't discuss these salaries until we hear from BRC and see what's
Okay.
appropriate
Thank you
there.
for the,
Alright.
for the framework.
But I would ask, Madam Mayor, I'll just tell you a quick story. I was out on a jog and a guy stopped me and said, why did the mayor fire Darrell Green? Well, I said, I don't know that he was fired. But if we don't announce in the newsletter that people leave by retirement, 6 months after Chief Rice was gone, people were saying, and that was former mayor involved with that too. They were saying, how's Chief Rice? He's not here. Nobody ever told us. Well, it was in an obscure part of the minutes of the meeting. We never put in the newsletter. We never said farewell. So, it was on Facebook. So I don't know what happened to Darrell, and I don't want you to explain that now, but there's a perception out there that he was fired. People believe that. This guy said, I like Darrell. Why'd she fire him? We might want to let people know when people leave, especially in high positions. Does that make sense?
But just for the record, I've not fired any employees since
Okay.
I've been here.
Okay, well, that's not what
City
people-
It's
manager
tough
deals with
because
employee
of
services.
personnel, like what you're allowed to say.
you can
But I
have,
was able to deduce from several things that happened in this council meeting exactly what happened. Doing Maryland Judiciary case search, as well as things that we passed subsequent to his departure, that I was able to put the pieces together myself,
well,
so.
my point is, the public, but if they can't, Madam Mayor, then if they can't because it's personnel, but,
You're right on that one.
okay. But anyway, he is no longer here. And that's the position you're talking about filling. We can look at police for 10 minutes.
Let's get into it.
We could also stop early.
So after we going,
Okay, well,
Yeah, we
the
can just
police
finish.
administration is not the patrol, that's just the general administration. You can see that that is 1.4 million. You might want to look at that and run down the line on that. And Cynthia, have you looked at that? Do you have any questions on that?
I got a question, I got a question mark next to cell phones again, $10,000.
Okay. Now, Maisha already addressed the cell phones. She's gonna look, the police, you said were free and now we're paying $10,000 for police.
Police cell phones and
Cell
police
phones.
administration.
Police cell phones.
Oh, we can.
That's a good question. 'Cause you
Oh,
said that-
because you will, you will
5100.
have people that are not police officers that have cell phones
Why?
in the police.
Why?
You do have people that aren't police officers in the department that have cell, like,
She's
for
asking why
instance,
would-
like, so like you have parking, you have animal control, you have, no, they're not police officers. They're not.
Not
they're not
police.
like
They're
not
literal
police.
police officers.
They're
Oh,
administrative.
Okay, I got you. I got
Yes.
you. Okay.
So non-sworn, you still have cell phones you have to pay.
All right, okay, never mind.
And it's gonna cost 10,000 for all those? That's a big number.
Let's see.
There's 7 staff in administration.
So $30 a month per line and 7 people, you could do the math.
But then, I mean, you have other people in, because then you have the support services department of police.
The DB.
Data lines as well.
Is it part of the agreement when you're hired here that everybody gets a cell phone? Is that how we do it?
No,
Not
sir.
everybody. But you have to remember that if you use your personal phone and a FOIA comes out, then that means you'd have to give up your personal phone. So that's been the whole justification on why people have. Yeah, so you have other people in the support services that aren't sworn either. But I will look into their.
Plus, the
their
other
cell
thing
phone.
too, Maisha, for the cell phone is the lines that they use for their CAD services.
Oh.
Though we have to pay for those connections.
And that's in this line item?
So the data.
It's just like when you're paying for the iPad services through T-Mobile. They have to pay for theirs too.
But that's Cynthia's question, Lincoln's question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Uniforms and apparel. It's number 52450. 20,000 down to 3,000. You're not planning on getting any new uniforms this year? Madam Mayor, looks like.
So when we came in, one of the biggest issues that I had was the uniforms. So instead of buying all these uniforms, because they're not expensive, we're rolling out to what the county does, which was to give the officers their uniform allowance for them to purchase their own uniform. So that way we don't go over, because when I came in, I had to ask for some officers to cut the city back a check because whatever is allotted per person, if they went over, they have to pay the city back.
Got you.
So now they get their $800 and they buy their uniform. There'll be no more going to finance and going over their line item.
That's good to know. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
We're
Um,
working to get the numbers down.
That's good to know. Thank you for that explanation. And the community outreach expenses, for 34.5, that for the spring event, community day and others.
National Night Out, everything. I've rolled everything into one line item.
100.
Got you. And
Community outreach.
maybe the major or the chief
Right above
can-
community promotion.
maybe the major or the
408.
chief can adjust this one, but I don't know, I'll go ahead and pose it to you, Madam City Manager. Is there currently a police lieutenant on staff?
With
Not
two.
two.
Yeah. I
Oh,
was like,
okay. Cause I know that one left.
No,
No, the captain left
Captain left, okay.
and the position is not being filled.
And that one is not being filled.
And we have
Not in the
Lewis and
fiscal
Amy are
year.
the 2 lieutenants. right?
correct.
So the 2 lieutenants can cover what the captain did before.
Bingo.
Sounds good to me. I have no further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay? Brianna?
First thing that, Councilor Rosenberg mentioned before, we are not budgeting for a car in admin. Is that,
The car, it should be in automated speed.
okay, all right, so yeah, because there's a line there, so I just want to make sure. So we did budget for a car for the
It's
admin.
130,000 in automated speed for vehicles.
All right, I asked several questions in advance, and I'll read out some of the answers just for folks to hear. I was confused as to whether or not we didn't get a crime and control and prevention grant, but we did get it. That's good. This was from admin, that we zeroed out the property cleanup and liens. That was New York State Department of Public Works. Police auto insurance was moved to the administration, so all car insurance is in one place. I asked what the police consulting services were used for in the fiscal year 26 budget. And the answer I received was that was the money that was being set aside to build dispatch. I asked why vehicle gas on line item 52140 was so low. And the answer I received was we need to up
PD admin new process with Corals. Can you explain that a little further?
Yeah, so remember, we didn't have we had the fuel tanks at Public Works. We weren't actually allocating the based on actual usage because we didn't have anything to say Maisha pumped gas.
Yeah.
Whereas now we're using Quarles to do fueling, and so everyone has their own personal PIN. And so now we actually know what each individual department person is using for for gasoline.
Are we also, because we don't have a fleet manager anymore, right? Are we, is someone looking at the Samsara data and the Quarles data and like making sure that like we're not really buying gas for people to drive their car to, you know, Florida on the weekend? Like, you know what I mean?
So every month we get a report of Maisha got gas 2 times, 5 times, whatever it is. And the person, when you go to get the gas, you have to also put the mileage of the car.
Yep.
So those are things that me and the department heads and all of us are looking at every month to see if there are any anomalies. Even if I look at it, then I'm asking Chief or Barclay or Quentin or whoever, hey, can you look at this vehicle? What's wrong? Because we have had situations where Maisha went to car, I don't know, 3. And instead of using, because each car has its own gas card so that we don't get these anomalies in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so that Maisha's not taking the gas card from Maisha's gas card and using it in car 1, 2, and 3. So then the
Yes.
mileage would be all over the place. So that's what we have had some hiccups and it has happened. I'm not gonna say it hasn't, but we are looking at that.
Yeah, no, I think that that'll get better over time to be able to know. For instance, the code enforcement vehicles don't put on the mileage that a police vehicle do because they don't take them home. And they're only driving around our little 1 square mile city. So they're not putting on crazy mileage. And they're electric, so they're
I was
not.
gonna say, and they're looking.
So that we're not filling them. Whereas a police car, if the officer lives 35 miles away, that's 75 miles a day, 5 days a week or 3 days a week of commuting, plus the fact that they're they're not stationary when they work. It'd be good to know so that we can budget more accurately going forward. I guess this is, I'm jumping ahead to another part of the police budget. I could wait, Mr. Sheriff.
Wait
if you
for that,
wanted
because you
to.
have a 3-minute warning. So,
Okay. In that case, I'm done.
okay. I'll give you, we're all done, Agnelli. I'll give you 2 of the 3 minutes if you have anything of police administration, if you'd like to address. Pick the highlights, just on those 2
Again, there
pages.
are 6 budget amendment numbers, part of the public administration that I would like to see being considered when looking at this budget. So, for example, well, I'm leaving retirement and pension. We talked about that. Of the 7 people in the budget proposed, how many are covered by the police CDA under administration? Because I see a police, mayor, lieutenant, and corporal. Are they covered by the CBA?
No.
So-
It's sergeant and below.
So there's 1 police sergeant.
Mm-hmm,
So that would be CBA,
mm-hmm.
only 1. Okay. Who's the sergeant? You remember?
It's gonna be sergeant detective in that department, right? Magana.
Magana, okay.
Okay.
He's a detective.
Insurance went global. Vehicle operations and maintenance. That would be something to consider being global across the department. Because I don't know how many cars are only used by police administration, and when they go to the repair, they track under that line item. They go to fix a car,
Mm-hmm.
that's in the police. They actually track whether it's a police car for administration or a police car for patrol.
Yeah, so one of the things that that we're working towards is actually all repairs, it will be assigned to a vehicle number. So then that way we'll know, oh, car 100 this year, we spent way more than what it's valued. And so that's what I'm hoping that we can finish this FY 27 year. So then that way in FY 28, we do better with actually planning on vehicle replacement.
But we do track each vehicle, but it's spent on
Okay,
each
Nellie,
vehicle.
let's, we're gonna have to pick it up later anyway. It's 2:00 and people want to break. You
The
you wanna go
last
on?
comment is
Okay.
something to put through the whole police. Let's consider leasing versus buying new cars. for maintenance. That's a general statement.
Okay, and I'm gonna take 30 seconds just on the list. Is it a typo? I heard somebody say we have 2 lieutenants
Yeah.
and this says 1. Is that a
Right.
typo on that staffing
It's
table?
one for admin.
1 for admin.
And then you'll see the other one in patrol.
Okay, so that explains that. Very good. All right, anybody want to move to adjourn at 2:00?
I move that we
I'm
adjourn.
sorry, what's that, Cynthia?
Could I make a public statement on this?
I'll give you 2 to 3 minutes, please. Go ahead.
It's not gonna be long, I promise you.
Excuse me. We thank you for being present.
Oh, make sure
Yeah.
she has a thing
I know.
for acknowledge.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. What is that thing called?
Good evening, good afternoon, Cynthia Pole, Sweet Long Branch Drive. I would like the council and city manager to consider when they're looking at the police lines. I know this is gonna be unpopular, especially with the gasoline. We have way too many officers who live outside of the county. Multiple jurisdictions I've talked to are now charging the police officers back $50
Working on it.
to take that back. Okay, and then also for police officers who are doing part-time work, multiple jurisdictions are charging their officers $150 per pay period because you're using our car, which is wear and tear on our car, which is gas that we're paying for. That ought to be something that this council needs to consider, in my opinion. Thank you.
Sounds like that's in process. Thank you, Cynthia. All right, we're not going to explore that any further because I heard a motion to adjourn. Second, all in favor?
Can I just ask a question?
Go ahead.
Just real quick, so I know what planning wise we're gonna do.
Okay,
So we still have to finish police and we have to finish public works.
correct.
What's the plan?
The plan I would do would be to add it to the evening agendas in pieces.
So,
We
so
meet
when,
Wednesday. I
and
don't
then,
want to
the-
call an additional meeting for this. We meet Wednesday this week. I haven't seen the agenda, but Caitlin put it together. I could add the finished police on there.
okay.
Give it, hopefully 25 minutes.
Yeah, I was just thinking.
So doing,
And then we add it to the Monday
you don't wanna
meeting?
go to, you don't-
And then the Monday meeting, we could do public works.
so doing, you don't wanna finish it?
Today?
Because we had it budgeted, from 10 to 4.
Yeah, but you said you were leaving at 2.
No, I'm willing to stay to get it over. and done. If
Do
it's
you want to
okay with
remove
the-
your motion?
if
You
it's
guys
okay
wanna
with the
stay? I think
council.
Cynthia's packing up.
I just put my computer away.
You want to
Can't
stay?
run away without me.
I have to call my wife, to be perfectly honest, as I told her to, and
I plan for 4 because
Yeah.
that's.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't mind staying. I
If you
thought
wanna
2
call
was
your
cut.
wife, please.
yeah,
Get it over and done.
you know the
with.
expression, happy wife, happy life, right?
Phone call.
Lincoln is.
You need to
on
go?
the fence.
No, I'm hungry, but I guess I could. eat.
Yeah, I'm also
So
hungry.
there's some
so
bananas and there's some
order
apples
these.
and there's some oranges.
I mean,
You want me to get you something?
I'll get it.
Yeah, we just actually we're finished.
You're leaving, Cynthia?
Yeah, this is the rest of my Saturday. I have-
Mine too. I thought we were gonna wrap up at 2, but they advertised it till 4, so.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for coming.
Oh,
and
you
making
want
the
to-
time.
you want to- I hope you all have a good day.
I see your study our
And she
budget.
walks out the door.
I see you study our budget.
Oh,
We're
yeah.
speaking-
Yeah, I got stickers, I got notes. You guys have been answering my questions, so it works.
We meet next Wednesday, Cynthia. Hope you can join. We meet next Wednesday. Hope you can join us in the evening.
They got an outbreak.
my boss says I'm allowed to stay out late with my friends.
Okay. All right, we finished this page, I think, everybody, right? Do you have other things? Because I cut you short. No, you're good.
Table my motion.
Do I have to drive to get lunch or someone?
Can we, you want to order something?
Um,
I think we should be
I
finished.
thought said lunch would be for by. Oh,
No.
lunch,
No,
right.
no.
Okay,
No,
so I
you're
don't
the one that
Apples,
emailed that
bananas,
said you didn't
apples,
want,
bananas,
that people could just bring their own food.
No.
I provided lunch over there.
That
Okay,
was you.
so I guess I go to Jersey Mike's.
You can go over there.
We taking a break?
That's not.
Okay.
That's just snack.
You want to take a break and go get food?
I'm sorry, I thought we were taking an hour lunch break or I heard wrong.
I don't remember saying that, but
Yeah, I was going to say, no one said that one.
Yeah, I just.
I think we're trying to
Okay,
do an hour and be done with this.
Okay, I
Any
guess,
more than the banana?
I thought we stayed until 4 and that there would be a lunch.
Yes.
I can, then,
Well, why don't we just order something to be delivered here?
yes.
Yeah,
Okay, what do y'all want ordered?
I'm cool with Jersey Mike's if that's.
I mean, I'm happy to pay for it. Someone goes fix it up. It'll be faster because we're talking.
Oh, well, Uber Eats can bring it to us.
Yeah, I was going to say, Uber Eats.
Yeah. I'll just do it on my phone. It's fine. And I'll pass it to you and you pick what you want and then you pay me back later.
Okay.
I'm gonna pick the things that are under 30 minutes delivery time.
Okay.
they may finish this before they show up.
Find some food.
Yes, yeah.
That's
No.
fine.
Yeah.
There's Subway sandwiches. There are things that are less than 30 minutes. Sardi's, Popeyes, Mid-Atlantic.
I'll be happy with Sardis. I'm actually going there. I've never been inside a Sardis. I knew about them.
All right,
And
let's
now
all
I'm
order
going
some.
once or twice a week.
Oh, wow.
I'm gonna,
I've been in there a whole lot of times.
yeah.
Actually,
We have like a Sardi's line item in our budget per family now.
Did you buy the $100 card and get $25?
No, we
free?
should have, but we have a friend who bought 4 of them.
Yes, I bought one in Christmas before I ended up in the hospital. I used it all up and I bought another one on Tuesday. Monday.
Where you going? Oh, so where's she going?
You know, something.
Next. I could have bought you the box.
Did you see my Steve getting water?
I'm sorry, what'd you say? Do we want to turn the camera and mic off while you all do this?
Yeah, for like a minute.
Please.
Just for a few minutes.
Yeah.
If they
All right,
really-
Jasmine, give it a break for a
They
few
really
minutes.
love it.
Well, now I have to pull all my stuff back up because I had already. signed
Welcome
up.
back. I see we're on
Vice
camera
is a jack
again.
of all trades.
May 2nd, Saturday. We're resuming at 2:17. We're not going to stop until 4. And that may be sooner, depending on how quickly Maisha can answer questions,
No pressure,
You
my.
will, or how tired the council people are. We are on, don't have a page number, but it says Public Service Police Automated Enforcement. That's where we are. Okay? And Cynthia, this has to do with speed cameras and right turn or red cameras and proposed stop sign cameras. And what did you write in your notes? You have questions, Cynthia. We'll let you go first.
All right. Wait a minute.
It's this page right here.
Can I add one thing? We need to add court overtime to this budget.
Okay,
Because of the one officer, well, I guess the 2 officers, it's only filled with 1 right now. But, we didn't have court overtime budgeted, and so we do need to add that to this budget.
Yes, you have 10,000.
Overtime, but not court overtime. There's 2 different line items. You'll see it when we get to patrol.
Ah,
It's when the officers have to go
Two
to,
different items,
Yeah.
2 different sections.
I had to go back and find the page.
For police automated, we're looking at 10,000.
yes, but we need to add a line item for court overtime. For when they have to go to court.
Under police automated.
Yes.
okay, Cynthia?
That's the one.
Yeah, it's right here, and there, yeah, that's the
No, I
one.
don't have any questions.
Okay, Lincoln,
I think I'm good, Mr. Chair. The only one I had was health insurance, and we've talked about that already.
we talked about that.
Yeah.
That's gone way up. And, Brianna?
I lost all my questions. I had signed out of my computer.
Oh,
So you can,
then we
skip me
can
for
let
now.
Agnelli go on this page.
Yeah.
Agnelli,
and I'll call it-
automated enforcement.
Okay, I missed the amount you want to add for court overtime.
Let's see where. it is.
30,000.
I would say 5,000, because I think we're currently at 3.
Okay.
Overtime court appearance, 42,400.
Said it's a new item.
That's on
Oh, you
another,
wanna add
you're
another one,
ahead
okay.
there. You moved into patrol.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
So 5,000,
Okay.
because right now we only have 1 officer. There's a vacancy in there. And so hopefully we'll have 2 officers.
The police support services, well.
No, we're in,
Automated enforcement.
automated police
You said
enforcement.
2,000, 3,000.
Before,
I said 5, because I know we're currently at 3.
Okay.
Mm,
That's
Okay,
what we're on the budget.
it's not here
Right.
This-
for
She said
this
it is.
year.
Mhm.
You spent 30,
Mhm.
even though it's not listed. But then that makes me question even more the 10,000. You're keeping the same or just regular overtime when it's 2 people. 2 people, 10,000 overtime?
Hold on. Well,
And that's on top of the court.
because court is when they have to go to court and they don't actually get paid. It's not part of their normal patrol. So that's in addition to them patrolling when they have to go to court.
I understand that, but then do we need 10,000 on regular overtime for 2 staff?
How much have we spent so far?
Only
Depends on how
8,400.
often they go to court.
How come this is new?
Yeah, we're 8,400.
Yeah, but the
I
reason why
know.
we have the 8,400 is because when somebody off, we have to pay overtime for the other person to cover, which is all across the department.
Yeah, so currently I will have a budget amendment for council on Wednesday for police because of the fact of us being short on staff. And so because of that, we still have our same patrols. And so anytime officers fill in the gaps, it's overtime.
So how much are we over in 26 budget?
So currently that department is at 8,425.
Okay, and you need a little bit more to make it through this year
Mhm,
with an empty position.
correct.
So
But
we're
hope-
forecasting for
Yes.
next year
Yeah.
with an empty position.
I hope not, but we have struggled filling positions. We are struggling, and that's what, and Major Butler has that in his memo that I will be presenting to council on Wednesday. We've had police positions open all year. Trying to fill police
I don't
officers.
particularly like the answer, but I understand the number, which is what I need to. And consulting services of 147 or 145,000 going down to zero.
So that was Brianna had talked about, that was one of her questions. That was when we were budgeting to do a dispatch. And we're no longer doing dispatch, planning on doing dispatch, and so that's why that went away.
Okay, so that's change of priorities. And
And this
is it,
is the department you will see the vehicles budgeted in. I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
so gasoline use going from 15,000 to 3,000, even inflation? They're driving all of the time, or a lot of their time driving.
Yes.
15,000, how much have they used? so far?
52140.
Maybe it's because they've used a lot less than 15,000?
Well, this goes to the conversation I was saying earlier about how we were budgeting gasoline before. We were just using a percentage. So we're actually only at 3,828 so far this year.
Okay, 3,200 something. Okay, so that makes sense. Maybe ask for 4 because of inflation?
Okay. Plus if we actually end up with 2 officers,
Okay, but,
but I don't know,
um,
because that's only 1 officer.
range and supply, office supplies is going from 5,000 to 500. That's quite a reduction. Because everything costs more. Field supplies are going from 10,000 to 2,000. What are we not buying?
So office supplies for that department, we've only spent $793 this year.
Okay. 7. I mean, that makes sense. Field supplies, how much have we spent?
Five two 250.
We haven't spent any.
But look at the yearly forecasted amounts over the last 3 years, it's under 1,000.
Mhm.
Under 1,000? for
Yeah, so
field
it was
supplies?
2,300, then it was 961, then it was 767.
If you average it out, it's under 1,000.
Okay, I like that way of budgeting. And the same thing for pedestrian traffic safety supplies from over 8,000 to 500.
So we didn't spend any in 23. It looks like in FY 24, we spent 8,268, and then in FY 25, we didn't spend any. So it looks like when we were working on the FY 26 budget, we just looked at that number for FY 24, and that's what got
Mhm.
I think that's where they do the speed humps and bumps.
it is.
So if you
And what's
have,
the actual for this year?
I don't think we spent.
yeah, but we only need 500.
We haven't spent any.
Okay. Cell phones down to 0? I'm not complaining.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's
yeah.
definitely definitely 2 officers, so we wouldn't pay for their plans.
Okay. Vehicles for automated. We budgeted 130,000 for 26. Did we spend 130 in police vehicles this year or this fiscal year?
I know we bought 2 vehicles. How much did we actually spend? So far, we're at 93, but I know they're still working on the striping and lighting and all that stuff. Oh, did I shut
Okay.
off?
What would be the justification of additional cars or automated enforcement for 2 officers that already purchased a car this year?
So those are just police cars. It's for anyone in the department. It's so if it's in that department, we can use our speed money to cover the cars that we're buying for the department. So it's not for those particular officers.
Officers is just that you can.
So
use-
like the 2 cars we bought this year, one was for chief and one was for major.
Or any officer or any in police department. Which
Can be taken from speed
Mr.
camera.
Chair, can we put into future discussions of the budget considering leasing
Oh my gosh.
versus buying and maintenance costs?
We
Yeah.
discussed that in the past, but I'm willing to put that on the agenda and
Maybe the
revisit
police
it.
officer can come and talk, police Chief Alston, talk to us better about what are his long-term needs. And as these cars get older, are we gonna
I
keep
don't-
buying 2 cars per year?
I'm willing to listen. I don't like it, but I'm willing to listen.
We've
We've
said
done
we
it
don't like it.
year and year
Every
and
other year,
year
this is
and year.
discussed, and
But we're
every
willing,
other year, the council strikes it down, because it's
Right.
a terrible idea.
Yeah.
but because she's
Council
new,
strikes it down.
Yes,
Policing.
Yeah.
yes.
It's far more
but
expensive.
because she's new, give her an opportunity to hear.
Too many voices.
You need to speak one at a time.
Yeah.
And we always decided it's far more expensive. Chief Rice presented it to us with somebody he knew over in Avis, and we looked at the numbers and it was just so expensive.
We have a new chief of police.
Doesn't matter, the numbers won't change, but I'm willing to put it on an agenda if you want to have the analysis again and you can see what it is. But you do the comparison, and maintaining your own vehicle is always far cheaper than leasing.
Yes.
Leasing has a lot of advantages, but price is not one of them.
Insurance is sky high.
Yeah, because you
Yeah,
have brand new
insurance
vehicles. You
Sky
have
high.
the insurance is higher. Cops, I don't know what it is,
Okay.
that they all crash their
So-
cars.
I'm hearing 3 out of the 5 have opinions on leasing versus
Very strong opinion.
what's,
I'm of the sense that they are as well. It's more expensive, but you know what? If you want to put it on the agenda and discuss it again, that's fine. Go ahead.
there are far more important things in my list of budget-related
Okay.
items. If most of the current council members would not support, then let's use the time to discuss global budget or other things. Do not put it.
Okay, leasing is behind us.
It's just dead on arrival.
Now, did Brianna find her computer screen? and she
did,
had
yes.
questions on this?
It goes kind of to the similar line of thinking around asset management. I know that every so often we have to replace ammunition and bulletproof vests and other things that expire and there's a cycle, all of them have a life, and then there have been instances in the past where we've had to do an emergency budget amendment because we discover at the 18th hour that, we have to buy 30 bulletproof vests tomorrow. Otherwise, all our officers are going to be murdered. Like nobody's gonna, and that happened with what's it called? Body worn cameras, same thing sort of happened. So do we have a regular schedule of the things that the police department uses that does expire so that we can make sure that we are budgeting like in those years? Because I imagine like there are years where we do have these like spikes in purchasing of certain types of supplies. And I assume it's because that's the year that, we had to buy all the bulletproof vests, or that's the year we had to buy all the whatever ammunition. Do we have a system
So
of,
they have a cycle and, only one person is up for renewal of the bulletproof vest.
bulletproof vest? Okay. And then same with, like all the things that cops use that they have life cycles. Is there a system that's monitoring that so we're budgeting appropriately?
So for the bullets, there are bullets in the inventory and we still have money in this year's budget. So if there's a chance to top up the bullets, we will be able to do it in this year. So whatever is asked for the 27 budget is what we need.
Okay. Yeah.
And then a lot of their big ticket things, we try to go through for grants.
Yeah, we
And
do a
so-
lot of grants.
And so those will be things that we have to do a budget amendment for, because then we bring it in, yep, we were awarded the grant. So then we bring in that revenue and then we go buy the purchase, whatever the grant was for.
Cool. Yeah, no, that was one of the questions I asked. This also relates to public works, but we'll talk about that when we get there. Let me see if there's any other police questions that I had that fit here. No, I don't think so. I'm good to go.
Okay. And I don't have any additional questions. You guys exhausted that. You, did okay, go ahead. I thought your questions were the least cars. Go ahead.
No,
That was the prior section?
are we done with automated and I just jumped?
We just
Uh,
were finishing automating. now.
We're finishing automated.
Then I'm done.
That's what I thought. Okay, now we're
I
gonna
just
jump.
put my
Now we're gonna
pages.
jump and I picked on Cynthia first last time, so I will ask Lincoln to take us into patrol. Don't have the page number, I can tell you what it looks like. It's got some
Thank
blue
you,
bars
Mr.
on top,
Chair.
yeah.
I only had 2 items circled on this one, and I know what's going on with health insurance. And what type of employee training is being offered to the police? Madam City Manager at 5,500.
Maybe it's that mental health treatment.
Oh, which one?
Where he
I
said
know
like
they
wanted
have-
everybody to
to
get.
have that. Is that the mental health? You need numbers
Oh, I see.
52380. Is
Oh, and actually, you know what?
that the mental health?
It should be
I don't know,
fine.
but that should have been moved down to employee training.
That's what I thought.
Yep, that should move to training, travel and meetings.
Oh, so it's on the wrong line item anyway.
Yes, but I mean, that would be, I know they do the mental health. I don't know what else they do, but, just because I'm trying to move things to where it's consistent.
Well, maybe the major or the chief.
5-2, which one is it?
52380.
380.
Oh,
It's right under car-to-car radios.
Oh, okay.
maybe the chief can follow up with us and let us know if it's the mental health, what type of training it is.
So we just signed the, contract for the mental health training.
Mhm.
It looked like this amount.
Yeah, because he said that was a
He said-
priority to make
he-
sure
he did
everybody
say it
gets
was a
it.
priority.
Mhm.
We're kind of
No,
assuming that, but if you
No,
can
it's not
follow
a,
up.
it is required.
Required.
Oh, it's required.
Yes,
Yeah,
ma'am.
from the state.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I didn't know it was required either. I thought he just wanted to do it.
Nope.
In that case, we should definitely budget.
Like that guy sitting on the bridge for the last 2 days.
Yeah. So actually, Mr. Chair, that's all I had. But if you could just follow up and let us know for sure if that's the mental health, I'd appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brianna, you have questions on this page?
No, 52,
Okay, and
400.
Agnelli, on this page, you have questions.
Yeah, but not as many,
Okay.
because things are being answered.
Initially,
GPS tracking was 0 out
No,
in
no, not that
multiple
one.
places. We're not tracking, or are we using different technology?
It's moved into the computer support and administration. So when I read out that list.
405.
Mhm.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Isn't it some Sarah?
It is Sam Sarah.
Yeah, okay.
That's right, you made the list of, some Sarah.
Yep.
Okay.
Training is zero.
And the body
No, this
camera,
one-
the
this one.
numbers, the one you talked about is
Yeah,
overcycle
there's no.
replacement.
No, but
It's not
on
every
the-
year.
It's not every year. So, we were like, we bought our body worn cameras in 2009 and didn't replace them until 2024, I believe. And so, their officers were like breaking them.
Okay, so
Between
what's
two.
the actual for body cameras in
Yeah.
26? Because there's 3,500 in the current budget. What's the?
Maybe just for.
58130, yeah.
But we do a grant for body worn cameras. Grant.
Yeah, but we just bought a
Reimbursement.
whole bunch of new ones.
Yes.
Yeah, so
So
we
for
shouldn't,
next year, you're planning to use grant
Your
money.
software license and access.
Okay, that's a good plan.
and to be honest, we should have more body worn cameras than we actually have officers, since we have vacancies. When we bought them for, we envisioned a full staff when we bought them. And so there should actually be some extras lying around.
What's the actual for that line?
We haven't spent anything. And I know Chief has talked about getting a grant, so then that way, our code officers and our parking officers actually have body worn cameras
That'd be
also.
great.
That would be great.
They absolutely should have them.
Watching you.
Not that I like to
We had them at
spend
Sea Pleasant
money,
Police Department.
but would that be a question for Chief Alston if he think there's 3,500 in this year's budget? Is that something he would prioritize to use this year's budget because next year it's gonna have zero?
Yeah, I'll check with him on that.
Okay, so we're saying zero for next year.
Yeah, but we went through the budget with all the department head. It wasn't silo. We went through the budget with all the department heads. So
Okay.
these questions, we went through it.
Okay. And how much is the actual for field supplies, 52,250, that we're cutting in half? The budget from 20,000 to 10,000.
$1,970.
So we need 10 or can it be 5? Given current expenditures.
And for now,
Yeah, I don't know if he has plans for
plans, because
anything.
there are things that they have planned
Because it
each
says
year.
yearly, so it's for the yearly qualifications, ammos, targets, disposable.
Okay, so it's planned. Okay,
24 was 7,000.
some of those needs we identified.
That's for the range.
Yeah,
The
she-
range.
she said how much we-
The gun range, like where they go.
Every-
Field supplies. Okay. That's all I have for police patrol.
Okay, and I want to note that I found the second, oh, I'm sorry, go ahead, Cynthia.
It says small weapons. Do we buy their weapons for them?
They're ours.
And when they leave, they take them with them? Where are they? Where do we
We
keep
keep them.
locked up?
We keep them.
We have some?
We have like a locker
All right.
room situation.
And the next question is for 42300 community engagement grant. Okay, in 25, we got 14,000 for grant. Excuse me. 42300.
Mhm.
And we only did 32. Is this the one that we normally give out hot dogs to and we stopped giving out hot dogs? Because I was upset when I came in. That
That was
was no
very
hot dog. 'Cause my question was, why did we stop? Because forever we've done that. But I guess it wasn't in the budget.
I want to check with the chief on what they are doing with the community engagement grant.
They have it's the same budget they have, so
So they
I
couldn't.
guess
put-
And
they
I was told about the year we didn't have hot dogs at National Night Out was that there was concerns about licensing of food vendors. Because at the time, we only had like one licensed mobile food operator or something. And so there was concerns around the liability. This is what Mayor Dojo shared with me. But you know, a lot of people were very upset there were no hot dogs at National
Yeah,
Night
I
Out
was
that
very
year.
upset. but no hot
Well, because you know, anyone that sells food, even at Community Day or Spring, they actually have to get the food handlers permit from the county.
From the county, yeah.
I'm just talking about the ones we give, that we boil and give away.
Yeah, but that's the problem is we're putting ourselves at risk because if somebody gets food poisoning, we don't have that license. That was the reason why.
So all we have to do is send somebody down PG County Community College to take class.
And like pay for the license and stuff like that, yeah.
Because I used to do catering for my home, and all I do is go there and get certified.
you can get a 1-day pass.
Yeah.
That was the reason. I remember a lot of people wrote to us.
Okay, well, we gotta remember that going towards, so we get somebody down there. I want my hot dog. Yes, I'm serious. Okay, the training and meetings, this does not include their MML, or is their MML included with us?
No, their MML would, if they went, would be under police administration.
I finished.
42,300.
Okay, and I was gonna note that on the same page, we found the second lieutenant, so thank you for that explanation. We have 2 lieutenants. And then I wanted to read this mission statement and challenge all of us to help it become reality. Building trust and fostering positive relationships with residents, businesses, and stakeholders through proactive community policing efforts, including neighborhood patrols, outreach events, partnerships with local organizations. Some of this we have achieved, but there's still a gap there. And I get a lot of calls at home, and I know I'm not supposed to be doing the administration's job, but they call me. They do not see police cars patrolling, and people would like to see them. What's that, Cynthia?
I stopped looking.
Yeah, well, that's, their mission is to be known in the community, and a lot of residents never see them and are disturbed about that. So that's a goal for all of us to achieve. It's not a criticism, but that's part of our mission, to have them patrol the streets and be seen. Okay? Let's move on to public safety support services. And this one, you know, I'll let you start this one, Cynthia, because this is where we have the animal control officer.
But I know Chief Son is not here, but one of his big proponent is to break up the city into thing for patrolling. So he's working on that already.
I'm glad he's working on it. I just wanted everyone to be aware of what I hear a lot.
Oh, you.
Not only you, I know, and not only me. Public safety support services here,
More patrolling, more-
and yeah, you got the page there, and then the next page has the, oh, there it is right there. Yeah, that's where your animal control stuff is.
Oh, it's not on mine. 59,
Animal control here, isn't it?
Animal control and police support
Animal control
services.
Yeah.
Anyway, do you have any questions on public safety support services?
I have a question. It's like people calling me, telling me about our animal control person. I'm gonna make it sweet, short, and to the point. When they try to flag her down to ask her something, she tells them to call it in. Not one, not two, but three people. They will get there, trying, you know how you stand there, you try to flag somebody down, and she'll put her window down, say, call it in.
I'm running to the front to get the food. I'll be right back.
Mhm, okay.
It's okay, but so, you know, cut my salary.
And the question I had is, she's almost making $80,000, and the person before her didn't make that, didn't make that amount of money. And my question is, I would like to see her job description. That's all that is.
It's right here, Cynthia, and I'll interrupt here. And number 2, animal welfare, promote the welfare and safety of both humans and animals within the community by providing, this is number 2 here, by providing compassionate and effective animal control services. This includes addressing concerns related to neglect, abuse, improper care, as well as facilitating adoptions and reunifications whenever possible. Now, is she achieving that?
Good question. My question was, the last animal control person also did, parking. And he
Also
made
did what?
tickets.
Oh.
And he didn't make as much as she's making, and all she's doing is collecting cats that need to be neutered and spayed for $80,000. We can go to that when we go to the salary.
After BRC, we'll deal with the salaries and that. You're right. But, anything else on public safety support services, or is animal control your biggest gripe?
My biggest gripe.
Anything else in there? No? No, I'm asking Cynthia.
Oh,
And-
yeah, I'm
And you're done, and then
I'm
Lincoln,
gonna-
Public Safety Support Services.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I only have one, 52490, trap and release program. 5,000 was budgeted in 26, it dropped to 0 in 27. Explain that, Maisha?
That's because that's a grant.
Grant.
Oh, so the grant,
So if we
Funds
get the, so if we get the grant,
Do a
then it
budget
will be,
amendment.
it'll do a budget amendment to bring in the grant funds
And
and
then spend it.
expense.
okay, is it a yearly grant? Can we apply for it again?
If it's available.
If it's available.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, that's all I have.
Well, while Lincoln raises that point, if we don't get the grant, do we still do the trap and release? Are we still taking them down to Upper Marlboro and bringing them back to the neighborhood as required by law?
Mayor, about the trap and release grant, do we still
No,
do that?
no, not unless it's budgeted. We just rely on the grant.
So if there's no grant, we can pick up the trap.
They give us any supplement.
Maybe by that time we would have, taken care of the whole, the inventory,
You ordered like
hopefully,
3 internet.
with this little bit of
So there might be
stuff
some
on
money-
release.
I
That's what I'm
Somebody
saying.
else.
We might have a little money left over.
I like that. I don't know if anybody else likes it. I don't really know.
Lincoln.
Do they send my black
Look at this.
It's yours, but also they left that pie.
No, I'm telling you.
This is the mayor.
For those of you watching at home, this is
But
not
no.
great.
Oh, that's Cynthia. Mine is in here.
Oh, like.
This
Oh,
is
yeah,
mine.
That's yours.
This is mine, yeah.
Okay.
What? This is mine. Nope, they didn't send any cutlery.
Yes, Maisha,
Have in the
when you get
kitchen.
some.
Yeah.
Okay.
These bats are good, by the way. So
I was gonna say, I want to.
Can we get
Yeah.
a plate for you?
I love it.
Okay, now we're gonna do, we're gonna go
Take the
to
other one.
Brianna next when she's ready.
On what, on this page?
Yes, on this page.
Oh,
Public-
actually, you didn't really have anything on this page.
Okay, now Agnelli, support services in the police department.
I'm gonna address this in general, because one of their mission statements is to promote public safety in public spaces by enforcing parking regulations that are fair and consistently. So that's gonna be part of the proposal I'm gonna be presenting regarding reduction in fees, fines, and penalties from the amount that is almost $3 million. I know it's not specific to public service, support services, but the bulk of parking violations that are controlled by the city in that department. And it was amazing to find that the schedule of fees and fines have not been
Oh, no,
brought to
but-
council
I just have to-
for revision since 2014. The charter says it's under our purview.
It's been brought every year.
No, a schedule of fees and fines for code enforcement, parking violations.
Oh.
Hasn't been revised since 2014. That's part of my proposal. That was like, oh my God. So more to hear on that. But the travel, training, and meetings has zero. Oh, Maisha is out.
Lost
She's
my.
probably getting nothing. Oh,
Yeah.
yes. And so I'm all for cutting, but is there really no need for any kind of training for our support services or animal control?
I'm just thinking
There's
this
no
year
need
means I know.
for
You're just in
training
time,
Because
Maisha.
for police support services.
She's
Everything
asking
is
if we
in
have
one.
any training for Nellie.
Zero. It doesn't-
So Chief did the budget?
Okay.
Okay.
So
He
didn't
knows what
say
he
so.
wants.
Okay.
Yeah, each department head.
Maisha,
I'm good. I don't know.
passes to Lincoln.
So at this moment, he didn't think there was any need. Okay. Everything else, overtime, employee, we talked about and we talked retirement.
Okay. And I echo Cynthia's concerns about animal control, not the dollars amount, but the effectiveness of the service. I get a lot of complaints and I don't like getting when I pass them on to the administration. We're ready to move on to Public Works. So is there anybody on Maisha's computer or my computer with a hand up at home that's still around at 3 o'clock in the afternoon? Are we getting to 3 o'clock hour? Almost 3 o'clock hour. No hands there?
Mm-mm.
Nobody in the audience. So we can go into Public Works Administration. And while Cynthia's coughing, I'll let Lincoln start us in this discussion.
Ms. Frisbee had put out earlier, departments would not overspend if they thought there would be meaningful repercussions if they did it. And why does New Carrollton not use fund accounting? We do.
We do have, we have the general fund and we have designated funds. We do use fund accounting, a hybrid of it. Okay, Lincoln.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we're gonna wait for BRC before we discuss the department head salary for this department.
Correct.
My only other thing was vehicle operations and maintenance went from 100,000 to 125, 604, 53130. Do you anticipate us having to do more repairs on the vehicles in FY27? Madam City Manager?
Hold on, there's operations in there.
No, I'm hoping this is going to,
Be reduced?
no, I mean, I'm hoping this is enough, the 125, 604, is that what you're discussing?
Yes.
Yes, because in FY 23, we had 107, 363, and FY 24, we had 155. FY 25, we had 125, so I'm hoping,
No, we have 40,000 on that budget line item in the budget amendment.
no, I said in FY 25 actuals, it was the last number I read. Wait a minute.
Not that 526.
But there was, the budget amendment approved 40,000.
No,
That was-
I have, that's FY 26.
Yes.
I haven't gotten to that number yet.
Ah.
Hold on. I need this for FY 26.
Okay.
Because I know we had a couple bills that we had to pay this year for items that were repaired last
Last year.
And so that was the big hiccup.
So it wasn't like we're planning on this administration. It was a rollover of fees.
Do we do our oil changes and rotation stuff in-house or is that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we've spent 115,000 so far this year. But I know some of that is, some old. We had two invoices.
46,000.
Yeah.
46,000 was invoices from last year for
That weren't
the,
paid.
backhoes. One
yeah.
backhoe repair was 30,000 and one was 16,000. And for whatever reason, it didn't come out of last year budget. They pushed it over into this year budget, so I had to answer to Agnelli for it. You heard that, Agnelli?
The only thing I have, Mr. Chair, is on the personnel. I noticed that the van driver is not going to be coming back in 27. Who's driving the call bus?
We changed the position to fleet monitoring coordinator.
Oh, okay. And, oh, okay. Did Councilmember Dean already discuss that?
No, I
Oh,
didn't.
okay.
Because that person, would drive the van, also assist us with Samsara reporting and monitoring the inventory levels in the mechanics bay and things like that.
Okay, so he'll be wearing, or she will be wearing many hats. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Now we can back up to you, Cynthia. Do you have any
Who's
notes on
going
this
to
page?
answer those questions to BRC?
Janitorial
Since we have nobody.
supplies,
Who's gonna put in?
6,500.
You have
6,000.
6,000.
Let me get some short.
No,
I looked at it last night.
Are you okay with that?
I didn't ask me
No,
one.
I'm
I
waiting,
didn't get that
I'm
email.
waiting to stop for that.
I'm sorry.
52270, janitorial supplies. Is this for the stuff that we go on the floor and stuff inside? Why so high? $6,000.
So the janitorials for all cleaning supplies. For, it is everything.
Is it for everybody or just that building?
So we have 2 custodians or facilities, people that work together and they handle all the buildings.
Okay, thank you.
We just have one listed as a custodian, but okay.
It's a facilities person in administration.
Station.
So we merged the 2 positions together so that they work together. So then that way if one is up, but they work together on all the buildings.
Okay. But in this part of the budget, we have one. All right. Lincoln, we did you.
Yes, sir.
Brianna, Public Works?
So yeah, I asked the question ahead of time about, how are we, determining when we need to replace trucks? And because we were able to see the mileage of all the vehicles and the inventory that was provided by the administration. And so I asked the question for DPW pickup trucks, do we know the average lifespan in terms of mileage so we can appropriately plan vehicle replacement at the end of their useful life? We have several trucks right now with over 100,000 miles. I know that that would be a high number for a police car, but is that a high number for a truck? And I'm just kind of curious because my wife at her previous employer, she managed a fleet of trucks, construction work trucks, which are the same kind of trucks, 250s, 350s. And she said that, when properly serviced, those trucks can last 400,000 miles. Whereas cop cars will never last that much miles because they crash before they get anywhere near that.
Whoa.
And so it's true. They only last like 100,000 miles before they get in an accident. And so I was just curious, how are we budgeting so that we don't have the same situation that we had last year with the dump trucks that we needed to buy, and it kind of slipped through the cracks because we did have, I don't want to seem like an apologist for the administration, but like Bryce was here for like 6 weeks and then William jumped into that position And so, yeah, we did have an F up at the very beginning of a new fiscal year, having to buy new dump trucks. But the failure goes back to probably Andre, who was in the job for years before and didn't identify that as an urgent concern. And so it's not punitive to, like, you know, punishing the mayor and saying because the mayor has given us these last minute budget amendments for things that are important that should have been planned for. It doesn't punish the mayor. It punishes the workers and it punishes the residents if we are just denying budget amendments because they're happening. But I do agree with everyone's concerns that have been said, like, you know, we should do better planning. So do we know anything about what we're expecting, like how many trucks we're going to need to buy in Department of Public Works, given how old our fleet is?
No, I think that's why we really want to look at the strategic planning, because the strategic planning overall is not just succession planning for positions, but it's also what do the residents want? What are our capital improvement plans? We have to look at everything. The maintenance of the bridges, the maintenance of the streets, the maintenance of the sidewalks, our vehicles. There's so many things that we've just always, since before 2015, done Band-Aids for. But we really have to get into what is our plan. So then that way, you know, those savings accounts that we create, we actually create a capital fund to say, no, we're not just going to buy the cars just because it's our turn to buy them, but we have a savings that we've created over the years of budgeting. Because I'm still too not on the, oh, just because it's 100,000 miles, let's buy a car.
Yeah.
Because overall, maybe this car will last us 400 years, but we now have a plan and created these additional funds, savings, whatever, that we would pull from to say, yes, it is time for us to buy or repair or whatever.
Yeah.
That's my thought.
But I know that Dwayne has been big on like the tax differential, and it's important, that we like make sure that we, with these big expenses that
But I
we're-
think through that planning,
Yeah.
we create those savings that we're saving and budgeting for every year, but we'll get the history of, oh, you know what, this car keeps coming in for repairs, or this car keeps causing us. So no, we don't need it in this 12 months, but we will need it. We're going to hit this button on July 1 to say, let's buy this. And we do have the funds available to do it.
All right. And then I guess this is kind of blending Public Works and the police, but there are a lot of cars in that inventory. I asked if they were all assigned, and the answer I received was 4 pool cars, and then range, I guess. Is that?
And we have a range vehicle. That's
Or
what that
brings that only
expedition
goes
is.
to, and it's old, that one is old and getting ready to be
Doesn't have air,
obsolete.
heat, anything. in it.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What?
They take it to the gun range. So it's a
The
car
gun
that's equipped
range,
to
the
hold lots of
training for
weapons.
the shooting.
Yeah.
How often does that get used?
So
Yeah,
that
it's
was
a,
one of
it's
the
a,
things I
it's a
wanted to
clunker.
do.
Like, I don't think it gets used a lot, but you know.
Because they bring a lot of things to the range, so
Yeah,
you
yeah.
need something with a big thing to put
Yeah.
all the stuff. to
So
go to
one of the
range.
things that I have asked all the staff, and it was based on Brianna's 35 questions, was to actually go out and look at each vehicle and say what the actual mileage is, because the mileage that we have was based on what Samsara pulls, doesn't pull, whatever. So I have the majority of them now. And I've also asked, is the car assigned? Is it a pool? Is it in with the legit claim? And what was my other option? Are we selling it? So there's still some more that I need filled out. So I hopefully will have this for you all on Wednesday.
Perfect, because I think that we can't really appropriately budget if we don't, we might have 5 extra cars sitting out there that, we should sell and buy a new car with or something, but we can't really make those decisions without knowing that. So that's all I have.
Ms. Agnelli, did you look at Public Works?
I like you're losing patience.
No, glad to be with you.
I
Sounds real glad.
I'm sorry, I was talking, I didn't.
I
hear.
said glad to be with you.
Okay, thank
Fine.
you. In that particular question, I had a call about the report of vehicles over in this budget book. And, there's 75 vehicles. I was told, and I went in and counted it, and we have about 78 employees.
I know the trailers, blah, 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 but do we need all these vehicles? What can be planned to either recycle or use, better use? In, out of those 75, 12 have 0 miles.
Yeah, that was this mistake that she explained.
Yeah.
Okay. So the one that caught me by surprise is, it was quite insistent. What is this Durango 2026 that being purchased? Is that
The chief's
chief-
car.
the chief car? Okay. Somehow, okay, so I can go to the resident and respond to that. 50-100 has $50,000 for maintenance and repair operations. And 57-010 has 81,000 in building improvement capital. Can you help me understand
What were the two
the
numbers?
difference?
57,010.
80,000 in building improvements under capital expenses. I said it wrong. And then we have 50,000 under maintenance and repair operations.
So building improvements would be any big projects that would actually be our capital, over our capital threshold.
New roof for public.
So what are we
Like-
talking for 81,000?
It's the public works building. Yeah.
I can answer that in general sense that, can you hear me? You're looking.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's been brought to our attention for at least during Brianna's term as chair, that CPJ, our engineers, said the building is shifting, and it was built in two sections, the main section and a garage is added on, and those sections are separating. And they've done soil samples, they've looked underneath, they told us how it's shifting, and they gave us estimates of major repairs. So there's a lot going on over there. The details aren't in here, and I haven't had a status report lately. Hopefully William would understand what's going on and can fill this in. But the Public Works building was not constructed properly 40 years ago, 30 years ago, and it's creating a lot of issues right now. And that may be what these numbers are for, but Maisha's answer is correct without anybody familiar with it right now. CPJ could answer it for us, I'm sure. They
So
probably give
there's
us estimates.
80,000.
Well, that may be a small number. I mean,
Yeah.
that,
The project bigger than 80,000.
I think it is.
Because I know for a fact they need the doors, so the doors aren't going all the way down.
It's not even the doors, it's the foundation, the building is
Yeah.
sinking.
Sinking,
So it's there's nothing wrong with the door, it's the building's not level.
If they have to reinforce the entire foundation, that's gonna be a very
Okay.
expensive job.
Can you come back and give us what has been reported as the cost for this capital repair? Because I'd
That would
like
be
to
for
know,
a
if it's more than 160, is it planned to be covered over 3 years and we doing 80,000 every year for 3 years?
So
Or
I don't think right now, so like, I don't think we have, I'll check. I'll come back to you. Okay.
so if the total project of fixing the public works department is $250,000 and we had 80,000, maybe hasn't been used, and we have 80,000 for 27, but it costs $250,000, not 250, then we need to look at what's the actual number for 27 if we expect to finish that project in 27.
I think that the 80,000 is to budget for the RFP and planning of the, that's gonna cost millions. It's not gonna cost tens
So
of
Really
what's the
need to be
actual
bummed.
for this?
So I mean, like right now, we've already spent 50, because like this year, I think we've added heating and air conditioning.
In the
Yes.
base. In the base.
to the garage, yeah.
And then we had to fix the ceiling where the
Is
family
that
raccoon.
repair or the capital?
That was capital.
Okay, so
Because of the
the
dollar
actual
point.
is 15.
The
Can you come
mechanic
back
bay.
on What, do you have a number or what the project is and we need to budget forward or?
I think that's the RFP Brianna's
Mm-mm.
referring to. We
Yeah.
need to get some ideas on what it's gonna cost.
To do this whole building, I mean, the buildings, because you have the mechanics bay and you have the actual building. And I know like the salt bay, salt dome needs work too.
Okay, so
The whole
no
entire structure.
idea how the affects the public building. So
Correct.
No, there's
'Cause I
no
think-
study to say that that it needs to be fixed.
It's not true to say we have no idea because CPJ has given us status reports of their concerns. So we know someplace in writing what the issues are, but we don't have a dollar amount now on how much those issues will cost to fix.
Okay, if we're planning forward in 2027, between July 2026 and June 30, 2027, would this become a priority high enough to be managed? And do we put the number or we manage a budget amendment at the time?
I think it'll take that long to get responses to an RFP and a plan on how to address it. And then I would expect we budget it in the following fiscal year.
Yeah.
If they think they don't have numbers for this year, they'd be shooting in the dark. And this would be an instance where I would be more inclined to not complain about a budget amendment if we had a consultant come in and say it's going to cost $2.5 million or $1 million to fix it. Then we as a council would look at what the responses to the RFP and do a budget amendment.
Okay,
But right now, I think the numbers, although these numbers, I don't know how firm they are, we'd have to ask William. At least they reflect something that we're addressing the problem.
thank you.
And
for
then I
taking
just need
us
2
through.
seconds.
Oh, sorry.
Okay. No, you could finish. You were saying something. I didn't want you to lose your thought.
You need to
So
stick to
we,
this.
myself and the department heads went to a training with emergency management the other day. And they told us that we need to work on our plan to adopt the county's plan, because that is one way for us to be able to get the grant process started to maybe get a new public works building. Like what Chevrolet did.
I was gonna say.
And they said Chevrolet did it and they had a hiccup because they didn't have their emergency plan adopted under the county, so they had a whole delay. So hopefully if we, and we are working on it now to adopt the county's plan so that we can start going out to see if we could get federal, state, and county help to maybe get a whole new building.
Perfect plan for such a big capital outlay.
And that's not, it's not just cents. We're gonna need real dollars.
Okay, so the 50,000 under maintenance and repair is to keep patching it up.
Yeah, those are patches.
Those
Okay.
Band-Aids.
Okay.
So let me put it
God
here.
willing, the building is.
Cause like I can tell you on this building, the doors broke the other day in the multipurpose room. We currently have wires going around the multipurpose room doors.
Okay, so it was 5,000, but the budget amendment that I keep referring to, and there was budgeted 50,000. So maybe we need to consider more than 50,000 to keep patching until this problem is addressed?
No, because we did a lot of capital improvement to put the Band-Aid, and we don't want to invest maybe too much more into it. Like the other day, we did the whole flooring. We got a donation of flooring tiles and we painted, and we trying to get it functional as opposed to getting it just grandeur.
Okay, so your planning is 50,000 to helping us keep it going.
If it don't collapse by then.
With Robin. Okay, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. 10 items that were part of the budget amendment. So that should be reflected on the revised numbers. Vehicle maintenance and operations went from 100 to 140 this year, or we're only asking for 125. Okay, training and travel. We needed, according to your feedback, 5,300 in the budget amendment. It was approved because there was a negative amount of 1,300 plus MML. And so if we're looking at 6,500 and another 5,000 in training and travel for public work administration, is that more than just MML? Or just the guys that are not technical, just for administration?
Yes. So working on trying to get some more CDL drivers, we need to get our mechanics some EV hybrid training. So yes,
And then we also have the
that
public
level
works.
of training would come from Public Works Administration, not
Yes.
the individual.
so my mechanics are in administration.
Okay. So, mechanics. Certification. Besides MML.
And only 2 persons from Public Works go to MML, but plus they also have their Public Works training too. That is out of
You know,
state.
because then you have the arborist training.
You have the arborist training, you have the directors go to the Public Works. What's the name of that one, Maisha? One for,
I was trying to understand how we went
The
from
Public Works.
6,500 and the 5,000 budget amendment to 15.
We really cut back on, there's more training we really need in public works.
Mhm.
Because you didn't have enough.
Mhm.
Okay.
Flagger training, yes, we have a list.
Okay, so you'll prioritize within the 15,000. So, we heard about a different approach for uniform and apparel. Instead of paying whatever they bring us, budget allowance. So
That's for police.
help me understand for Public Works Administration, uniform and apparel is going up from 28,000 to 31,000.
So what you're talking about is for the police department.
Okay.
Because of the
approach
CBA.
For Public Works is different, whatever they submit.
Well, no, Public Works actually has a Centos contract
Mhm.
where they bring in their uniforms, drop the dirty uniforms off, and it's a back and forth. Centos handles the Public
Maintenance,
Works.
not just replacement.
Mhm.
Okay.
But we are looking, I'm looking to see if we have Centos for our uniforms, we have Centos for our soap dispensers and all of that. We're currently looking, because that contract ends this year, to see if there's some better programs out there that don't cost as much. This is an area I don't know anything about, but I have Quentin researching that for me.
So the uniforms really is maintenance, it's not replacement, because
Correct.
if it needs to be replaced, it's part of
Part
that
of the
maintenance
maintenance.
that they give a new pair of pants.
Mhm.
Okay. And for how many people? It's everybody under.
It's the whole Public Works team, except for Colleen, Barclay, and Leroy.
Leroy.
It's only the 3 that don't have it.
All the sanitation workers, all
Oh,
the groundskeepers.
but 3.
Mhm.
3 for that.
Yeah.
Okay, all but 3.
Where does their apparel come from?
I think I got
No,
tired.
we
I
got-
don't have
which-
seen
same
you.
one I have.
That's all I have highlighted. For
Okay,
administration.
that covers all 4 of you. My questions had to do with the building. We covered those. So I am ready to move on to
But everything.
what could be our final section for the day based on the agenda.
Spending in for
Statistical stuff
uniform.
isn't available yet, is it, Maisha?
I'm sorry.
The statistical stuff,
Right.
is that available?
Um,
The
You
schedule
might
fees is
advise-
not coming soon.
so we do have the schedule of fees that was left on your desk this
Oh, I saw
morning.
that, okay,
Yes, and we do have, the statistical should be in here.
okay. I think it is, you're right. I was thinking of the other section is absolutely.
I also have some budget proposals that I shared with the group beforehand, and I'd like to discuss because they would, make some major changes to the
Well,
budget.
let's move into the infrastructure first and then we'll get to the
We have 3 departments in Public Works left to finish.
infrastructure.
Mm.
Cynthia, infrastructure.
Landfill
Fees. I need to up that to 18,000.
will this include, Harmon, if we, get the grant? Anything over there needs to be?
No, this is what we take to the landfill.
Landfill, that's your trash.
Oh, that's,
Trash pickup.
oh, okay,
That's
okay.
trash
Oh,
pickup.
now I understand.
Not,
what's
pi-
up.
not pool fill.
I'm thinking, yeah, I'm thinking ground fill. This
Oh,
is
no,
landfill.
And that don't
Okay.
include the recycle either, right?
No, does not include
Right.
recycle.
Okay, that was it. That's the only question I had on
Does that
that.
include both pickup?
Mhm.
Okay.
Lincoln?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Madam City Manager, can you refresh my memory on what the property cleanup is? 10,000?
That's if the city actually has to go clean up, if we actually incur the cost of cleaning up, property.
6,400 level.
Vacant property. Okay. All right.
Well, even if it's not vacant.
Oh, yeah. I've seen some of them.
I got you. Thank you so much for the clarity. And maybe, Mr. Chair, this is something we need to put on the future agenda, but the shared street sweeper, I'm wondering if we're getting our money's worth at $42,000. And if that's something that we should continue as we move forward, just putting it out there, maybe something we could discuss later.
Guys are checking things off my list every time. That's all right. Go ahead. And you want to answer that, Maisha?
So no one has been able to find the contract that we're in with the 4 cities for street sweeper. I've even checked with the 4 cities to see if any of them have it. But I know like College Park and I think Greenbelt, but I know College Park, they still use the shared street sweeper, but then they also have purchased additional street sweepers to complement because their city demanded more.
Okay. And I know you probably wouldn't know this, but do you think that they're paying about 40,000 as well?
They're paying more than us.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
based
right.
on.
It goes by the
mileage.
size.
Yeah, it goes on mileage.
All right.
And
So
then I
maybe-
know,
Maybe for future agenda items, Mr. Chair, that's how we want.
Well, you know, I've expressed my views on it, but I'd be glad to add it on the agenda.
I'm done. Thank
Take
you,
a look
Mr.
in front of my house.
not to
there,
be
out there, so-
preemptive, I know, Mr. Barclay has brought to myself and Maisha several different street sweepers, that the cost, if we were to buy our own street sweeper within, is it 2 years? We would have covered the costs and own our own, street sweeper. So
But then you
we have
still need to
actually
pay.
test driven it. It has come here, showed us all the things it can do, including cleaning the edges of certain things. So we have had, what, 2 or 3?
Yeah, 3.
3 exhibits of street sweeper, which would, within 2 years, we could have, the money we're paying to be a part of the 4 cities, we could own our own street sweeper.
Well, as I pass this on to Brianna, she can tell us legally if we can just get out of a contract that nobody can find a copy of anyway.
No. Contracts work.
Stop paying our portion of the contract, because we'll put that on an agenda. Thank you for the update, Madam Mayor, and that is an option.
Thank you,
Brianna,
Madam.
you have things on here?
We asked the vendor to provide us the contract.
But it's not a vendor, it's.
We
so
own it.
We own it. Greenbelt has it, they pay the employee that drives it. So it's a contract that we're in with just the 4, with the 4 cities, all 4 of us are in the same contract. And Berwyn Heights.
Okay, maybe I missed the part that no one has the contract.
No, you
You can't find it.
we can't find it.
That we got into with the 4 cities.
Not the green.
Well, with
Greenbelt
Greenbelt,
holds it, like
Greenbelt-
they have the space, that they physically hold the
Yeah.
machine.
They have
We signed it with invisible ink.
they have well, Mr. Rosenberg said he remembers when we signed it. I don't know.
but I think it was more than 10 years ago. It was a Hanco thing, for sure.
It was before me in 2015.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Big
So it could be
pen, right?
15 years ago.
So we might be out of contract.
I know, might expire.
Well, I don't know, it expired. I don't,
Cause there's an employee that Greenbelt pays that all
Yeah, but
4
if we
of us
stop
share the
paying
expense.
Greenbelt, they're gonna sue us. So, and with the person who brings, the person who violates a contract is the person who's on the hook for it. So if let's say we stop giving Greenbelt $42,000 a year for the street sweeper and they sue us, it's on us to prove that we don't owe them money. And if
There's
we
no
don't have a copy of the
There's no
contract,
contract there.
there's no contract.
yeah, but it's on us to prove that we don't owe the money. How do we prove if we don't have the contract?
They don't have the contract, so how can they?
Trust me, they'll find the contract if they're gonna try to get their money.
That's what they're gonna do.
Stop paying them, let them find the
Yeah.
And what's
contract.
funny is that we have the same city attorney as them, so.
We sure do. Yeah, cause they
uh,
have Jason.
They have Jason as well.
So can we have a discussion? Maybe we could add that to the 4 cities meeting.
I was gonna ask y'all that, cause that's May 21st.
It's been on there, and I in College Park
why is it-
expressed that to them one time, and nobody seemed interested. They just want our money without the services. And Maisha, as you recall, found out shortly after she became city manager that the guy who swept the streets didn't have a map of the New Carrollton streets. He was coming over here and just driving around, not knowing where New Carrollton is.
He said I
And the
was the first
contract is
person.
15 years old and doesn't exist anymore. And
But
of
what
course,
was
At the same time, if it's the council's fault that they haven't been doing their job, then why, let's do our job. Let's
the
write.
council does not administer the services. That's the administration that does.
So
that
we
service.
pass the ordinances, so we can say on Thursday, the third Thursday of the month, you park on the street, you're getting towed. We have the right to say that.
Well,
We
did
have
do
not done that. We have done nothing to make the residents comply with street sweeping. And
We
then we're-
have, they put signs up and they put emails
But that
out.
only happened this year, and it's only because you brought it up, right? So I don't think it's fair
hasn't
to
been-
say that the program hasn't worked when we've done absolutely nothing to make it work.
We've done some things and the things we've done have not been effective. But we should put this on an agenda and discuss it. And that's Brianna.
Do you
No.
want me to
No, that
have
was-
that added as an agenda item for the four cities also?
Yes, please.
Okay.
That'd be good.
No, I didn't bring that up.
No, that's actually me, Mr. Chairman.
Don't tax
Well, I
me.
asked Brianna about the legal,
Oh, I see.
legal aspect of it, so it's my fault. But, Brianna, you have comments on these pages?
Yeah, well, so a couple of things. Now having identified that we do have, we're, technically overcapitalized, and we have 150,000 budget for street lighting, right? 105,000. Where are we at actuals in fiscal year 26 for street light improvements? It was 15,000 budgeted.
Oh, improvements?
Improvement.
I don't think we,
Budget amendment.
no,
Okay,
she's talking about improvements.
okay, yeah, improvements, actually.
It's not 15,000.
52010, 15,000. Yes, sorry, I was looking at the wrong number.
I don't know if we spent anything on improvements.
No, we're working with.
Yeah, we haven't spent anything with improvements.
Okay. Do we want to consider buying all the lights?
15,000 is not gonna cover.
Well, clearly, no, but we have 13 million sitting in an account doing nothing.
Yeah, but you still gotta worry about maintenance.
Yeah, but we've been talking about street light repairs for years. What's the plan? What are we doing?
So that was one of the things that was a discussion at Four Cities.
Mhm.
I know Hyattsville is now buying their lights. I believe College Park and Greenbelt are buying theirs. So I know the question had become, do we want to go into a contract with the Four Cities of hiring a person that would then be responsible for doing the maintenance of the lights for the force? There was conversation.
Mhm.
So I don't know if we want to bring that back. I know, College Park, oh man, Indesco,
Mhm.
they actually used them to actually do the study of what made sense on the streetlights. I know that was brought to the last council administration on, did we want to hire an outside consulting company to do that evaluation for us on, did it make sense to buy our streetlights, do the bulbs, whatever that whole process is going to be. And Indesco emails me at least once a month and all, if we're interested.
Oh, and we're already using them for our parking study, Disco, right?
Oh, I'm sorry. Different person then.
Okay, different company.
Yes, that's a different company.
No,
then, sorry.
we use a
The
different.
lighting company is, oh, it's not too, look, I thought.
I'm not gonna know it off the top of my head, so you can say anything and I'll believe you.
I don't remember.
I've gotten I was door knocking a couple of weeks ago with Marley McKee Seabrook, and I got some good feedback from residents about areas of our city that are not very well lit. And I was actually kind of like surprised because I think I live in a very well lit area. And so I wasn't aware that there were other neighborhoods just, half a mile away where tree cover is really like eliminating street lighting. I know we've talked for 4 years I've been on council, been talking about street lighting, but we haven't pulled the trigger to do anything yet.
Tanko.
Okay.
Tanko,
Oh, I do remember that.
yes.
I think they presented at a Four Cities meeting.
And they also presented to us. too.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So I'm just interested to see if the council's interested in moving forward. So currently, just to let you know, we pay the utility bills for streetlights. And so if we switch to LEDs, that will save money, but obviously you have to spend millions to address street lighting. And so we'll pay ourselves back over like 20 years.
You're going in my direction because this last budget amendment had 50,000 over the budgeted 105 because Maisha, those are the bills we're getting. And so my concern, Maisha, is that I know you created this budget early in the year
if we already has needed 150
Mhm.
for this year, given inflationary pressures, I would make the street lighting bill way over 150.
I
For
agree with that
27.
because it was a bill in Annapolis that changed all of our electrical rates. The cities and like every single person in this room is paying more for power than they were 2 years ago. And
Exactly.
so,
So if we spend
um,
150 as of now,
so yeah, it's only gonna get more expensive.
But I thought they did a limit, they did another bill to alleviate that one.
Yeah, but I think that just makes it so that it's not gonna go up anymore. I don't know if anybody's getting a real reduction. I'm not sure.
Yeah, because I saw a reduction
I
in
re-
mine.
Yeah.
There's a new bill, and I'll give you a copy of all the legislation.
Mhm.
There's another bill that was passed and signed by the governor when I was there to minimize the electric.
But yeah, I think that, maybe it doesn't happen as part of this fiscal year budget. Maybe if we can make plans for next year. I think we should finally pull the trigger and either buy all our lights or, remember there were 3 options. Do you remember?
Mhm.
There was
Yeah.
buy all our lights.
LED lights and, what was the third one?
One of them would be that where they would supply the light and do the maintenance.
Yeah.
Right.
so this 150 we're spending in lights, would some of that be saved if we buy the lights?
The
Yes,
lights
if
are
we
the-
change it
of
to
the whole
LED.
home.
Change it to LEDs.
Yeah.
But
By changing to LEDs, our monthly cost would go down, but we have the capital expense.
Yeah.
So yes, and so what Tanko had sent me before is the payback period of us switching is 8 years, a little over 8 years.
It'll take 8 years.
to do it,
To pay it
to
off.
do
That's not bad.
the.
So do you all want Tanko to come back in and do an update?
Presentation.
Yeah.
Cause this was in September of 25 that they gave me this.
Yeah, and they're supposed to be,
And the
they're
rates I'm
supposed
sure
to be,
changed like
quote
that.
unquote, gonna test them. Did they ever get back to us about that?
We were supposed to get a testing period where they would come in with a
Yeah,
few
testing
lights and
period.
test. And we could test and see how the,
We were supposed to have a 3-month testing period with them, but they
And
never
they
came
didn't?
back. No,
no, it's not that they didn't come back, we didn't call them.
Oh, okay.
we didn't do our part.
So the capital investment would be covered, break even in 8 years. The savings in monthly fees would still materialize before 8 years? Or is that lumped into the?
So the 8 years is our investment on how much it would cost for us to buy all the lights and do the and we would get that savings. It would take us 8 years to pay it back.
The capital improvement.
Mm-hmm.
But if our monthly bill goes down from
Oh,
12,000 and 1,220,
Mhm.
yeah.
no. So you would have those monthly savings, yes.
By being LED.
Mhm.
Yes.
So we could break even in total operation expenses, savings,
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
and
Capital.
I would like to investigate this.
So I'll have Tanko come present.
Yeah.
It's been investigated, and I think the payback, the break-even period was much shorter than 20 years, which is.
It was 8 years.
It was 8 years, okay.
I
so-
pulled it up.
Okay.
8 years.
If we heard this in September, which is coming back, why didn't we move forward?
This is the second or third time we've heard it.
Mhm.
More than that.
Yes.
But
we've
we
heard it.
haven't made a decision.
We have.
Because overall, it's just the idea of spending that kind of money. I think it, because at the time, we still had the bridge, we had the fuel tanks. We had some big projects that we didn't know what the end result was gonna cost. And so I think that's where,
Yeah,
And-
I would like to also have, as a part of that assessment, an assessment of, do we have adequate, like, brightness everywhere? Like, if they go around the city and look, because it was, I wish, it's Vicar, I don't know if it was Vicar Place or Vicar Street, but there's a little, like, 2-block radius, it's not too far from me, that there's no street light on any, coming from any direction. And the resident who's
Vicar
drawing on,
Street.
it's Vicar Street. Yeah, that, the resident told me, like, we need a street light, and so.
But even
obviously-
on Lamont Drive, we have some section of Lamont Drive that's
Yeah.
very
Yeah.
dark.
Yeah.
There.
And
the
then
light is
honestly, I
out
would like to
completely.
see us, I was in Edmonton last week, and they have those cute little, like, quaint, small town kind of lights that Riverdale also has, and I think we could put some of those lights on Lamont, like, on, like, you know, to make us look like we are a small town, but we don't really, we have these giant ugly street signs that look like we're a big city. Like, we should have more little quaint, like, lighting that will be beneficial for safety, because like light is, you know.
Yeah, the new lights are cute because I saw them in Laurel. They are
Yeah,
really
Laurel
cute.
has, yeah, really cute
Yeah,
lights, little
Laurel.
flags on them. We can celebrate our residents, like, it would just look nice.
And let's think about our inflationary realities in terms of oil and electricity. With all crude being double, yes, that shouldn't have happened forever. But the energy costs are not going down anytime soon.
So switching to LED is the right thing to do.
Well, one of the things that clouded the issue, when Tanco presents, you can ask them, is that they'll say, we can give you a standard light and here's the fee. We can give you a light that has a camera that makes it get brighter at a certain time of the day. We can give you a light that has a camera that tells you where pedestrians are walking and the police can use it for surveillance. And all these different options, and the price tag keeps going up. So we never made choices about, well, while we're doing it, why don't we have cameras so that Chief Austin can sit there and see who's walking down past the stores at a certain hour of the day? And it might be a nice thing to have. Well, that's additional price tag. And then you got to dip into the reserve further. So all those things have to be considered in the presentation. And it's not a split-second decision. It's
Yeah.
just 8 years. There's a lot to be considered. I remember that part of the conversation.
Maybe we should just plan for this for fiscal year 27, but like, we should as a council be ready so that when we
Yeah.
receive the fiscal 28 budget, we know what we want.
Well, I'm more than prepared to put it on an agenda and let Tanco present it, which way he's going to invite them.
Before we decide on this budget.
Oh, no.
Correct,
No, I couldn't see it this year.
Okay,
I'm
yes.
proposing it's like buying employee, just the one. just
That's
get
all I
them the
have.
That's all I
on Infrastructure.
Zero their account. the same
Okay,
budget.
did we go down the line?
I think so.
I have a couple things in infrastructure. I'm going to repeat what I've said at meetings. You've heard me say this, that we have zero budgeted for bridges. Infrastructure, that's this part. And when Andre was here, I told him, and he said we'd get right on it, that Irv Beckert is the chief engineer of bridges in the county. He's the one that condemned our Powhatan Bridge. And he said, Dwayne, I'm going over this with you. Your Lamont bridges, your other bridges, they're not A's, they're about a C. They're gonna fail. And what you need to do, think of that road surface as the roof protecting it. Underneath it is corroding. That's what happened in Powhatan. And Andre said, I'll get right on top of it. Nothing happened. And I asked Bryce, I'll get right on top of it. Nothing happened. I've asked William in meetings. Nothing has happened. I don't see it in the budget here. Those bridges need to be milled and overlaid. And all the way back to David Living and the council saying, when I jog across the bridge, Andre, I trip on the busted up concrete. Irv Beckert says there's leaks in that concrete. That corrodes the bridge. You can't have it like that. And he said in the county, they mill and overlay every 3 to 5 years. Ours have been 20 years. And Irv says they're in bad shape. We don't take care of them. That needs to be budgeted. And we need to get on top of those bridges. The second thing,
Aisha has her hands up.
Mhm.
okay, go ahead.
Looking at it.
So, council did give me the authority to actually have a contractor come out and actually evaluate all our bridges. We do have the report back. It will be in your Wednesday packet for information on, they have now rated all of our bridges. And it tells us what we need to do to all the bridges. And so then, no, it is not in this budget because I would like to take the remainder of the ARPA money to go ahead and just fix everything. But then have these vendors let us know what we need to do going forward. So that would become part of the FY 28. We'd fix everything now because it'd be FY 27, but then we'd have a path forward on what our maintenance schedule will overall be on the bridges.
Okay,
Could we just put the 115, 396, 66 that's in this designated for bridge work? Put it in there, like put it in to this.
I mean, we can use the bridge work or we can use the ARPA. I mean,
Yeah,
they're both buckets that we have available for us.
but since this is limited just to bridges and the ARPA we could use for other things.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
Why don't we just move that entire 115 amount, put it right in this line for bridge repair?
Well, let's look
So we
at.
have to
let-
wait
what-
for the
let- let-
contractors to tell us.
Yeah, I'll say, let's look at the report. You all will get that on Wednesday. And then y'all, we can have a discussion on, because I'm gonna be honest, I don't have a total
Yeah.
of everything, because then too, we still need to go out to RFP. They've given us everything we need to do on each one, and they've given us estimates, but they're estimates. So then we would have to go to an RFP or not unless we want to just give that to the people that did the Powhatan Bridge. That's good, because we did RFP Powhatan,
Mhm.
so we know they were the best price. Completely up to whatever council wants to do, but then that way we'd actually have a price on what it would require for us to get everything done on the.
And I'm sure it's gonna exceed this 115,000. But yeah, I'm okay with that. But since we do have a designated fund, and then that will eliminate one of the many designated funds. Not that I want to eliminate them, but like, you know,
Zero them out.
zero them out. Yeah.
I know that would be a priority for me. How about the other members of the council? in
Definitely,
Considering the budget?
definitely.
And just to
Right.
take an inventory, there are 5 bridges, right? There's one in front of Lincoln's house on Powhatan.
One was
There's,
recently replaced though. We're good.
no, there's one, there's,
Other way.
you got another one over
Oh,
on the corner there. And then you have the one that they call the Hanko Hump
Mhm.
that comes into the city.
Mhm.
And then you have 2 on Lamont at each end, and you have 1 on Lamont at Westbrook. Okay, so we're looking at big dollars because we have 5 bridges all in need of repair.
So before we just jump,
We're not jumping into it, yeah.
yeah, well, I know they were talking about, let's move it. Before we
Ah,
jump,
okay.
let's look at what information we have.
Okay, and the second comment I had in this,
So
like,
Chair, you said 2 on Lamont plus the one on Westbrook?
there's 2 on, excuse me, there's 2 on Carrollton Parkway. Thank you, Madam Mayor. There's 2 on Carrollton Parkway. Nobody corrected me. Carrollton Parkway at Lamont, Carrollton Parkway over near 85th, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, so we got them all accounted for, but there's 5 of them. And the other thing that I don't see in here, unless it's in sidewalk repairs, is that, and we've heard people come to the podium about this, is the Vita course, the trail has been neglected, I want to say at least a decade, but now it's all busted up with roots and people trip on it and there's gullies in it and there's orange cones on it. And I don't know why we haven't budgeted to replace that Vita trail. The Vita trail has new playgrounds in the middle and the trails all around it are cracked up and
Because of that water, because of the water coming down off the.
well,
school.
the water's a problem, but the thing hasn't been repaired for, I want to say a decade. I mean,
They're working on that, Dwayne, and then they're working also on the trails leading to the schools. They did that over the week, over last week, they went through all the trails leading to the school.
Is that
and
in
there's
this
the
budget?
Proposal, actually, the proposal for the trails are gonna be in this year's budget.
Okay, well, that would be under sidewalk repairs, because we got 150,000.
Yeah, sidewalk,
Okay.
yeah, it's coming
hopefully-
out of sidewalk.
Okay, I'd like to see how much that costs. I'm just curious, but I'm glad it's being considered. That's all I have for infrastructure and public works.
So you said the
I need
Vita
to
course and what
confirm
else?
What I
The
heard.
Vita Course Trail is across from Public Works,
I know
around the
where
dog
that
park.
Mhm.
Those are all the way to the community garden. That is
Mhm.
all in disrepair.
Mhm.
I don't have any problems. There is a trail that people use that goes from the new bridge across from the pool and goes up to Carrollton Elementary. And that trail, I don't know if that's ours or not, but it's a mess too. It hasn't, now that's 20 years without any repairs.
But we just got a grant to do that stormwater, right, that enters into the trail on the Vita course.
There's a section of bushes that say New Carrollton, and to the
Mhm.
right of that, there's a trail that goes up the hill into Carrollton Elementary School, and the kids walk up there to go to school, and that was paved, and that hasn't been repaired.
You
in-
said it's behind the New Carrollton bushes?
Well, to the right of the bushes, right where the wall starts,
Okay.
you'll see a trail that goes up to Carrollton Elementary. You see kids walking up it, but it's in a mess. Hasn't been touched.
That's one I'm telling you about, they worked on last week, and we're waiting for the estimate.
Okay, they didn't
For
work on
those.
it. They were looking
That's
at
a
it.
trail.
Yeah, that's a trail. Those are the
That's
only
what
2
they told
trails
me about
I'm aware of that really
Wednesday.
need attention.
Mhm.
But definitely the Vita course, yes.
I'm not clear what the mayor said. Is the sidewalks we're discussing on the Vita Trail in this year's budget or is not in the year's budget?
So for the Vita course, they did do some work on both sides of the trail, but not the entire trail. So where that water was coming from, Charles Carroll, we got,
The
Mike
stormwater
said got
management,
money
right?
for stormwater management. They did some work there. And then there was another part that was collapsing going down into the trail. They actually started work on that. So there's work that is being done on the Vita Trail as we speak in 26. And then
Have some funds.
and then also the trails going into Carrollton Elementary, going into the schools are going to be done out of 26.
under 26.
Mhm.
And how much are we putting for
27,
27
Marcy.
sidewalk?
150.
We got 150 in sidewalks. I saw that number, but I didn't know if that included trails. Generally, sidewalks is concrete.
I forgot one item, one big item.
I'm gonna let you add it.
We had overtime of 10,000 in infrastructure and a separate line in the budget line item for 38,000 because of Snow Creek. Winter storms happen. Can we do a line item or under global for infrastructure that would not surprise us? Maybe overtime, winter weather, 10,000-15,000. So if another major storm, a snowzilla or
But that would
whatever
run the
new
snow.
name we give it, we have some overtime just for bad weather, because it could be a flooding in summer. So.
Well, I think we're starting to repeat ourselves here. It seems to me in the early conversation, Brianna said we don't want the budget above
Mhm.
because it'll get spent. And this is, and Brianna said this is not meant to be critical, but especially the police department. Remember Brianna, those comments? And I think that's where we are with that. Do we want to add money just in case? Or would you rather deal with that as an emergency? And
Okay. I don't like the surprises. That's my tip.
I hear you.
So if you see bad weather, no, you're getting a surprise.
Yep.
Surprise. That overtime will come if there's bad weather.
It will declare an emergency to make it easier for you.
Okay, those are
Mr. Chair,
the unexpected
Yes.
things that are breakdown in the
Yeah.
family budget.
on a
Yeah.
positive note,
Just
you
happened to be
alluded
recently in my
briefly,
previous-
the new playground on the Vital Course is
Beautiful.
very nice.
They did a
I
nice
jogged
job
by
with
there
that.
the other day and I
Yeah.
couldn't believe my eyes.
And I think that was mostly grant
I
money.
need to
and I
go
think
look at
that
the
was
one on
on-
89th in another week.
You're a runner too?
Well, occasionally.
I didn't know that.
He doesn't want to be in the same category as David Line.
No, not at all.
Roseburg.
No, I'm not that category. I'm too old for that anymore. 10-minute miles anymore. Okay, we have one other, we have a couple other sections. We have sanitation and there's some other stats in here. The sanitation is in Public Works. And Cynthia, waiting today. Do you have notes on sanitation?
120, equipment repair and maintenance, $8,000. That's for like keeping that little garden, the city garden straight and you see it?
Are you in sanitation?
What's the number?
Oh, I'm in Hope, I'm sorry.
Now, let's do sanitation. You have me searching
Oh,
my
I had,
page.
oh, nope, there's nothing on here.
Nothing on there? I see some notes in the bottom. That's
No,
okay.
that's about the, sidewalk repair.
Lincoln, what do you have in sanitation?
Sanitation, let's see.
Total staff, is that on there? Is it
Um,
7 total? No.
We're not budgeting for any cars. By any chance?
In sanitation, no.
Okay.
I have William looking at an EV trash truck.
It's gonna cost them a gazillion dollars
Oh,
to
really?
haul all that weight.
Okay.
I would not-
Someone-
I would not.
they-
Somebody just bought one.
Yeah, I'm saying somebody just bought one. That's why he was like, oh, Maisha, here you go with these EVs.
Don't
But
tell the former
if we
mayor,
were
she'll
to
be
move
too
forward with
excited.
that, You have to do an amendment. Is that?
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
'cause it's zeroed out right now.
Yeah, no, we're not buying a trash truck right now.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. I'm
That
good.
would be an interesting conversation because I have a brother-in-law has one of those Ford electric trucks and he has about a 220-mile range before it's gone. And I asked him, what if you were hauling your old Airstream? He had an Airstream with us. He said, then my range would be about 80 to 100.
Yeah, exactly.
It would cut it more than in half.
Yeah.
So
He has
I
an
just
F-150?
can't imagine. He has an F-150.
Yeah, my daughter's boyfriend has the F-150.
Yeah. And you cut it in half, he said, with that. And just imagine filling up a trash truck with all that weight and then
Yeah.
driving to Upper Marlboro to dump it. I mean, where would you get a charge if your electrons ran out? So just a side story. Sorry, let's move on.
All
This is,
right. So I noticed that we still are budgeting, we have 30,000 budgeted for the recycling contract.
When did that contract have been long gone?
So it's not the actual so part of that line item was also the fees to dump that?
Dump the recycling.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what that is, the dumping fees.
The dumping fee,
we should
okay.
take the word contract out of there.
All right. Oh, that's, now I know what it means. It's fine. All right. Now, this is where I'm going to be unpopular with some residents. I'm curious to know if composting has been worth it. And I will say this based on my own experience of somebody who did compost and stopped. I stopped composting because I witnessed on numerous occasions, this is in the prior administration, the sanitation workers throwing my compost in the trash. And I was told that that didn't happen, and I didn't see that what I saw. And so I just was like, well, I'm not going to go through the hassle of putting my food waste to the side if I know I'm doing it for nothing. And so I'm curious, is like, technically our household is listed as like a household that's participating in compost, but we're not actually putting out. So I'm curious how many people are actually putting out their compost every week? Is it consistent? Is this worth the money? And are our staff actually appropriately disposing of the waste? Because if they're just putting it in the trash, then we're not actually doing anything for the environment, and we should just stop spending this money.
Give us the actual amount in this, Maisha, while we're thinking about this. It says 12,000 budget last year. How much do we spend? That'll tell us how much compost is being put into the,
8,736 is where
that
we are right
indicates
now.
That's pretty
participation.
close.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that indicates participation.
but I mean, do I really know that if I watch them throw my compost in the trash? Like, how do I know what's actually getting taken to the compost facility? Or is it getting?
Well, from my understanding, they do the trash in the morning, and then when they come back with those trash trucks in the afternoon on whatever days you get compost, that's when they're picking up the compost. So it still is a trash truck, but it's in the it's a second run that comes through that picks up the
What are they
compost.
doing the compost and putting it with the leaf?
That's allowed, yeah.
Mhm.
So that's what they're doing.
Yeah.
So
But
they
I
might see
witnessed
they
on
might see the
numerous
trash
occasions,
truck, but they're
literally
actually
going
putting.
in, getting my trash, putting it, throwing the bags in, picking up my little green basket and just hauling it, throwing it in.
That's stuff too.
And so, that's not actually solving anything. That's just,
I don't know if that's stopped or not, but we've had residents come to the podium, and I've received emails and complaints that that's happening. And I remember having William, since he's been over there, respond to that in council meetings, that he would talk to the crew and tell them not to do it. But
and
I
then
don't know
we
how-
were given a lot of explanations. At one point, we were told that you weren't allowed to use the plastic bags that were given to us by Public Works for composting.
Oh, yeah,
but-
because they have to be compostable bags.
Yeah, but they were compostable bags, the ones that were given to us, like the green bags that they give you when they give you the kit are the compostable ones, but I guess some people were using plastic ones instead of those ones. So there's still, I'm just curious about the efficacy of the program because I was very excited about it, but my family really did not enjoy it because it makes fruit flies and it's
Yes.
gross. And so I don't know that, we have a few years of data now, and it looks like if you go back, if we're at 8,000, then we're pretty close to that 12,000 that was budgeted. But yeah, I need more information before I decide to support.
And the
whether or not
other
we
thing that
continue.
you might be interested in seeing is of the 8,000 that was spent this year, how much of it was brown bags and leaves and how much of it was food? Because the food is one component that has really been the major criticism.
That's true, and I
Because-
imagine the leaves are probably
The bulk of it.
a bulk of it.
Yeah.
And is that,
I don't, you can't break that out because they throw it all in one truck.
but like, yeah, it's true. So I would imagine the leaves are the bulk of it, right?
That's what I'm watching at my house. Yeah, people put
Do
the
we
brown bags.
know, like, I doubt we use to open up for this, but it might be worthwhile, like if it's coded in a way that when they deliver, like, during leaf season, when they're picking up lots of leaves all the time, do we know if that's how much tonnage is related to like that time of year as opposed to any other times of the year? That would be a good way to know how much of it is leaves.
Yeah, I don't
Tonnage
think,
should probably be a lot in October, November of leaves.
do all the leaf vacuumings go into that account there too, Maisha? When they use the dump truck and vacuum leaves, that all goes into that compost fees?
Should be. but
Okay,
I'll
then,
check
yeah,
it.
then it's probably 90% of it, Brianna.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then there's nothing to cut because we're using the service.
Right.
But I'm curious, yeah, how many people are actively, maybe that's something we could find out, just how many people are regularly putting out compost at this point?
William has a list and he gave us a number one time we had that discussion.
But that was how many people have accepted a
I would
compost.
say that's the
bin.
people that signed up for it, but it'd be
Yeah.
interesting.
Like I'm on that list. We haven't put compost out in a year.
And I think I just heard the mayor say she stopped too.
Yeah. It's gross. I want to be a good environmental person. We waste a lot of food for our house.
So interesting, looking at the monthly number for this account.
Mhm.
It looks like it was 469, 253, 251, 259, 1,700 come November,
Mhm.
3,600 come December, 213 in January, it was 1,800 in February. So I know in November and December, we were doing the leaf
Mhm.
machine. And so that was when we had a peak in November, a big peak in December.
That's true.
And then
Election was late last.
we had 1,800 in February. So I'll check with, Barclay tomorrow.
Okay,
Not
yeah,
tomorrow.
I don't know, it feels like I'm picking up pennies, but that's, I think all I had on this page. Yeah, that's it.
Would you like to add to the conversation, Agnelli?
I like to do dump fees under the recycling contract number and landfill fees under sanitation and infrastructure. They both have landfill fees. That would be a perfect example for a global budget of dump fees and landfill fees. Why aren't the same and across two departments? Let's put them all together under Department of Public Works. What's the difference?
So I think there is one bulk, is the one in infrastructure of a bulk? I just thought about that. That's bulk, the ones in infrastructure?
A different truck goes out for the bulk.
Cynthia, you entertain a motion that we stay till 5 o'clock?
No.
We're so close.
I'm waiting for you.
Cutting me off.
So the landfill fees in infrastructure are for the bulk pickups,
Okay,
whereas the one in sanitation is just the regular pickup.
refuse. Okay, I think I asked that. And what's the difference between dump fees for the recycling contract?
It was just that we always maintained the fees for the recycling contract as a separate line item. But we can change that from we can set up a new, so two things. We could keep landfill fees and just track it as a project for recycle and regular truck. So we could do landfill fees and recycle and do recycle project and bulk as projects and then
We
drop
won't
it.
keep them separate though, in order to track.
Yeah, so that's what, so
How
we
much?
create a project for recycle, create a project for bulk, and then just regular trash, but it would all be under landfill fees.
So which party? Oh, God, the recycling are the blue bins.
Yes.
Yes,
So you wanna,
Okay,
you wanna
right.
keep it
I was
separate.
seeing that all as, that's a different truck,
Yeah.
right?
yes.
Okay, so the dump fee. The blue totters. But it's all garbage.
So that's why I said we could actually just do landfill fees, but then still track it as recycle, compost.
But you
bulk.
wanna also use that fee for the recycle separate for the green initiatives. So we need that for like when we do our sustainability in Maryland, those fees, separating it would help for,
Us to be able to recognize. what we're doing.
So I remember last administration created quite a furor when she suggested charging for bulk
Oh, yeah.
pickup,
Mhm.
So,
and we killed it.
Mhm.
And there was a forecast of a lot of increase in bulk pickup, which we're maintaining from 12,000 this year to 12,000. And I'm more than happy that didn't manifest in actual expenditures. But we did increase the garbage fee in our tax bill. I remember that. I don't remember the numbers. And so if our recycling fees are staying the same, the the dump fees, that's the recycling staying the same, the landfill full pickup staying the same, and sanitation garbage is going up a little. Can we revise or take a second look at that increase that we put into the tax rate for garbage collection? And is it a number that should match our expenditures, or are we charging a little bit more for general
You wouldn't be able to
services
match.
to the residents?
You wouldn't be able to match your expenditures, because I mean, expenditures would also include employee services and that whole piece.
Ah, okay. I'm thinking about a resident's pocketbook and inflationary pressures. And I remember that fee being increased in last year's budget. Okay.
Okay, we're gonna end here because it's
Yes.
almost 4, but I have one issue that I meant to bring up, Maisha. I never got an answer, and I'm just curious what the rest of the council thinks about it. And it's somewhere in the budget in here, but when I asked Andrew to allow me to see an email account that I had when I was mayor at New Carrollton, he said, I'll open it up for you. You can see it. It still exists. It's out there. But we pay $12 a month for every email account. And I've asked this question. Nobody ever got back to me. But if we have $12 a month, that's $144 a year for each person who has an email account. And if we have 70 employees and 50 other, whatever, it's like $10,000 a year. Where is that in here? And was Andrew right? Do we still pay $12 for my email account, your email account, all the council members?
I know I canceled mine when I came back. They were still paying for mine. And I
Okay,
said,
because people in Glen Arden, they say, we don't do that. We just use .org. Why do you guys pay the $12 fee? Well, there's some advantage to having .gov.
well, it's the whole Gmail platform that we went to when Graham was here, because
Right, you
with
said it
that,
was
you get
Graham.
you get the
Right.
Word, you get this
Docs.
docs, you get all, so
Sheets.
you're not paying for Microsoft accounts either. Because otherwise then we'd be paying for Word and Excel and all those other accounts. You get all of that with your Gmail account product. But then two,
Where is?
I'll have to ask Andrew about which email accounts we're still paying for.
Okay,
But I know I did cancel mine when I came
It's
back.
in the software. If you go on
But I was gonna tell
OpenGov,
you that part.
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
you can see all the software costs.
okay.
And that's where that was.
And it's probably close to 10,000 a year then, doing the math that Andrew gave me.
Maybe do
Well,
ground
144 per
maintenance.
account. How many accounts do you
No,
have?
we haven't done ground maintenance yet. It was in part of that $400,000.
Okay.
All the software is in there.
Well, these are the angles that I was not aware of, that there's certain things that come with it and maybe it's worth the 10,000 a year, but I'd like to be educated.
Then you gotta think too, with that, we also have Google Meets with the note take. I mean, all of that comes with,
Translation services.
Yes.
yeah.
Is that
that
dump,
she's reading.
is that dump in the 405?
Yes, all the Gmail services, yes.
But you can see it, they pulled it up a second ago. You could see, well, not a second ago, several hours ago when we first got here, you could see where the Google platforms were.
It's right there.
Yeah, and the
He
cost.
just brought it up.
Okay.
It's a much more safe product as well than going to a gmail.com email.
.org, they say, Glen Arden uses.
I think .org and .gov cost the same to operate.
What does PDF?
Oh, .org may have a fee to it?
Is that Gmail too?
They're on the Google platform too.
So why they have that?
Okay, well, I know where it is in the budget and I have 401 and Cynthia left already.
No, she didn't leave. She just took a phone call.
Good,
You only
good.
have one, you only have one.
What section left?
No, we have a lot of issues that Brianna wants to raise up too.
Yeah, well, that I can hold off on, but why don't we just do the horticulture section so we can be done?
Okay, which section?
Horticulturist. Oh, ground maintenance.
Ground maintenance.
and
Okay.
horticultural management.
Okay,
Yeah,
Lincoln, you got comments on
Yeah,
that?
mine will be very quick. The mosquito control for 3,000.
I moved that because it was, for some reason, that was in public work, I mean, in code enforcement.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yes, so I moved it to the people that actually manage the springs. Well, I mean, they work with the state on that, but I thought that was better served in ground maintenance than code enforcement.
Gotcha. Is there any grant money available?
For that I don't.
sometimes the county comes in when it's like a bad year and just does it for us, but I remember that happened a year or two ago.
But I mean, this is actually a program that's run through the state,
Okay.
the mosquito control.
So even though they do it, we still pay.
Yeah.
Oh, even if the county comes through, we still have to reimburse them?
It is a fee.
Oh, wow. Okay, all right. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Madam City Manager.
Brianna?
I have
And one
nothing.
time when they had the West Nile virus was high, they
Yeah.
did it and they didn't charge.
And they didn't
Yeah,
charge them?
yeah, it was like
Oh,
a public emergency thing.
Okay, and Agnelli, you have anything on this area? For the horticulture?
Maintenance.
Oh, I kind of heard my name, but I won't get in touch in reference to what. There's 4 items that have budget amendments for the 26. Revised budget to be updated. I just want to call attention to the employee services for the cultural, just for number purposes. We did a reduction of 51,000 in the budget amendment. For whatever reason, this is 2 employees. No, how many employees in Portugal? That is 500. So that's more than 5.
Yeah, but we had vacancies, and so it was just us using, if that one was one,
Vacancies to cover some.
yeah, it was just us moving money to cover another.
Okay, so horticultural management is not just the arborist?
No, this is the whole parks department.
All parts.
Ah,
So it's
parks.
the, so if you go to the page after that, it breaks down, it's the horticulturist, the ground maintenance supervisor. You have 6 ground maintenance workers and the arborist.
Okay, so yes, now the 51,000 does make sense given the hiring freeze or any empty ones. And just this is again where the retirement pension numbers don't make sense. We had budgeted 65,000, the budget amendment added $4,900 rounding up. And so that would make it 69,000. And you're asking for exactly 69,936.
Right, because I just have a percentage that calculates
Okay,
based on the
it
wages.
just- It doesn't track. In here, you're using the 26 number. But in previous retirement line items, there's a big jump from the 26 number. So that's why I couldn't track that 12.5%. Because in some line items between 26 and 27, there's a big jump. When you're using the bill from December 26 to project
Could be the number of.
12%. Did I get that right?
Mhm.
Okay.
It's just a flat percentage based on the salaries allocated to that department. But that department may have had vacancies, and so when the bill came,
Okay, I can't keep track of it. Okay.
So like, for instance, Agnelli, in this department, you have a lot of people that are working less than 100,000. So yes, 13.52% of those fees is going to be less than in administration where everybody might be
Use that
over.
example at the beginning of the retirement. It makes it. Thank you. Plus I got tired by. the time
It's your-
you got
it's-
through.
All right, it's 4:05. I move to
Okay,
adjourn.
just one question, playground equipment maintenance, is that 25,000 to keep it maintenance, or is that for new equipment?
no, that would be just for any updates. So if you need to buy a new swing, or if you need to do, whatever we need to do, is just maintenance of the parks.
Okay.
I don't have anything to add to this. Thank you guys so much for spending your Saturday with all of us. Thank
I
you, staff, for
move that
being
we
here.
adjourn.
Second.
And I call for a vote. All in favor, aye. And there are nays 0, and Caitlin isn't here, but it's on the transcript, so it will appear in the minutes.
So doing, they're gonna do fines on another
Yes.
day?
When is it?
Yeah, on Wednesday.
We can go
And then
Wednesday.
could I put my proposals for Wednesday as well?
Sure, be glad to add those on there.
And
We've all
you'll
read
have
them.
my
So just send an
proposal
email.
on